Nepal army has now taken control of the national security, and the decision has come after protesters stormed and set fire to key government buildings. And there was a huge rampage that we saw yesterday. Nepal army takes control of the Kathmandu airport as well. And KP Sharma Oli has been ousted following the violent protest triggered by a ban on major social media platforms and anger over corruption. At least 22 people have been killed, hundreds have been injured. The police had to use deadly forces against the demonstrators. These are mostly youth. And despite the government rolling back the ban, the protests had continued for the second day. And right now, the Nepal army has taken control of Nepal and the Kathmandu airport. So back-to-back coverage coming in here, viewers, on Republic TV. The army announced it would assume security responsibilities. And in a statement, the Directorate of Public Relations and Information said that some groups are taking undue advantage of the difficult situation and causing severe damage to ordinary citizens and public property. All right, let's move ahead right now, viewers. Nepal has plunged deeper into a political turmoil on Tuesday as Prime Minister KP Sharma Oli stepped down amid massive protests. The political crisis has prompted the Nepalese army to step in to maintain order and safeguard the nation. Here is a full report.
Protests, vandalism, anarchy on the streets of Kathmandu. Nepal plunged deeper into political turmoil on Tuesday as Prime Minister KP Sharma Oli stepped down amid massive protests that have rocked the Himalayan nation. The political crisis in Nepal has prompted the Nepalese army to step in to maintain law and order and safeguard the nation. Not just the Prime Minister, Home Minister Ramesh Lekhak, Agriculture Minister Ramnath Adhikari, Youth and Sports Minister Tejulal Chaudhary and Water Minister Pradeep Yadav are among the leaders who have resigned so far. The unrest was triggered by Oli's controversial ban on social media platforms last week, which was rolled back in the wee hours of Tuesday after protests turned deadly. In the absence of a stable political leadership, the Nepalese army issued a statement indicating that it is taking charge of the security situation. At least 22 people have died so far due to the violent unrest, while hundreds have been injured in the violence.
Nepal is currently in the middle of a deep political storm, and protests continue across the country, now fueled by years of frustration over corruption and inequality that escalated into violent clashes and led to the government officials fleeing by helicopters. Even the Tribhuvan International Airport, the country's main gateway to the world, was shut down and all flights cancelled after escalating violence by protesters gripped the capital, Kathmandu. Take a look.
After the full-fledged revolt gripped the capital in Nepal, hundreds of army personnel were deployed at the airport. At least 5 Nepal army helicopters ferried ministers out of their official residences to safety as their government fell. These visuals are of KP Sharma Oli, seen reportedly flying out of Kathmandu. He's all set to leave Nepal according to the Nepalese media. More dramatic scenes coming from the airport in Nepal, where you can see choppers on standby after ministers quit one after the other. The Prime Minister has given his acting responsibility to his closest aide. Army choppers can be seen lifting off from Baisepati, the ministerial quarters south of Kathmandu, and heading straight to the airport. At least a dozen helicopters are deployed in waves, carrying cabinet ministers and their families to safety. Some even being dropped off at Nepal Army barracks. The airport has become a flashpoint during the coup. Protesters, mostly youth, are mobilizing online, urging supporters to fire fireworks, fly drones, and flash laser beams to disrupt the flight operations. With curfews already in place across Kathmandu, Lalitpur and Bhaktapur, the sight of ministers fleeing by helicopters underscores just how fragile Nepal's political situation has become.
And viewers, the violent protests have left nearly 20 people dead and hundreds injured. The violence broke out after the government lifted a controversial ban on social media platforms. India has expressed deep concern over the situation and called for restraint. Take a look.
Over 20 people killed and over 300 injured in Nepal since Monday as protests against the government spirals out of control. The unrest erupted shortly after authorities lifted a controversial ban on social media platforms, fueling anger on the streets. Security forces clashed with demonstrators in several cities, leading to a deadly crackdown. India is monitoring the situation unfolding. The Ministry of External Affairs said it was deeply saddened by the loss of young lives in Nepal. New Delhi urged all stakeholders to exercise restraint and resolve differences through dialogues. The MEA also noted that curfew has been imposed in Kathmandu and other major cities. Indian nationals in Nepal have been advised to remain cautious and follow local guidelines. As Nepal grapples with its worst political violence in years, India's message is clear: restore calm through dialogues, not confrontation. Prime Minister Modi chaired Cabinet Committee on Security meeting and discussed the Nepal situation. Prime Minister Modi expressed deep anguish over the spiraling violence in Nepal and urged citizens of Nepal to support calm in the wake of unrest. The situation remains tense across Nepal with heavy deployment of security forces and curfew in place. India, watching closely from across the border, has sent out a message of solidarity, but also a strong reminder of the need for peace.
And viewers, let's move ahead right now to some of the other stories we are tracking in our next segment, International Wrap, where we get to all the global updates. US Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth has welcomed his counterpart from Singapore. In fact, this is to the Pentagon for bilateral talks. Washington considers Singapore to be a close ally in the Indo-Pacific region with mutual economic interest and key defense cooperation in the face of China's influence. Earlier this year, Hegseth traveled to Singapore, where he addressed the Shangri-La Dialogue Summit and warned about China's threat to the balance of power in the Indo-Pacific region. Former German Foreign Minister Annalena Baerbock has taken oath of office to become president of the 80th session of the General Assembly, which ends in September 2026. Baerbock will replace current Assembly President Yang, a former Prime Minister of Cameroon, at the start of the 80th session on September 22nd. The United Nations General Assembly comes at a time when Trump administration denied visas for Palestinian leader Mahmoud Abbas and his large delegation to attend a high-level meeting this month.
I solemnly declare that I shall truthfully perform my duties and exercise the functions entrusted to me as President of the General Assembly of the United Nations.
Hundreds of nurses from Peru's social security system take to the streets of Lima to call for improvements in hospitals and patient care, as well as protesting deficiencies in hospitals and low salaries. The National Union of Social Security Nurses said that the number of nurses within the social security system cannot provide the level of care for insured Peruvians. The protest seeks the fulfillment of pending commitments, the payment of benefits, repair of critical equipment, and better working conditions. Israeli military has warned Gaza City residents to evacuate ahead of the planned offensive in the city. Until now, the military has only told specific sections of the northern city to evacuate ahead of operations or strikes. Apple on Tuesday rolled out its next generation of iPhones. It includes a new ultra-thin model and a slight price hike for one of its high-end models, while the company feels a squeeze of a global trade war. Apple also unveiled new models of its Apple Watch and AirPods Pro, which has new live transition capabilities, and they can also translate multiple languages. All the iPhone 17 models are still expected to be made in Apple's manufacturing hubs in China and India, exposing them to some of Trump's tariffs.
iPhone Air is a total game changer. It's designed for customers who want pro performance in an unbelievably thin and light design. The products and innovations we introduce today, along with the power of Apple Intelligence, will enrich people's lives in so many ways.
Viewers, the Israeli Defense Forces launched a strike targeting Hamas's leadership in Qatar, sparking international uproar, followed by condemnations. Here's a full report on that. Take a look.
Israel launched a strike targeting Hamas's leadership in Qatar on Tuesday as they considered a US proposal for a ceasefire in the war-torn Gaza Strip. The strike on the territory of a US ally has marked a stunning escalation and risked upending talks aimed at winding down the war and freeing hostages. An airstrike targeting Hamas's leadership in Qatar could open the door to ending the war in Gaza.
At noon today, I convened the heads of Israel's security organizations and authorized a surgical precision strike on the terrorist chiefs of Hamas. These are the same terrorist chiefs who planned, launched, and celebrated the horrific massacres of October 7th. This day, as in previous days, Israel acted wholly independently, and we take full responsibility for this action. And this action can open the door to an end of the war in Gaza. Israel has accepted the proposal put forward by President Trump to end the war, beginning with the immediate release of all our hostages, which have been held in the dungeons of Gaza for 700 days. If President Trump's proposal is accepted, the war can end immediately.
Qatar, an energy-rich US ally hosting thousands of American troops, had served as a key mediator between Israel and Hamas even before the war. Doha condemned the Israeli strike and called it a...
And getting you much more coming up, viewers. We are live this morning. SIT constituted to investigate ISI links of some individuals to submit report to CM Himanta today. Stone pelting and protests break out in Doda district of Jammu and Kashmir after Aam Aadmi Party MLA's Mehraj Malik's arrest under the PSA.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा।
QSMTHE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
And viewers, getting you more Headlines we're tracking: big breakthrough in India-US trade deal. Trump signals resuming trade talks, says he will soon call his good friend PM Oli. Prime Minister Modi chairs Cabinet Committee on Security meeting over Nepal situation, says peace and stability of Nepal is the most important. Nepal Army takes control of the nation from Tuesday 10 p.m. after the resignations of Nepal PM and President. Army deployed after protesters have reached Pashupatinath temple. Reports of vandalism in the temple. India-Nepal border on high alert amid violent protests in Nepal. All flights to Nepal remain cancelled. SIT constituted to investigate ISI links of some individuals to submit report to CM Hemanta today. Stone pelting and protests break out in Doda district of Jammu Kashmir after Aam Aadmi Party MLA's Mehraj Malik's arrest under the PSA. Getting some more updates coming in right now, viewers. Some report-based information that is coming in. Reports suggest that Trump's doublespeak is continuing. That is right. US President has urged the EU to impose 100% tariffs on China, India to pressure Putin. Trump also encouraged the European Union to slap India with similarly expansive tariffs. Remember that Trump has already slapped tariffs on India up to 50%. The US request, if heeded, would result in a change of strategy for the EU, which has preferred to isolate Russia with sanctions rather than tariffs. So back-to-back updates coming in here, viewers on Republic TV. And he's saying that EU should impose 100% tariffs on China, India to pressure Putin. Very, very big update coming in because the trade war has been escalating for the past few weeks now. However, remember that earlier Trump had said that his administration is continuing negotiations with India to address trade barriers between the two countries. And now Trump has made one more contradicting statement. Let's move ahead, viewers. Getting some more breaking news coming in. Trump, once again, has made a new move, and this time he has distanced himself from Israel's attack on Doha. He says it was not US decision and he informed Qatar about the impending attack. So back-to-back updates coming in right now, viewers of Republic TV, where Donald Trump once again has made a new statement and a new move and has said US says it notified Qatar about the Israeli strike. And this time, Trump is saying that targeting Doha was not a U.S. decision. That is what he's saying. U.S. President Trump's administration has confirmed it was notified ahead of Israel's attack on Hamas negotiators in Qatar, but said it did not agree with the decision. A statement came hours after the strike on the residential areas in Qatar's capital, Doha. Remember, Qatar has been a key mediator in U.S.-backed ceasefire talks aimed at ending the war in Gaza. So Trump going ahead and distancing himself. The White House spokesperson was notified about the strikes and has said that the Trump administration was notified by the U.S. military that Israel was attacking Hamas, which very unfortunately was located in a section of Doha, the capital of Qatar. So this is what the White House spokesperson has said. Let's move ahead right now, viewers, to some of the stories we're tracking. Israeli Defense Forces launched a strike targeting Hamas's leadership in Qatar's capital city, Doha, sparking international uproar, followed by condemnations. Here's a full report on that. Take a look.
Israel launched a strike targeting Hamas's leadership in Qatar on Tuesday as they considered a US proposal for a ceasefire in the war-torn Gaza Strip. The strike on the territory of a US ally has marked a stunning escalation and risked upending talks aimed at winding down the war and freeing hostages. An airstrike targeting Hamas's leadership in Qatar could open the door to ending the war in Gaza.
At noon today, I convened the heads of Israel's security organizations and authorized a surgical precision strike on the terrorist chiefs of Hamas. These are the same terrorist chiefs who planned, launched, and celebrated the horrific massacres of October 7th. This day, as in previous days, Israel acted wholly independently, and we take full responsibility for this action. And this action can open the door to an end of the war in Gaza. Israel has accepted the proposal put forward by President Trump to end the war, beginning with the immediate release of all our hostages, which have been held in the dungeons of Gaza for 700 days. If President Trump's proposal is accepted, the war can end immediately.
Qatar, an energy-rich US ally hosting thousands of American troops, had served as a key mediator between Israel and Hamas even before the war. Doha condemned the Israeli strike and called it a flagrant violation of all international laws and norms.
من الهجوم الإسرائيلي اللي تم اليوم على أرض قطر يعني لا نستطيع أن نسميه إلا بإرهاب دولة يمارسه شخص مثل نتنياهو في سياق هذه السياسات الممنهجة ومحاولاته المستمرة لزعزعة الأمن والاستقرار الإقليمي هي فقط رسالة واضحة للمنطقة ككل. وهذه الرسالة تقول أن هناك لاعب مار في هذه المنطقة وهناك عربدة سياسية مستمرة في هذه المنطقة وانتهاك لسيادة الدول. نتنياهو بنفسه صرح بأنه سيعيد تشكيل الشرق الأوسط. هل هذه الرسالة بأنه سيعيد تشكيل الخليج؟ وتؤكد دولة قطر أنها لن تتهاون على فيما يتعلق بالمساس بسيادتها وسلامة أراضيها، بأنها ستتعامل بحزم مع أي اختراق متهور أو اعتداء يطال أمنها ويهدد استقرار المنطقة، بأنها تحتفظ بحق الرد على هذا الهجوم السافر وسوف تقوم باتخاذ كافة الإجراءات اللازمة للرد عليه.
The United Nations too condemned the Israeli strike on Qatari soil.
We are just learning about the Israeli attacks in Qatar, a country that has been playing a very positive role to achieve a ceasefire and release of all hostages. I condemn this flagrant violation of the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Qatar. All parties must work towards achieving a permanent ceasefire, not destroying it. Today's breaking news underscores the importance of the report that we launched today. It lays bare a stark reality. The world is spending far more on waging war than on building peace.
The White House issued a detailed statement highlighting that US President Trump spoke to the Emir and Prime Minister of Qatar and assured them that such a thing will not happen again on their soil.
This morning, the Trump administration was notified by the United States military that as Israel was attacking Hamas, which very unfortunately was located in a section of Doha, the capital of Qatar. Unilaterally bombing inside Qatar, a sovereign nation and close ally of the United States that is working very hard and bravely taking risks with us to broker peace, does not advance Israel or America's goals. However, eliminating Hamas, who have profited off the misery of those living in Gaza, is a worthy goal. President Trump immediately directed Special Envoy Witkoff to inform the Qataris of the impending attack, which he did.
Hamas has survived numerous assassinations of top leaders and is still intact in Gaza Strip, despite having suffered major blows since the outbreak of the war triggered by its October 7 attack on Israel. The future of the long-stalled ceasefire talks was more uncertain, as Israel gears up for a major offensive aimed at taking over Gaza City.
The Assam cabinet has cleared a standard operating procedure to identify and expel illegal immigrants from the state. The move is being seen as a major step towards implementing the NRC in spirit and addressing a long-standing concern on infiltration. Here's more.
The Assam cabinet has approved a standard operating procedure to expel the declared illegal immigrants. The decision aims to streamline the process of detection and deportation. The SOP follows Supreme Court directions and the Ministry of Home Affairs guidelines, aiming to expedite the process of expelling illegal immigrants. Under the Act, the Deputy Commissioners or Additional Deputy Commissioners will be empowered to decide a case of illegal migration within 10 days. Officials say the SOP clearly defines the role of police, border units and district administration. This ensures faster identification and removal of illegal immigrants. The move comes after repeated concerns over delays in implementing tribunal orders. Thousands of cases are pending action against declared illegal immigrants. The new SOP also outlines coordination with central agencies and foreign missions. This is being seen as critical for smooth deportation. Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma has said that the measure strengthens Assam's stand on protecting its demographic identity.
Clause Section 6A of Citizenship Amendment Act, Supreme Court, through the constitutional bench, has clearly indicated that the government of Assam is free to use the Immigrant Expulsion from Assam Act 1950 to detect and deport foreigners. Under the new SOP, Deputy Commissioner will give 10 days time to the suspected person to prove his citizenship. Then he will immediately pass an order of evacuation. The foreigners will be immediately evacuated or will be pushed back from Assam.
The decision to issue an SOP was taken following the order passed by the Supreme Court's Constitutional Bench, headed by Justice Suryakant, and directives from the Ministry of Home Affairs. The cabinet has also assured that human rights and due legal processes will be followed during the expulsions. With this approval, Assam takes another firm step in its decades-long campaign against the illegal infiltration.
Viewers, Prime Minister Modi is expected to visit Manipur on September 13. This is going to be a 4-hour trip packed with public engagements, inaugurations and outreach to families displaced by the recent violence. All members of the Legislative Assembly have now been invited to attend the meetings. Here's more.
What started as the dispute between the Kuki and Meitei communities in Manipur shook the core of the entire nation. Young children, women became the easiest targets. From the ramparts of the Red Fort, Prime Minister Modi assured peace.
पिछले कुछ सप्ताह नॉर्थ ईस्ट में, विशेषकर मणिपुर में और हिंदुस्तान के भी अन्य कुछ भागों में, लेकिन विशेषकर मणिपुर में जो हिंसा का दौर चला, कई लोगों को अपना जीवन खोना पड़ा, मां बेटियों के सम्मान के साथ खिलवाड़ हुआ, लेकिन कुछ दिनों से लगातार शांति की खबरें आ रही हैं। देश मणिपुर के लोगों के साथ है।
Since the unrest, Manipur has participated in a Lok Sabha election and the state has witnessed a
All right, getting you some big breaking updates coming in right now. PM Oli responds to Trump's tweet, viewers, that is right, and says India and the US are close friends and natural partners. I'm confident that our trade negotiations will pave the way for unlocking the limitless potential of the India-US partnership. Our teams are working to conclude these discussions at the earliest. I'm also looking forward to speaking with President Trump. We'll work together to secure a brighter, more prosperous future for both our people. So back-to-back updates coming in right now. India and US are natural partners. Prime Minister Modi has said this. And remember, this is coming in as Trump has shown a lot of optimism about negotiating with India on trade. So remember, Trump had said that looking forward to speaking with my good friend PM Modi. Trump said that about India-US trade talks. And he was confident that they would be a successful outcome. And right now, Prime Minister Modi has replied to that. And it said that India and US are natural partners. This is coming just after Donald Trump said he looks forward to speaking with his very good friend PM Modi in the coming weeks and confirming that his administration will continue negotiations with India to resolve trade barriers between the two countries. Remember that Trump had also posted a short while back saying that I'm pleased to announce that India and US are continuing negotiations to address the trade barriers between our two nations. I look forward to speaking with my very good friend PM Modi in the coming weeks, and Prime Minister Modi has responded to that and has said that India and US are close friends and natural partners. I am confident that our trade negotiations will pave the way for unlocking the limitless potential of the India-US partnership. Our teams are working to conclude these discussions at the earliest. I'm also looking forward to speaking with President Trump. We will work together to secure a brighter, more prosperous future for both our people. So this is what we see right now. Back-to-back updates coming here on Republic TV. Just after Donald Trump has softened his tone on India-US relations. PM Modi has also replied and said that he's very confident of the trade negotiations between India and the US. In fact, earlier in the White House, Trump had also spoken and he said that I will always be friends with PM Modi. He is a great prime minister. I'll always be friends, but I just don't like what he's doing at this particular moment. But now, after he said that, Trump's tone towards India has softened, and PM Modi has also showed that he's very, very open and he's warmly welcoming Trump to negotiate with India once again. So back-to-back updates coming here on Republic TV, where Prime Minister Modi has now replied back to Donald Trump on the issue of trade and tariffs. So we'll try to connect to our reporters and our editors on this, because this is a huge update coming in. Remember that already Trump has said that US and India are continuing negotiations to resolve trade barriers, and Trump has time and again said that a deal will be reached very soon, and it looks like that PM Modi is also talking on the same lines. This is coming in after Trump had imposed an extra 25% tariff on Indian goods, and then he hiked those tariffs to 50%. Earlier, we have seen a bit of iciness between India and US when it comes to trade, because Trump had earlier called India and Russia a dead economy. So there has been a huge turnaround when it comes to India-US negotiations on trade. When India has been working and has been sending a very strong message to the United States, India has given a very strong response earlier and has said that India will be looking after its own interests. So we have seen this to and fro in the past few weeks now, and Prime Minister Modi has replied to Donald Trump and has said that India and US are close friends and natural partners. I'm confident that our trade negotiations will pave the way for unlocking the limitless potential of the India-US partnership. Our teams are working to conclude these discussions at the earliest. I'm also looking forward to speaking with President Trump. We'll work together to secure a brighter, more prosperous future for both our people. So back-to-back updates coming in right now, viewers, on Republic TV. All right, we have our senior executive editor, Abhishek Kapoor, who is joining us. And Abhishek, we see Prime Minister Modi replying to the optimism that Donald Trump has shown about working with India and really coming down to a deal which is beneficial to both. And PM Modi is warmly welcoming that.
Well, yes, you have to catch the tide, and that's what Prime Minister did last time. Prime Minister has done this time. Remember, in the last conversation we had immediately after the President Trump post, there is deft diplomacy, Shivangi, that has gone into this, and Prime Minister there really, sort of confirming the connect that's there between the two leaders. Remember, President Trump in the last two comments that he has made through his post, and of course in a camera comment, that he remains great friends with Prime Minister Modi. Prime Minister now reciprocating with his own post, and there is, I think, with this kind of signaling happening at the top between the two sides, between the two leaders, I believe the respective bureaucracies would now need to be quick and take it to a conclusion in as soon as possible time. President Trump has said that the talks are back, and Prime Minister has said that the teams are working to conclude these discussions at the earliest. Prime Minister, in fact, has also reciprocated the sentiment of President Trump that they would be talking to each other. He has said, I'm also looking forward to speaking with President Trump. We'll work together to secure a brighter, more prosperous future for both our people. Now, remember what Prime Minister has said while in Washington, D.C. in the month of February, in the first month itself of President Trump's beginning of the term, second term, that it's going to be MEGA plus MEGA coming together for MEGA, in the sense that for President Trump, it is Make America Great Again theme. For Prime Minister Modi, it's Make India Great Again, and then they have to come together. I think that was also a tremendous amount of signaling by Prime Minister Modi that even as President Trump pushes in the mega agenda, he has to remember that PM Modi also has a constituency. PM Modi is a popular leader, a mass leader. He's in his third term, something which President Trump is not entitled to as per US Constitution. And the kind of mandate that Prime Minister Modi has got, you cannot push around with a leader like that. So I think that messaging has really gone home now in DC, and that's why we are seeing this climb down. Also, as I mentioned, a tremendous amount of deft diplomacy on both the sides. Even Americans, so Foggy Bottom was really holding its fort with institutional memory kicking in, and Marco Rubio really being guided by the diplomats at the State Department to make sure that the larger India-US relationship is shielded from a mercurial president and that it's not completely derailed. So I think it's back on track. By both the leaders at the top twice in the last 72 hours would percolate down, not just to the bureaucrats of the Commerce Ministry and the Trade Department who would be, or the Treasury who would be Trade Department rather, who would be getting into the brass tacks mode and getting a deal out in the soonest possible time, but also the likes of Peter Navarro and Howard Lutnick who have been sort of taking cues from President Trump and going after India. So hopefully that would stop and the bureaucrats and the diplomats would take over from now. Here.
All right. Well, thank you, Abhishek, for getting those details. Huge update. PM Modi has responded very, very warmly to Donald Trump, as Donald Trump has shown optimism about working with India again to figure out a trade deal. Okay, let's move ahead and take a short break, viewers. Much more coming right up. A big breakthrough in India-US trade deal. Trump signals resuming trade talks, says he will soon call his good friend Prime Minister Modi. And high alert on India-Nepal border. Amid violent protests in Nepal, all flights to Nepal remain cancelled. Stay tuned.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH।
I choose a world where we dream, and the limit is the sky. And this world is my home where I'm living my best.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics. Sansar, a D-Decor brand. Live consciously.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा।
Today, a coward decided to take our 8-year-old son Fletcher away from us. Because of their actions, we will never be allowed to hold him, talk to him, play with him, and watch him grow into the wonderful young man he was on the path to becoming.
For Ralph! Justice for Ralph! Justice for Ralph! Justice for Ralph! Justice for Ralph! Justice.
Families in Minneapolis are mourning. Our Greater Annunciation Fellowship is mourning. Our entire city is united in grief, and at the same time, based on this incredible group of people that has assembled here in City Hall, we are also united in action.
Justice for Ralph! Justice for Ralph! Justice for Ralph! Justice for Ralph!
We need a statewide and a federal ban on assault weapons.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने। त्योहार भी आ गए और हुंडे सुपर डिलाइट डेज भी। अब हर कदम पे खुशियां बांटेंगी, हर मोड़ पे नई यादें बनेंगी, हर सेलिब्रेशन अपना अपना सा लगेगा। यही तो टाइम है प्यार दिखाने का। अपनी फेवरेट हुंडई कार को आपकी मनपसंद हुंडई कारों पर मिल रही है कमाल की डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई ही, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
Here, we didn't want to bring out the big charts because it had no chance of standing. Fortunately, we came armed with a little smaller chart. So it's 67%, so we're going to be charging a discounted reciprocal tariff of 34%, I think.
ट्रम्प से बात हमेशा विजिट करता आया, सीखता आया कि वे राष्ट्रहित के सर्वोपरि रखना है।
Today, the World Health Organization officially announced that this is a global pandemic. We have been in frequent contact with our allies, and we are marshaling the full power.
During an interview, American economist Richard Wolff called out the US administration for attacking India with tariffs and shooting itself in the foot by doing so. Wolff said that India is central for trade and that it will find other places to sell its exports if the US gets shut off. Wolff said that India is now, according to the United Nations, the largest country on earth. The United States telling India what to do is like a mouse hitting his fist to an elephant. India will find other places to sell its exports if the US is shut off to India, and the move will only strengthen the BRICS nations. But like Russia found another place to sell its energy, India will sell its exports no longer to the United States but to the rest of the BRICS. India has a long-standing relationship with the US since the Soviet era, and you are playing with a very different adversary. But for those with some humor, it will be the spectacle of the United States acting like it's the world's tough guy, as what it actually does is shoot itself in the foot. On August 27, Trump's 50% tariff imposition took effect on many Indian products. The tariffs are meant to punish New Delhi for buying Russian oil. Trump has raised pressure on India over the energy transactions, a key source of revenue for Moscow's war in Ukraine, as part of a campaign to end the conflict. New Delhi has criticized Washington's move as unfair, unjustified, and unreasonable. PM Modi has repeatedly ensured his citizens that the tariffs will not heavily affect the people and that the administration will take care of the aftermath.
हमारे लिए अपने किसानों का हित सर्वोच्च प्राथमिकता है। भारत अपने किसानों के, पशुपालकों के और मछुआरे भाई बहनों के हितों के साथ कभी भी समझौता नहीं करेगा। और मैं जानता हूं, व्यक्तिगत रूप से मुझे बहुत बड़ी कीमत चुकानी पड़ेगी, लेकिन मैं इसके लिए तैयार हूं। मेरे देश के किसानों के लिए, मेरे देश के मछुआरों के लिए, मेरे देश के पशुपालकों के लिए आज भारत तैयार है। किसानों की आय बढ़ाना, खेती पर खर्च कम करना,
This is
is Republic Jack Olival studio. Stay tuned for all the live and breaking news updates. I'm Deepak Suresh Kumar. Let's get started.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
I choose a world where we dream, and the limit is the sky. And this world is my home where I'm living my best.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics. Sansar, a decor brand. Live consciously.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
Yesterday, a coward decided to take our 8-year-old son Fletcher away
from Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Prime Minister Modi responds to Donald Trump, says India and the US are natural partners and he is confident on trade negotiations. Donald Trump hints at a fresh push between India and US trade talks, says India and US to continue trade talks. Prime Minister Modi chairs Cabinet Committee on Security meeting over Nepal situation, says peace and stability of Nepal is of utmost importance. Nepal army takes control of the nation from Tuesday 10 p.m. after the resignations of Nepal PM and President. Army deployed after protesters reach Pashupatinath temple. Reports of vandalism in the temple. India-Nepal border on high alert amid violent protests in Nepal. All flights to Nepal remain cancelled. An SIT constituted to investigate ISI links of some individuals to submit report to Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma today. Viewers, big breaking news coming in right now. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has responded warmly to US President Donald Trump's latest remarks on the ongoing India-US trade negotiations. Prime Minister Narendra Modi responded on X, and I quote him now, India and the US are close friends and natural partners. I'm confident that our trade negotiations will pave the way for unlocking the limitless potential of the India-US partnership. Our teams are working to conclude these discussions at the earliest. I'm also looking forward to speaking with President Trump. We will work together to secure a brighter, more prosperous future for both of our people. Remember, this response coming in after US President Donald Trump expressed optimism about a breakthrough in trade talks between the two countries. And Donald Trump said that he was looking forward to speaking with his very good friend Narendra Modi, and he added that the trade talks would continue and that he was confident of a successful outcome. And Prime Minister Narendra Modi has now responded very warmly to US President Donald Trump's remarks on the ongoing India-US trade negotiations. Remember, this is a show of goodwill really following months of back and forth on tariff issues and market access between the two nations. But now what we are witnessing is a bonhomie between the two sides. Prime Minister Narendra Modi responding warmly to US President Donald Trump's remarks on the ongoing India-US trade negotiations. And he mentioned that India and the US are natural partners, and he mentioned that the teams were working together to conclude discussions on the India-US trade deal. Remember, earlier President Donald Trump expressed optimism about a breakthrough in the trade talk between the two countries. Speaking to reporters, Donald Trump said that he was looking forward to speaking with his very good friend Narendra Modi, and he added that trade talks would continue and that he was confident of a successful outcome. So US President Donald Trump said that he looks forward to speak with his very good friend, and he also shared a post on Truth Social, and he wrote that I'm pleased to announce that India and the United States of America are continuing negotiations to address the trade barriers between our nations. I look forward to speaking with my very good friend Prime Minister Narendra Modi in the upcoming weeks. And Prime Minister Narendra Modi promptly responded to Donald Trump, and he said that we'll always be friends, and says that India-US ties remain very strong. So this after Donald Trump's Truth Social post, where he said that he is pleased to announce that India and the United States of America are continuing negotiations to address the trade barriers between our two nations. And these remarks come after Donald Trump had earlier really softened his tone on India-US relations. He called the ties very special. He also affirmed his friendship with Prime Minister Narendra Modi on Friday. And he said now again that he will be friends with Prime Minister Narendra Modi. And Prime Minister Narendra Modi also immediately responded to that post. He said India and the US are close friends and natural partners, and I am confident that our trade negotiations will pave the way for unlocking the limitless potential of India-US partnerships. He said that our teams are working to conclude these discussions at the earliest. I'm also looking forward to speaking with the President Donald Trump. We will work together to secure a brighter, more prosperous future for both our people. So softening of stance that we can see as far as US President Donald Trump is concerned, and Prime Minister Narendra Modi immediately responding to that warm message by Donald Trump. Meanwhile, we have more breaking news coming in from the United States itself. Now, White House advisor Peter Navarro once again has made a controversial comment there on India. He said that India's keyboard minions are hijacking X's community notes to bury the facts, and they are furious about losing unfettered access to US markets, even as India keeps some of the world's highest trade barriers. He also said that it makes it clear that the US doesn't need unfair trade with India, but India desperately needs access to the US market. So what we are seeing is a kind of double speak there. However, it's a important thing to note here is that this statement coming in before Donald Trump's message on Truth Social, and he said that India's keyboard minions are hijacking X's community notes to bury the facts. And remember, this coming in after a statement from Peter Navarro that was fact-checked there on X, and he has hit back now, Peter Navarro, and he has said that India's keyboard minions are hijacking X's community notes. Remember, this after fact-checking of those statements by Peter Navarro. So remember, this coming in once again, Peter Navarro continuing his tirade against India as far as the issue of market access and tariffs are concerned. And he has, remember, time and again hitting out at India and has said that India has some of the highest tariffs in the world. And he has mentioned again that US doesn't need an unfair trade with India, but India needs access. And in fact, he said desperately needs access to the US markets. So, but remember, this coming in before what Donald Trump wrote on social media. But even as Donald Trump is continuing to soften his stand to hand over friendship really remarks those remarks to Prime Minister Modi. But Peter Navarro continues to make controversial comments. And viewers, we have big breaking news coming in from Nepal after the deadly protests in Nepal. The youth representative is now set to hold talks with the president today. Notably, he had a discussion with the army chief last midnight. So, what is happening in Nepal is a period of political crisis because what we are seeing is protests in Nepal, and that led army to take charge of the security, and so this coming in after violent protests were seen, and the protesters set government buildings on fire, politicians' homes were set on fire, and the Prime Minister of the country as well as the President of the country had to resign. The army took charge of the security of the country. And now the youth representative of these protests is now set to hold talks with the president today. So what we are witnessing is a period of political uncertainty, lot of chaos happening there. Prime Minister KP Sharma Oli resigned, and this is because of the criticism of the country's political elite. And the president accepted the resignation. Later, he also sent in his resignation. So, but this really appeared to have little effect on the unrest because thousands of protesters remained on the streets later, and they blocked roads, they vandalized the government buildings, and army helicopters ferried ministers to the safe places. So what we are witnessing is that Nepal has plunged deeper into political turmoil as Prime Minister KP Sharma Oli stepped down amid massive protests in the country. The political crisis has prompted the Nepalese army now to step in and to maintain law and order and to safeguard the nation. Here is the full report.
Protests, vandalism, anarchy on the streets of Kathmandu. Nepal plunged deeper into political turmoil on Tuesday as Prime Minister KP Sharma Oli stepped down amid massive protests that have rocked the Himalayan nation. The political crisis in Nepal has prompted the Nepalese army to step in to maintain law and order and safeguard the nation. Not just the Prime Minister, Home Minister Ramesh Lekhak, Agriculture Minister Ramnath Adhikari, Youth and Sports Minister Tejulal Chaudhary, and Water Minister Pradeep Yadav are among the leaders who have resigned so far. The unrest was triggered by Oli's controversial ban on social media platforms last week, which was rolled back in the wee hours of Tuesday after protests turned deadly. In the absence of a stable political leadership, the Nepalese army issued a statement indicating that it is taking charge of the security situation. At least 22 people have died so far due to the violent unrest, while hundreds have been injured in the violence.
So So, viewers, Nepal is currently in the middle of a deep political storm. In fact, there have been protests across the country that were fueled by years of frustration over corruption and inequality that escalated into violent clashes and led to the government officials fleeing by helicopters. Even Tribhuvan International Airport, the country's main gateway to the world, was shut down and all the flights cancelled after escalating violence by protesters gripped the capital, Kathmandu. Here are all the details.
After the full-fledged revolt gripped the capital in Nepal, hundreds of army personnel were deployed at the airport. At least 5 Nepal army helicopters ferried ministers out of their official residences to safety as their government fell. These visuals are of PM Oli, seen reportedly flying out of Kathmandu. He's all set to leave Nepal according to the Nepalese media. More dramatic scenes coming from the airport in Nepal, where you can see choppers on standby after ministers quit one after the other. The Prime Minister has given his acting responsibility to his closest aide. Army choppers can be seen lifting off from Baisepati, the ministerial quarters south of Kathmandu, and heading straight to the airport. At least a dozen helicopters are deployed in waves, carrying cabinet ministers and their families to safety. Some even being dropped off at Nepal Army barracks. The airport has become a flashpoint during the coup. Protesters, mostly youth, are mobilizing online, urging supporters to fire fireworks, fly drones, and flash laser beams to disrupt the flight operations. With curfews already in place across Kathmandu, Lalitpur and Bhaktapur, the sight of ministers fleeing by helicopters underscores just how fragile Nepal's political situation has become.
And the violent protests in Nepal has left nearly 20 people dead and hundreds of others injured. The violence broke out after the government there lifted a controversial ban on social media platforms. Meanwhile, India has expressed deep concern over the situation and has also called for restraint. Take a look.
Over 20 people killed and over 300 injured in Nepal since Monday as protests against the government spirals out of control. The unrest erupted shortly after authorities lifted a controversial ban on social media platforms, fueling anger on the streets. Security forces clashed with demonstrators in several cities, leading to a deadly crackdown. India is monitoring the situation unfolding. The Ministry of External Affairs said it was deeply saddened by the loss of young lives in Nepal. New Delhi urged all stakeholders to exercise restraint and resolve differences through dialogues. The MEA also noted that curfew has been imposed in Kathmandu and other major cities. Indian nationals in Nepal have been advised to remain cautious and follow local guidelines. As Nepal grapples with its worst political violence in years, India's message is clear: restore calm through dialogues, not confrontation. Prime Minister Modi chaired Cabinet Committee on Security meeting and discussed the Nepal situation. Prime Minister Modi expressed deep anguish over the spiraling violence in Nepal and urged citizens of Nepal to support calm in the wake of unrest. The situation remains tense across Nepal with heavy deployment of security forces and curfew in place. India, watching closely from across the border, has sent out a message of solidarity, but also a strong reminder of the need for peace.
Viewers, we have big breaking news coming in. International news. As per reports, Russian drones have entered the Poland airspace. Now, we also understand that US F-35 fighter jets were heard flying over Poland amid drone intrusions. Remember, this after Poland's armed forces reported that a drone violated its airspace during Russian strike on Ukraine. And these breaches were detected over several provinces in Poland, and that prompted the scrambling of Polish as well as NATO warplanes. And there was activation of radar and air defense system and also temporary closure of multiple airports there. The authorities have urged the civilians there to stay indoors as operations to neutralize the intrusions remain ongoing, and simultaneously US F-35 fighter jets were also heard flying over the Polish territory, and this of course is part of the aerial readiness in response to this breach. And now let's take a look at some news that have been happening across our country. Here is the national wrap. CP Radhakrishnan, the NDA candidate for the post of Vice President, will succeed Jagdeep Dhankar. The 68-year-old sailed through the election, scooping up 452 first preference votes, leaving the opposition candidate and retired Supreme Court Judge B. Sudarshan Reddy trailing with the 300 first preference votes. The voting figures also made it clear that there has been considerable cross-voting, presumably from opposition MPs. At least 15 MPs are expected to have voted for the NDA's candidate.
In democracy, ruling party as well as opposition, both are important. It is the two sides of the same coin. The interest of the democracy will be taken into account.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi met and congratulated CP Radhakrishnan on being elected as the next Vice President of India. Prime Minister Modi was accompanied by Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiran Rijiju and Union Ministers JP Nadda and Prahlad Joshi. The India-Nepal international border in Bihar's Araria is on high alert as protests turn violent in Nepal's Kathmandu. Remember, Nepal is witnessing violent protests against the government's alleged corruption, with protesters targeting the residences of political leaders and ministers. Nepali Prime Minister KP Sharma Oli resigned amid the protests. At least 20 people have died in the violent unrest so far. Former Chhattisgarh Chief Minister and Congress leader Bhupesh Baghel took a dig at the centre over Election Commission of India's SIR exercise, and he said, and I quote him now, "The questions that Rahul Gandhi raised in his press conference on 7th of August have neither been answered by the Election Commission nor have the BJP given any response." Baghel further added, "It has become clear that they came to power by stealing votes and they did not recognize Aadhaar cards in SIR. The way the Supreme Court said yesterday that Aadhaar must be accepted is a big victory," unquote.
जो राहुल गांधी जी 7 अगस्त को जो प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस करके जो सवाल खड़े किए थे, उन सवालों के उत्तर न निर्वाचन आयोग दे पाया है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी गोलमोल जवाब देने की कोशिश कर रही है और अब स्पष्ट हो गया है कि वोट चोरी करके सत्ता में आते हैं। और जिस प्रकार से SIR में आधार कार्ड को भी उन्होंने मान्यता नहीं दी थी और कल जिस प्रकार से परसों सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने कहा कि आधार कार्ड को भी उसको मान्य करना होगा, तो एक बड़ी जीत है।
Adani International School Shantigram successfully hosted the ISSO National Games Chess Competition 2025, a two-day celebration of strategy, intellect and sportsmanship. The event brought together more than 370 student participants representing over 80 schools from across 10 plus states of India. With over 650 attendees, including parents, coaches and supporters, the campus was transformed into a vibrant hub of competition and camaraderie. The tournament featured 4 distinct categories: under 19, under 14, under 17 and under 19, ensuring meaningful opportunities for players at every stage of their chess journey. Across 2 intense days, the participants demonstrated sharp strategy, skill and composure under pressure. And viewers, it's now time to look at all the sporting action. Here is the sports wrap. Pakistan's left-arm pacer Usman Shinwari announced his retirement from international cricket on Tuesday, marking the end of his national career 6 years after his last appearance. The 31-year-old featured in 34 matches for Pakistan across formats between 2013 and 2019, including 1 Test, 17 ODIs and 16 T20s. Despite stepping away from the international stage, Shinwari confirmed that he will continue playing league cricket. Satvik Sairaj, Ranki Reddy and Chirag Shetty kicked off their Hong Kong Open Super 500 campaign with a hard-fought win over Taiwan's Ching Chen and Wang Chi Lin, clinching the match 21-13, 18-21, 21-10. Fresh off their World Championship bronze, the former world #1 duo bounced back in the decider with the dominant net play and fierce smashes. Meanwhile, Kiran George advanced to the men's singles through qualifying. Afghanistan capital Rashid Khan voiced a strong criticism on Tuesday regarding the not-so-ideal scheduling and logistical setup of the Asia Cup, highlighting the inconvenience of his team being based in Dubai while having to travel nearly 2 hours to Abu Dhabi for the match days. Rashid made the remarks during a pre-tournament press conference earlier in the day ahead of Afghanistan's opening clash against Hong Kong. Rishabh Pant has returned to India and is set to begin rehabilitation at the Centre of Excellence in Bengaluru after fracturing his right foot during the 4th test against England on 23rd of July. He recently consulted medical specialists in Mumbai to assess his recovery with his foot still strapped. Pant is eyeing a comeback in India's home test series against the West Indies in October, or alternatively the white ball series against Australia later this year. Viewers, time to take a short break. Coming up ahead, SIT constituted to investigate ISI links of some individuals to submit report to Chief Minister Himanta Biswas today. Also, the biggest top story that we are tracking through the day, India-Nepal border on high alert amid violent protests in Nepal. All flights to Nepal remain cancelled. Those big stories and much more coming up, viewers, after a short break. Don't go anywhere.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
I choose a world where we dream, and the limit is the sky, and this world is my home where I'm living my best.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics. Sansar, a D-Decor brand. Live consciously.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
Here, we didn't want to bring out the big charts because it had no chance of standing. Fortunately, we came armed with a little smaller chart. So it's 67%, so we're going to be charging a discounted reciprocal tariff.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च। भारत की अपनी दुकान, इंडिया सोना, अपने देश का सामान, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
Today, a coward decided to take our 8-year-old son Fletcher away from us.
Good morning, viewers. Thanks for tuning into Republic TV. The big story that we continue to track through the day is the political crisis that is unfolding in Nepal. Both the president and the prime minister of the country have resigned. The army has taken control of the situation. We'll get you updates on that big story through the day today. Let's take a look at the other big stories that we are tracking as well. Here are the headlines. Prime Minister Narendra Modi responds to Donald Trump, says India and the US are natural partners and he is confident on trade negotiations. Donald Trump hints at fresh push between India and US trade talks, says India and US to continue trade talks. Prime Minister Narendra Modi chairs Cabinet Committee on Security meeting over Nepal situation, says peace and stability of Nepal is of utmost importance. Nepal army takes control of the nation from Tuesday 10 p.m. after the resignations of Nepal's Prime Minister and President. Army deployed after protesters reach Pashupatinath temple, reports of vandalism in the temple. India-Nepal border on high alert amid violent protests in Nepal. All flights to Nepal remain cancelled. An SIT constituted to investigate ISI links of some individuals to submit report to Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma today. Viewers, big breaking news coming in after the Poland army confirmed multiple drones violating its airspace. Now, the Polish Prime Minister has issued a statement confirming that an operation is underway related to multiple violations of the Polish airspace. Remember, the Poland military used armaments against the objects hovering over its airspace. Now, the Polish Prime Minister says that he is in constant contact with the President and the Minister of Defense. Remember, on Tuesday, Poland activated its military resources after there were potential violations of Polish airspace by the Russian drones, and both the Polish as well as Allied aircraft were scrambled. There were ground-based air defenses that were put on high alert. Radar systems were also placed on maximum readiness. This after there were reports of Russian drones violating the Poland airspace. So remember, this escalation coming in amid broader regional tensions, Russia intensifying its drone and missile assaults on Ukraine. And viewers, more breaking news coming in from Assam. SIT constituted to investigate the ISI links of some individuals is now going to submit its report to the Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma today. Now, this probe is over alleged links of Assam Pradesh Congress Committee President and MP Gaurav Gogoi with Pakistan. And Himanta said that report will be scrutinized by either him or by the Chief Secretary. Remember, this controversy erupted after the BJP alleged Gaurav Gogoi's wife, Elizabeth, had ties with Pakistan's ISI while she was working in Islamabad. However, Gaurav Gogoi has denied all the allegations, and he has accused the Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma of trying to divert the attention, saying that he is afraid of losing the next year's elections. But the SIT that was constituted to look into these allegations is now going to submit the report today to Chief Minister Himanta Sarma, and Himanta Biswa Sarma has said, the Assam Chief Minister has said that the report will be scrutinized by either him or by the Chief Secretary. So the probe is looking into the allegations of Gaurav Gogoi's and his wife's links with Pakistan's ISI. And more news from Assam. The Assam cabinet has cleared a standard operating procedure to identify and expel illegal immigrants from the state. Now, this move is being seen as a major step towards implementing the NRC in spirit and addressing the issue of illegal migrants in the state. Take a look at this report.
The Assam cabinet has approved a standard operating procedure to expel the declared illegal immigrants. The decision aims to streamline the process of detection and deportation. The SOP follows Supreme Court directions and the Ministry of Home Affairs guidelines, aiming to expedite the process of expelling illegal immigrants. Under the Act, the Deputy Commissioners or Additional Deputy Commissioners will be empowered to decide a case of illegal migration within 10 days. Officials say the SOP clearly defines the role of police, border units and district administration. This ensures faster identification and removal of illegal immigrants. The move comes after repeated concerns over delays in implementing tribunal orders. Thousands of cases are pending action against declared illegal immigrants. The new SOP also outlines coordination with central agencies and foreign missions. This is being seen as critical for smooth deportation. Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma has said that the measure strengthens Assam's stand on protecting its demographic identity.
Clause Section 6A of Citizenship Amendment Act, Supreme Court through the constitutional bench has clearly indicated that the government of Assam is free to use the Immigrant Expulsion from Assam Act 1950 to detect and deport foreigners. Under the new SOP, Deputy Commissioner will give 10 days time to the suspected person to prove his citizenship. Then he will immediately pass an order of evacuation. The foreigners will be immediately evacuated or will be pushed back from Assam.
The decision to issue an SOP was taken following the order passed by the Supreme Court's Constitutional Bench, headed by Justice Surya Kant, and directives from the Ministry of Home Affairs. The cabinet has also assured the human rights and due legal processes will be followed during the expulsions. With this approval, Assam takes another firm step in its decades-long campaign against the illegal infiltration.
All right, let's get you some other news. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is expected to visit Manipur on 13th of September for a 4-hour trip packed with public engagements, inaugurations and outreach to the families that have been displaced by the recent violence. All the members of the Legislative Assembly have been invited to attend these meetings. Watch this report.
What started as the dispute between the Kuki and Meitei communities in Manipur shook the core of the entire nation. Young children, women became the easiest targets. From the ramparts of the Red Fort, Prime Minister Modi assured peace.
पिछले कुछ सप्ताह नॉर्थ ईस्ट में, विशेषकर मणिपुर में और हिंदुस्तान के भी अन्य कुछ भागों में, लेकिन विशेषकर मणिपुर में जो हिंसा का दौर चला, कई लोगों को अपना जीवन खोना पड़ा, मां बेटियों के सम्मान के साथ खिलवाड़ हुआ। लेकिन कुछ दिनों से लगातार शांति की खबरें आ रही हैं। देश मणिपुर के लोगों के साथ है।
Since the unrest, Manipur has participated in a Lok Sabha election and the state has witnessed a shift from N. Biren Singh's government to a presidential rule. Despite the painful memories, Manipur is looking to peace and stability. Prime Minister Modi's first Manipur visit on September 13 since the unrest is a major stepping stone towards peace in Manipur. Ground is being prepared for peace in Imphal and Churachandpur. The primary demand for Prime Minister Modi is of empathy and assurance of safety. The revised suspension of Operations Pact signed between the Ministry of Home Affairs and Kuki-Zo groups on September 4 gives hope. Since the resignation of Chief Minister N. Biren Singh, President's rule has been imposed. There have been consistent consensus-building measures. Central government is engaging with both Kuki and Meitei groups. Meanwhile, opposition said the Prime Minister's visit to Manipur should not be seen as the end goal.
Don't have any big expectation from him because I think it's quite casual.
You can see that he is visiting Mizoram. He's dropping by. That's the thing. There was no clarity. Even now, I'm not very sure whether he's going to visit or not. So people are saying there's some VVIP is coming and so on. It's not a very targeted, well-intentioned sort of a visit. If you come, then if that's the kind of a well-intentioned visit to address the issue, I think his itinerary would have been much more longer. He would stay, meet political leaders of different political parties, CSO leaders, prominent citizens, and that kind of thing. I don't see that.
Hopefully, Prime Minister Modi's visit will be the last stamp which will cement a long-lasting peace in Manipur.
And viewers, we have big breaking news coming in from Jammu and Kashmir. Now, Republic has accessed a dossier against AAP MLA Mehraj Malik. Now, this dossier says that AAP MLA associated himself with the killed terror commander Burhan Wani and alleges that AAP MLA asked his lakhs of followers to act as the Lashkars against the state to get their illegal demands met. In fact, he is also alleged of dividing the country on religious and regional lines during Operation Sindoor. Remember, these developments are coming in after protests, massive protests, unrest were seen in Doda. But a dossier accessed by Republic now claims serious allegations against AAP MLA Mehraj Malik. And according to the contents of this dossier, Mehraj Malik allegedly glorified the slain Hizbul terrorist Burhan Wani, a name that has, of course, been long associated with militancy in the valley. And this document also alleges that Malik urged his followers to act like Ashkars, that is, soldiers, to push for illegal demands. Let's get you some more news from across the nation. CP Radhakrishnan, the NDA candidate for the post of Vice President, will succeed Jagdeep Dhankar. The 68-year-old sailed through the election, scooping up 452 first preference votes, leaving the opposition candidate and retired Supreme Court Judge B. Sudarshan Reddy trailing with 300 first preference votes. The voting figures also made it clear that there has been considerable cross-voting, presumably from the opposition MPs. At least 15 MPs are expected to have voted for the NDA's candidate.
Democracy, ruling party as well as opposition, both are important. It is the two sides of the same coin. The interest of the democracy will be taken into account.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi met and congratulated CP Radhakrishnan on being elected as the Vice President of India. Prime Minister Modi was accompanied by Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiren Rijiju and Union Ministers JP Nadda and Prahlad Joshi. The India-Nepal international border in Bihar's Arorya is on high alert as protests turn violent in Nepal's Kathmandu. Nepal is witnessing violent protests against the government's alleged corruption, with the protesters targeting the residences of political leaders and ministers. Nepali Prime Minister KP Sharma Oli resigned amid the protests. At least 20 people have died in the violent unrest so far. Former Chhattisgarh Chief Minister and Congress leader Bhupesh Baghel took a dig at the centre over the Election Commission of India's SIR exercise and said, and I quote him now, "The questions that Rahul Gandhi raised in his press conference on 7th of August have neither been answered by the Election Commission nor has the BJP given any response," unquote. Baghel further added, and I quote, "It has become clear that they came to power by stealing votes and did not recognize Aadhaar in SIR. The way the Supreme Court said yesterday that Aadhaar must be accepted is a big victory."
जो राहुल गांधी जी 7 अगस्त को जो प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस करके जो सवाल खड़े किए थे, उन सवालों के उत्तर न निर्वाचन आयोग दे पाया है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी गोलमोल जवाब देने की कोशिश कर रही है और अब स्पष्ट हो गया है कि वोट चोरी करके सत्ता में आते हैं और जिस प्रकार से एसआईआर में आधार कार्ड को भी उन्होंने मान्यता नहीं दी थी और कल जिस प्रकार से परसों सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने कहा कि आधार कार्ड को भी उसको मान्य करना होगा, तो एक बड़ी जीत है।
All right, let's get to some other news. The Kapoor's family feud has now deepened. Now, the children of Karishma Kapoor and late businessman Sanjay Kapoor have filed a plea for their rightful share in the 30,000 crore rupees empire. So, from an alleged fabricated will of their late father to an unholy plot to swallow the entire empire, Samaira Kapoor and Kian Raj Kapoor have now made some very sensational allegations. Now, here is the full story and what they are demanding. Take a look.
A fabricated will, a refusal to share documents, a bid to usurp Sanjay Kapoor's legacy. These are the explosive claims made by plaintiffs Samaira Kapoor and Kian Raj Kapoor. The children of late businessman Sanjay Kapoor have now knocked on the doors of the Delhi High Court. This is the latest twist in the bitter feud over his 30,000 crore rupees empire. Bollywood star Karishma Kapoor's children Samaira and Kian have taken their stepmother to court. They accuse Priya Kapoor, Sanjay Kapoor's third wife, of forging his will and trying to seize complete control of his assets. Karishma Kapoor was married to Sanjay for 13 years between 2003 and 2016. Their marriage ended in divorce, but they had 2 children together. Represented by their mother, the siblings allege they have been wrongfully cut out of their father's estates. This after his sudden death in June this year in the United Kingdom. The suit names Priya Kapoor, her minor son Sanjay's mother, and Rani Kapoor. And the alleged executor of the will, Shraddha Suri Marwa. At the heart of the battle is a will dated March 21st, 2025. A will that allegedly leaves Sanjay Kapoor's entire estate to Priya Kapoor. The children allege their stepmother conspired with 2 aides, Dinesh Agarwal and Nitin Sharma. That they deliberately suppressed the will for 7 long weeks before dramatically unveiling it at a family meeting on July 30th this year. The plaintiffs call it forged, fabricated, and riddled with suspicion. The suit states neither the original will has been shown nor has a copy been provided. The plea also argues Priya Kapoor's conduct shows a clear attempt to usurp full control of the estate. The children have asked the court to declare them as rightful Class 1 heirs and grant them a 1/5 share each in their father's assets. As interim relief, they want all of Sanjay Kapoor's personal assets frozen until the case is decided.
They called him a challenging star, Darshan. They gave him fame, glory and glamour. But all of this is now a thing of past. Now Darshan is a jailbird. He's a murder accused, and the sudden fall from glory and glamour and grace has triggered a now sympathy-seeking drama. After all the opulence and all the vacationing, Darshan says that he now wants poison because he claims that the pain triggered by his alleged health condition is unbearable. Take a look at the story.
Once, Darshan lived like royalty. A life drenched in luxury and fame. A world where every desire was fulfilled. Where the spotlight followed his every step. But today, those golden days are shattered. Now he sits confined in the cold mess, in the cold, merciless walls of a prison cell. Was the pain unbearable when his men mercilessly beat Renakoswamy to death? Was the pain deadly while shooting a glamorous movie in Dubai? Was the pain unbearable as he chased sunsets in Thailand? Is the murder-accused actor oblivious to the suffering left behind? Is it only his pain? What about the lifelong pain inflicted on Swami's family? What about the pain when he was sharing a smoke with his inmates while turning the jail into his resort? Darshan's seeking poison is nothing but a bid to gain sympathy of fans watching from the outside. But the reality is this: jail walls closing in, silence amplifying his guilt, and a slow, agonizing fall from grace. Darshan's new story is not of fame. It's of despair, desperation, and murderous guilt. He is a case of luxury turned nightmare.
And viewers, Punjab, the land of 5 rivers, now is drowning in despair. Fields have been submerged, homes have been washed away, and farmers are staring at ruins. Prime Minister Narendra Modi took stock from the skies and on the ground, meeting flood-hit families, also providing relief and announcing a massive aid package. But even as help rolls in, politics over Punjab's pain is raging on. Here is the full story.
Flooded fields, vast stretches of Punjab's farmland, the land of 5 rivers submerged under relentless monsoon fury, golden fields once brimming with promise, now devastated. Crops destroyed, homes marooned, and farmers left with nothing but despair. These were the scenes Prime Minister Narendra Modi witnessed during his aerial survey of the flood-hit regions. From an army chopper, the Prime Minister got a bird's-eye view of Punjab's worst nightmare. Villages drowned, fields inundated, and livelihoods completely washed away. To understand the anguish firsthand, the Prime Minister met farmers in Gurdaspur, the district that has suffered the harshest blow. Farmers poured out their pain, and the Prime Minister lent them a patient ear. But hope followed despair. The Prime Minister immediately announced a relief package of 1,600 crore rupees for Punjab over and above the 12,000 crore rupees already allocated. He also advanced the release of the second installment of SDRF and the PM Kisan Samman Nidhi, promising swift financial support to farmers in need. Stressing the need for a multi-dimensional approach, Prime Minister Modi assured rebuilding lives, livelihoods, and Punjab's spirit. Connectivity and infrastructure will be restored, from homes under PM Awas Yojana to repairing highways, reconstructing schools, and even distributing mini kits for livestock. Every measure, he said, would be taken to bring Punjab back on its feet. Meanwhile, on the ground, 22 trucks loaded with relief material from Delhi BJP arrived in Jalandhar. BJP's national spokesperson Jaiveer Shergill was present to receive the consignments meant for flood survivors. The Prime Minister also interacted with NDRF and SDRF personnel, the frontline warriors who have been rescuing and rehabilitating families in Punjab's flood-ravaged heartland. But even amid relief, politics continued to flow. The Punjab government demanded an additional 20,000 crore rupees and sought a waiver of 60,000 crore rupees dues with the centre.
पंजाब पिछले 1 महीने से बाढ़ की प्रभाव में है और बाढ़ ने बहुत नुकसान किया है पंजाब का, फसलों का, घरों का। एक तो हम अपील करते हैं कि हमारा अपना 60,000 करोड़ रुपया सेंटर की तरफ बकाया है, तो एक तो वो उन्हें तुरंत रिलीज़ करना चाहिए और कम से कम बाढ़ के प्रभावों को कम करने के लिए एटलीस्ट 20,000 करोड़ अतिरिक्त राशि जो है वो पंजाब को देनी चाहिए।
एक तो 20,000 करोड़ का मिनिमम जो एक पैकेज वो दिया जाए, क्योंकि अभी तक की जो असेसमेंट है, अभी आगे और जो डैमेज है उसकी कैलकुलेशन होगी जैसे जैसे सिचुएशन नॉर्मलाइज होगी। 20,000 करोड़ रिलीफ के लिए दी जाए, डिजास्टर रिलीफ में दिया जाए, और जो पिछले समय का तकरीबन 60,000 करोड़ रुपया 50,000 करोड़ जीएसटी कॉम्पेंसेशन का नुकसान पिछले कई सालों में जब से जीएसटी लगा है उसकी वजह से, और तकरीबन 10,000 करोड़ का हमारा आरडीएफ, एमडीएफ, प्रधानमंत्री ग्रामीण सड़क योजना का जो पैसा केंद्र के पास रोका पड़ा है, 60,000 करोड़ वो इमीडिएटली रिलीज किया जाए।
The Congress too hit out, accusing the centre of turning a blind eye to Punjab's pain and the plight of its farmers.
Prime Minister needs to be extremely generous. They need to open their purse strings. Punjab is a border state. Himachal Pradesh is a border state. And in addition to empathy, what Punjab and Himachal Pradesh require is solid, sustained financial support to be able to rebuild the lives and livelihoods of the people.
बीजेपी को मैं यही पूछना चाहता हूँ, वो भी मतलब काम नहीं कर रहे, स्टेट वाले और बीजेपी भी नहीं कर रही, सिर्फ बातें कर रहे हैं। मोदी जी ने पिछले जब से बाढ़ आया है एक बार भी कोई चिट्ठी नहीं लिखी, एक बार भी मन की बात में पंजाब का जिक्र नहीं किया, एक बार भी ट्वीट नहीं किया।
On one hand, the centre has announced a relief package, and on the other, Aam Aadmi Party and Congress fire from the shoulders of the flood-affected farmers. It is unfortunate that Punjab, which needs relief and solidarity, is being used to score political brownie points.
Viewers, coming up ahead, more details on Prime Minister Narendra Modi responding to Donald Trump and saying that India and the US are natural partners and he is confident on trade negotiations. And we continue to track the biggest news story of the day. India-Nepal border is on high alert amid violent protests in Nepal. All flights to Nepal remain cancelled. Those big stories and viewers, much more coming up after a short break.
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का। MDH की देगी मिर्च।
QS&THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये हित तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, राजा और प्योर मसाला। ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल और जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला। भारत की अपनी दुकान इंडिया सोना, अपने देश का सामान इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना। थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये हित तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, राजा और प्योर मसाला।
Today, a coward decided to take our 8-year-old son Fletcher away from us. Because of their actions, we will never be allowed to hold him, talk to him, play with him, and watch him grow into the wonderful young man he was on the path to becoming.
For Ralph! Justice for Ralph! Justice for Ralph! Justice for Ralph! Justice for Ralph! Justice.
Families in Minneapolis are mourning.
our Greater Annunciation Fellowship is mourning. Our entire city is united in grief, and at the same time, based on this incredible group of people that has assembled here in City Hall, we are also united in action.
Justice for Ralph! Justice for Ralph! Justice for Ralph! Justice for Ralph!
We need a statewide and a federal ban on assault weapons.
Justice for Ralph! Justice for Ralph! Justice for
We need a statewide and a federal ban on high-capacity magazines.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello viewers, a very good morning. We're live and breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in. And the big story is that PM Oli has warmly welcomed Trump's suggestion that India-US talks on trade will be continuing for an amicable solution. Remember, Trump has called PM Oli a very good friend. That's a top story. But the headlines first. Let's get started. Prime Minister Modi responds to Trump, says India and the US are natural partners and he is confident on trade negotiations. Trump hints at fresh push between India and US trade talks, says India and US to continue trade talks. Prime Minister Modi chairs Cabinet Committee on Security meeting over Nepal situation, says peace and stability of Nepal is of utmost importance. Nepal Army takes control of the nation from Tuesday 10 p.m. after the resignation of Nepal PM and President. Army deployed after protesters reach Pashupatinath temple, reports of vandalism in the temple. India-Nepal border on high alert amid violent protests in Nepal. All flights to Nepal remain cancelled. SIT constituted to investigate ISI links of some individuals to submit report to CM Himanta today. Viewers, we're getting you the big update coming in, breaking news coming in. Prime Minister Modi has responded to Trump's trade offer. He has said that India and the US are close friends and natural partners, and has gone ahead and exuded confidence on the trade negotiations between the two countries. This response comes shortly after President Trump expressed optimism about a breakthrough in trade talks between the two countries. In a post, Trump said that India and US trade talks will continue and that he is looking forward to speaking with Prime Minister Modi. So back-to-back updates coming in here on Republic TV, viewers. Prime Minister Modi has reacted to US President Trump's social media post highlighting the continuation of trade negotiations between New Delhi and Washington. Trump said that he looks forward to speaking with my very good friend PM Modi, while noting no difficulty in coming to a very successful conclusion for both of our great countries. And responding to Donald Trump, Modi said, India and US are close friends and natural partners. I am confident that our trade negotiations will pave the way for unlocking the limitless potential of the India-US partnership. Our teams are working to conclude this discussion at the earliest. I'm also looking forward to speaking with President Trump. We will work together to secure a brighter, more prosperous future for both our people. So back-to-back updates coming in, viewers. And I'm being joined by a guest who's joining us right now. We'll go to our guest in a short while, but these are some of the top updates we're getting for our viewers.
And as we keep getting our viewers more updates, let's also tell you that Miss Purnima Nath, geopolitical expert, is joining us live. Let's go to our guest. Miss Nath, if you could just help our viewers put this entire movement when it comes to Trump and Modi back and forth conversation into perspective, because it does look like Trump has softened his tone. He has shown optimism.
Thank you so much for having me. I appreciate it. First of all, I am quite confident this is exactly how it was supposed to turn out. And a few days ago also, I actually spoke out about it, that Trump is going to flip, and this has actually happened exactly as we foresaw. But at the same time, I have to remind, perhaps in this particular case, being Henry Kissinger said very famously that America's enemies, being America's enemy is dangerous, but being America's friend is, of course, fatal. So PM Modi can say as much as he wants in terms of friendliness. What we have seen in the last few months was more than humiliation at this point of time. The country, the people of the country, civilizational ethos of India that has gone through Islamic invasion and this Christian persecution and the colonization, and it's able to stand on her feet today, and also a fourth largest economy today, and also quite frankly going to become third largest. The humiliation we Hindu Indian Americans actually face in America is extremely humiliating, ma'am. We are being called as filthy cow worshipper. We should not live here in America at all. We should go back and drink cow urine and all kinds of stuff that is happening. And it's actually started. It hasn't started now. I should say that, but it has accelerated. It has. President Trump has brought out the massive hate of Hindus in America when the discussion of H1B was happening in this country. So it was very dangerous at this point of time. That what is actually happening? Is it actually happening just in social media? And it's they're going to utilize this kind of sentiment to unleash violence on Hindu Indian American over here, and this hasn't stopped. If you remember, even yesterday, the discussions are happening in terms of holding H1B and even stopping all kinds of contracts with Indian engineers, and giving the Indian engineers jobs. That's how they are quoting us. They're targeting us. We are becoming sort of like a scapegoat in this country because we are falling in terms of domestic policy. Somehow we are the new Jews at this point of time in America, in New Zealand, in Australia, in Canada, in UK, and elsewhere. So whatever happens in America is going to literally spread like fire in every other Western country. So this is not this is just a diplomatic posturing. Obviously, Narendra Modi has shown massive amount of maturity and remarkable restraint during this tantrum that we have seen from President Trump. And unfortunately so, the person who actually called India a dead economy, the person who called the Indian relationship with America was one-sided disaster, today he's talking about friendliness, he's talking about friendship. I mean, this is not a diplomacy I've never seen in my entire life, and I've analyzed a lot of things, even though I'm fairly actually new in terms of political arena. However, in this particular case, it looks like that Donald Trump actually tried very best to arm twist in India, to listen to him, to go after, basically just bow down to him and do whatever he wanted India to do. And India didn't budge. And this is, I think, this is something that we literally saw unfold in front of our eyes, that India's rise is something that cannot be stopped anymore. unless the internal destabilization actually is being taken into consideration, and what we have seen in whether in Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, Myanmar, Nepal is going to be executed in India, then I think the growth, that projection that India actually has for the next 5-10 years, that's going to be halted and stalled. And even if India is not going to grow in terms of 7.5% from a GDP growth perspective, India is still going to go for 6.6% or so. But unfortunately, what we have seen, whether it's a Peter Navarro calling it's Modi's war, the Ukraine war, he's calling Brahmins profiteering for Russian oil import, and then he's talking about even the Mr. Howard Lutnick, I suppose, and then calling for H1B to be a scam, that most of the people like us who come over here, we don't deserve that kind of job. And then at this point of time, I have actually said through your platform also, ma'am, I think it is time for Indian engineers and India also to stand up and say that if America don't want people like us over here, they have to be absolutely clear. You cannot send Indian over here to be bullied, to be shamed, smeared and slandered like that. And I think this is no longer a concern of money or making money or have a position. I have not seen one single CEO of American institution or American companies to stand up for Indian Hindus, even though they may show Indian Hindu name. I'm not sure how many are actually Hindu. So I've raised this concern again and again. Even Satya Nadella sitting in the latest conversation with President Trump, it just didn't make sense what he said. He's an import from India himself. He was not born over here. He actually literally studied masters in my own city, and then he went after became such a important position he holds. He still doesn't actually the way he actually came after the Hindus and Indians in this country is quite concerning to me. So you as a country should question that. And if America doesn't want to do business with Indian, and people like us shouldn't be over here, that conversation has to happen with Indian embassy and the counterpart of American institutions. We shouldn't be coming over here and taking indignified jobs and be slaves over in this country. This is not exactly how we came over here. But they are expecting us to be behaving like that. They're expecting us to be slaves. They are calling me particularly a Russian agent, an Indian stooge, or a Hindu nationalist. I don't belong here in America just because I'm a Hindu, just because I speak about certain issues that is impacting us. And this is something is going to be extremely dangerous for us. But also something that I want to bring to your attention. Yesterday, Marco Rubio has said through his tweet that America is going to take action against every state, every land where there is Christian persecution going on. This is the same thing I actually requested PM Modi and Indian government also. Hindus, the people like us who are actually American citizen, UK citizen, New Zealand citizen, or Australian citizen, and they have not left in Hinduism per se or converted to Christianity. This is your job as well, because India is the final land for Hindus. I'm not going to get my Shakti Peeth over here in America. I'm not going to get the Ujjains over here in America. I'm not going to get my Kamakhya Mandir over here. My holy land is India. So if you cannot take such a stand for Hindus worldwide, I don't know who else we can look up to, ma'am. And this is going to be a continuous humiliation for Hindus in America. Even though PM Modi today said it's wonderful, it's a friendly relationship, I have to remind you that this is not as it's not a bed of roses. And what we have seen in Nepal, literally yesterday, Mr. Oli had literally went away. I have heard he is in Dubai. He's actually exiled in Dubai at this point of time. It could happen in India right now.
Right.
And then this is happening in Bangladesh. So you have
Ms.
to
Nath, I just want to ask you, since you live in the US, so what role do you think that the domestic politics is playing? Because we see that already politics is looming. local elections are looming in the United States. Do you think that is really making a big difference to Trump's stance towards India right now, Ms. Nath?
Domestically, what is happening is President Trump has promised a lot of things as a common sense president of this country. He said he's going to safeguard the border. He's going to go after the illegals. He's going to bring down the prices. And I'll tell you something, other than the border, nothing has happened. The wars that he promised that he's going to stop with the Russia-Ukraine war versus the Israel and Gaza situation, it hasn't stopped, as you know. Now, President Trump is not talking about the borders of America. He and his administration went and blown up a boat in international water. They claimed that they are actually narco-terrorist boat from Venezuela. And this is something that I don't understand why you guys don't talk about, because few months ago, when there was a conversation between the Canada and India, even American politicians started talking about that there were some extrajudicial killing in Canada by Indian government taking out the Khalistani terrorist. So when now America is doing that in international water, some Venezuelan boat, I think this is your opportunity. You should talk about it. An judicial killing by America. They are the judge, they are the jury, they are the executioner. That's exactly what Mr. Vance is talking about. The killing narco-terrorists is a better use of our military. And they're not actually literally not doing anything for us, the normal people over here. Our prices haven't gone down, ma'am. The eggs prices haven't gone down. Our gas prices haven't gone down. Our Walmart has raised prices, and they're actually saying that even in the month of the Christmas time frame, they are going to increase the prices. Even Dollar Tree is thinking about increasing the prices. So I'm saying that what President Trump promised, his action is not aligning. This is what is happening domestically. So unfortunately, the Democrat Party, the liberal Islamo-Marxist party, is going to use it. And our midterm is going to be a disaster at this point of time. And I'm constantly reminding them what you have communicated to us is not aligning. But unfortunately, ma'am, the MAGA base, the white Christian base, a primary supporter of President Trump, they don't seem to care. They think like they can do anything, anytime, anywhere, based on whatever President Trump says. Whether it's right or wrong, it doesn't matter. If they want to blow up somebody, they will do so. If they want to go and sanction somebody, they will do so. There's no rule that applies to America. There's no rule that applies to MAGA base. This is exactly the kind of attitude I'm seeing over here, and this is dangerous, madam.
All right, thank you for joining us, Ms. Nath, geopolitical expert, on the big story we're tracking right now, where we see India-US trade talks getting some kind of momentum there. Breaking news coming in, viewers. Delhi High Court to hear actor Karishma Kapoor's kids' plea seeking share in late Sanjay Kapoor's property. Now, the matter is listed before the single judge bench of Justice Jyoti Singh. Two children of Bollywood actor Karishma Kapoor have approached the Delhi High Court seeking their share in the estate of their late father, industrialist Sanjay Kapoor. The petition listed for hearing on September 10th challenges the validity of a will that has apparently left all of Mr. Kapoor's personal assets to his third wife, Priya Kapoor. So big array coming in. Bollywood actress Karishma Kapoor's children have filed a petition in the Delhi High Court seeking a share in their father, the late father, Sanjay Kapoor's property. And we try to, of course, connect to our reporters in a short while from now. The children have been named as plaintiffs in the lawsuit. And children have claimed that their legal representatives that were in regular contact with their father through regular meetings, visits, stayovers, holidays, video and voice calls and messages, one-to-one or in the various WhatsApp groups. There were many WhatsApp groups between the late industrialist and his children. I want to go straight across to my colleague Aditya, who's joining us live. Aditya, I'm coming across to you right now. Aditya, the children are named as plaintiffs in the lawsuit. Just take our viewers through the arguments that they will be making.
Well, the matter is listed today before the single judge bench of the High Court. Now, this matter relates to challenging a will which the petitioner, the Samaira Kapoor, she alleges the the will to be shrouded in conspiracy, which can be fabricated and even manipulated. See, the whole fact here in question is the first, they have alleged in the petition that the will was signed and was given to Ms. Priya Kapoor on March 21, but was only disclosed for the first time on July 30. Now, this has brought some of the high question on why this gap. Now, this gap has also will now be argued before the High Court that if the will was allegedly signed by Sanjay Kapoor, which gave the whole estate to Ms. Priya Kapoor on March 21, then why would she make so much delay and finally disclose the will on July 30? Second, the will, the petition has three parties to which they are challenging against. The first is the Priya Sachdeva Kapoor, the second is the Ms. Rani Kapoor, and the third is the executor of the will. Now then, in this case, we have three who are being up against. The first, Priya Kapoor, second, Rani Kapoor, and the third, the executor of the will. And they agree that, and they argue that the will which was signed, which was presented and disclosed on July 30, there's a very likelihood that will can be fabricated, the will was manipulated. And now that petition is listed before the High Court. The matter was filed, and now the matter is being listed before the High Court. The matter will be heard today by a single judge bench of Jyoti Singh, and after which we can actually have a better sense of what the respondents are coming to argue after these petitions being filed.
All right, thank you, Aditya, for getting us those details. Karishma Kapoor's children moved Delhi High Court for a share in their father, Sanjay Kapoor's 30,000 crore asset. Let's move ahead, viewers, to the other big story we're tracking right now. Remember that Prime Minister Modi has responded to Trump's trade offer. He has said that India and the US are close friends and natural partners, and has exuded confidence on trade negotiations between the two countries. This is a huge update coming in right now, viewers of Republic TV. And I want to go across to our guest who's joining us. We are being joined by Mr. Saurabh Shukla, consulting editor, US, joining us here on Republic TV. Thank you for joining us here, Mr. Shukla. A very, very big update coming in because we have seen a lot of back and forth between Trump and India. We have seen how Trump has called India a dead economy, including Russia. But according to you, what exactly has led to the change of heart for Donald Trump? Now he's extremely optimistic about negotiations with India.
You know, if you ask me, it's the personal chemistry between the two countries which was pivotal. If you ask me, the personal chemistry between the two leaders, I beg your pardon, the personal chemistry between Prime Minister Narendra Modi that is there with US President Donald Trump, and I can tell you from sources at the highest level in White House that, you know, this is something which really mind, because he has been saying, if you see all along, both the leaders have not used anything which about each other at all, because he is somebody, if you know, in February when Prime Minister Narendra Modi visited US, the kind of red carpet that was given out by President Trump, that was manifested in this partnership. And obviously there were certain misgivings, there were certain challenges which were there, but certainly the leader to leader diplomacy is what matters in President Trump's White House, and that is where he gives accords, I would say, greater leverage to anything else other than the key chemistry that he has with a particular leader. In this case, Prime Minister Modi, he's had an enormous respect and chemistry, and that's the reason why you have seen this trade talks also getting resumed, because there is a sense here in Washington, D.C. that India obviously told them that there were clear red lines which they cannot cross, and India wanted to uphold its national interest. That message has gone out loud and clear and has also been understood. So they've agreed that as good friends, they will continue to create that dialogue, talk to each other, and also make sure that any small differences can be ironed out. I would say that the biggest takeaway out of these messages that have come out from these leaders is that the relationship, the foundation of US-India partnership, that stays strong. And that will continue to guide the relationship in not only on trade issues, but also for a wider multifaceted partnership, whether this is Indo-Pacific, whether there is issue related to critical minerals, strategic stability, or defense, or cooperation on tech and AI. So I would say that this is a new dawn. This is morning in Delhi and obviously late night here in Washington, D.C., but it's a new dawn in a way for not only the trade dialogue to restart, but also the entire relationship between US and India that gets a further momentum.
Well, absolutely, Saurabh, a very good morning to you. We are the only channel getting the live White House insights on why is the sudden move by Trump coming to fore. Republic is the only channel with the full White House presence of exclusive insights. Saurabh, the Prime Minister has reposted, he's replied to Trump's post. In fact, Donald Trump has reposted Prime Minister Modi's post. If we can call it right, it seems to be like a truce that has come into fore. But you are reporting from the United States, from Washington, D.C., and you are aware about what's happening inside the White House. Why do you think is this sudden change of heart from Donald Trump come to fore after he's gone out to be a bully, after he's gone out to be a global cop? Why this sudden change of heart from Donald Trump for India now?
I'll tell you what, I would not use the same words that you are using, because obviously the ground reality was always different. I've always said on whenever I have commented that there is a deeper understanding between US and India, and not everything that comes out on the fore. Yes, the tariffs on India was unfair. Obviously, there are enough people in Washington who also believe, but what he was trying to do was President Trump has been using his tariff for to get his own diplomacy, especially when it comes to Russia and Ukraine, which he wanted to solve the issue. So in a way, India became a collateral. But more than anything else, is a personal chemistry between leaders which guides the relationship between countries when it comes to the Trump White House. This is something you should understand, because unlike other White Houses and other leaders who are guided by their diplomats, their officials, President Trump has a different way of doing things. He is somebody who will pick up the phone and talk to a world leader with whom he has a respect, and will obviously make sure that any differences that are there will be ironed out. In case of Prime Minister Modi, he has been saying all along that he has the greatest respect for the Prime Minister, and he also realized the importance that India has as a key strategic friend of the US. That's the reason why you see a turnaround. And people who were naysayers, they did not understand the nuances which are there for the US-India partnership today. It goes beyond one particular issue. I can tell you that even when there were differences on trade, they were talking with each other on strategic issues, they were talking to each other, there were defense exercises happening. Obviously, there are certain third countries which will want India and the US not to have the greatest relationship. But I would say that under the leadership of Prime Minister Modi and President Trump, that chemistry binds the relationship. And it's very important not only for them to constantly stay engaged in a dialogue, but also to make sure that they continue to meet as well, because that's very important. Because I can tell you from very informed sources right here in Washington, D.C., that there is greater, obviously, there are certain people who would want this relationship to derail, but at the highest level, when it comes to President Trump, he realizes he still has the memories of the amazing welcome he got when Prime Minister Modi hosted him in India, and when Prime Minister Modi came for Howdy Modi here in the US. So these are the emotional connects that President Trump accords greater priority to, and India should capitalize on it, and not only make sure from here build on a wider partnership to make sure that we can create a consequential partnership between US and India for a prosperous, better and a safer world.
Right, absolutely. Saurabh, what do you also think are now going to be the repercussions of, as we may call it, the truce between India and the United States? Where do you see India-United States ties going forward here on after Donald Trump has talked about how India is a close ally? Prime Minister Modi has reiterated the same sentiment. Where do you see India and United States ties going on from here?
I think, what we need to do, and I'll tell you outright, that we need to change our gears when it comes to diplomacy. India has to do more proactive diplomacy than it has been doing when it comes to US, and also the style, because the Trump White House requires a different deft style of handling. You cannot expect the Prime Minister to deliver each time. You cannot expect the Prime Minister to use his personal chemistry to iron out differences. I think what our diplomats also have to do, our Foreign Office also has to do, is to make sure that they follow this entire momentum that is there because of the leader-to-leader approach. They have to change gears here because, you require a more proactive engagement in Washington, D.C. You require change of gears. And that doesn't mean, because, you cannot have an old world way of doing diplomacy. This is a new world. The White House is very different. President Trump is a great friend of India and Prime Minister Modi. We need to make sure that we engage key interlocutors on a regular basis. We need to engage people who are there in President Trump's orbit on a regular basis, because that is a message, because this is a different ballgame and this relationship is too important. And obviously you cannot expect each time Prime Minister to solve these problems for you. You need the entire diplomatic establishment to carry on the full weight, which unfortunately I would say hasn't been able to do as much as it should be doing in a very proactive manner.
Right. Saurabh, but keeping in mind Donald Trump's history, once upon a time he called India his closest ally. On the second hand, he and his aides went on to say that India is the one who's fueling the Russia war. Then he imposed a 25% tariff and then a penalty of 25%. And now he's back to the same square where he's mending his ties with India. He's extending an olive branch. And keeping all of this in mind, the flip-flop of Donald Trump, do you think we can take the United States president at face value?
Well, I'll tell you what. He was using tariff as a negotiation tactic. He was trying, in fact, people like Peter Navarro and some of the others who were name calling, and which was unfortunate, absolutely, because you don't do it for your close friends. Certainly, if you see the messaging coming out of President Trump, he never uttered a single word about Prime Minister Modi. Prime Minister Modi was very mature in dealing with this entire issue. The way he handled it has been praised a lot here in Washington, D.C. I can tell you that we have to understand that every world leader has a different way of dealing with issues. Certainly, there are things President Trump has, that's his style. The fact is that US-India partnership is so important that we have to deal with the US president. And when you have a US president who really trusts your prime minister, you need to go out and make sure that your diplomatic outreach is in a different manner. I can't explain enough the number of people who have told me that our outreach that they expected from India could have been a bit different from the diplomatic establishment, because Prime Minister's visit was really very good. If you ask me, I was the one inside Oval Office who asked him the question. The first question was asked by me in the press conference about our partnership, which both Prime Minister Modi and President spoke about. And then I asked him about who is a tougher negotiator, and he said Prime Minister Modi. So here is somebody of the stature of the US president who's telling that our Prime Minister is a tougher negotiator. We need to, I would say, recalibrate our partnership as it exists with the US and also look at newer strand of cooperation, because I can tell you that under the leadership of both Prime Minister Modi and President Trump, you can create a partnership like never before, because you have a chemistry which is good. All you need to do is to make sure that you rejig the way you handle US with a different brand of diplomacy, compared to what was being done in the past.
Right. So, Saurabh, is it then right to say that here at this point in time, it is the Modi diplomacy that has worked, that has created the truce between India and US? Can we put it that way?
Absolutely. I would say it's Modi diplomacy all along the way. Anybody who's listening to me, watching us, should not have two ways about it. Because I'll tell you what, this is the personal chemistry. See, global diplomacy, especially when it comes to leaders like President Trump, is on a people-to-people approach. If you see the kind of people who are in his orbit, they're all close personal friends or people who are somebody, who have impressed. President Trump, and I can tell you from people within his orbit, has been impressed by Prime Minister Modi's working style, by the fact that he has had a appeal amongst the global world leaders. And I think that is one of our strongest point, which we need to cash. But the Prime Minister should be, as I said, should be the last resort. We need to rejig the way we do our diplomacy when it comes to the US. Obviously, the old world of diplomacy cannot work, and we need doers who have the same kind of momentum as Prime Minister Modi's diplomatic outreach has when it comes to the global leaders like President Trump.
Saurabh, also one very interesting thing to note here is Donald Trump has reached out to India. And this is not the first time, of course. It was just a few days back when he's given a soundbite inside his Oval Office where he said that India and the United States share very good ties, after which the Prime Minister has also replied. This is the second time when an incident like this is happening. It is a recurring time. And one thing to note here is he did not reach out to China. He did not reach out to Russia, and that he reached out to India. Do you think this is going to have a larger impact on the Quad when we talk about India's relation with China, when we talk about India's relation with Russia?
Well, I can tell you one thing. Every country, India's whole, I would say the mantra of strategic autonomy, while it is friend with one country, it is not that it's there at the cost of the other country. That, certain friends, India and the US have a unique relationship which will continue and which should continue to develop because there are unique strands. With China, you have to manage the relationship. You have to be very, very clear that China cannot be your closest friend ever, because obviously China considers India as a strategic threat. They will never be a friend. When it comes to partnerships like the US realizes that India can be a great friend because it wants to balance China. It also does not see India as a rival. It sees India as a complementary friend, and same way India also sees US as a friend who can be reached out when it comes to whether the global economic gains or global geopolitical gains. Yes, as good friends, we agree to disagree on certain issues. That has come to the fore, but we should, as I was saying, use this leader-to-leader diplomacy that we have under, Prime Minister Modi's leadership, and also with US President Donald Trump being there, to make sure that we create further bonds of friendship, create further avenues of cooperation, to make sure that there are enough strands which bind us,
right,
which is very important.
Right.
And the US side realizes this. In fact, India can be that bridge which even the US uses to reach out to some of these interlocutors.
Absolutely, Saurabh. Saurabh, one last question before I let you go. One thing is certainly clear, that from here on, from today onwards, the India-United States trade talks are in full swing. Do you expect, and are you hoping, and what are your White House inside sources telling you? Are you expecting a positive news on that front?
Absolutely. I can tell you that I've been talking to a lot of sources. The deal is almost a done deal. There were certain contours which were there. Obviously, it requires, and I do expect, there are certain red lines India has, and India has conveyed to the US that it will not cross it. US also had certain red lines. So idea is, how do they move forward? Now, All it requires is that the officials, now that both the leaders have sent out a green signal, they need to reconvene, sit together, come out with a deal. What my sense is that there will be a mini deal which can come out now, followed by a larger agreement which has all-encompassing, a host of areas that it will cover. But I do expect very strongly that the deal can happen very soon. The political will is there on both sides, and that is manifested by the statement coming out from both the leaders.
Right. Saurabh Shukla, thank you very much for joining us today here on this big day when there are so many developments coming forward in the India and United States ties. Republic is the only channel getting you the exclusive White House insights, the only channel who has a permanent presence in Washington, D.C. On that note, Saurabh, thank you again very much for joining us this morning. It's time for us to now slip into a short break, but after the break, we'll keep getting you updates on which front is the United States and India ties moving forward, the top developments on that story right after a short break. Also, after the break, we are going to get you details of the Nepal violence, the complete anarchy in Nepal. The army has now taken over. Also coming up after the break, details on the SIT investigation that has been initiated against the Pakistan ISI links to the Congress leader Gaurav Gogoi.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
देगी मिर्च का तड़का अंग अंग फड़का MDH की देगी मिर्च
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा सबका राजा आर्थिक मसाला। भारत की अपनी दुकान इंडिया जोना, अपने देश का सामान इंडिया जोना, इंडिया जोना, इंडिया जोना। MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Are pure.
All right, thank you for staying with Republic. We are continuing our coverage on two big stories of the day. The first one being India and United States truce. The Prime Minister and Narendra Modi, the Prime Minister Modi and the United States President both have tweeted each other's post. And the second one being the developments in Nepal. Now, in the latest, we learned that the violence has still been continuing. Remember, army rule has been imposed in Nepal. Violence in Nepal continues as the areas in Chabail has been destroyed completely by arson. The supermarket is still burning this morning. During the protest, a group of people had set fire to the Bhat Bhateni supermarket on Tuesday afternoon after all goods inside it were burnt and completely destroyed. The protesters also reached the Bharatpur jail this morning and drove out prisoners from the jail and vandalized it. Now, after the protesters started arson, the security personnel were deployed in the jail and were forced to release the prisoners. So, ladies and gentlemen, what we are seeing here is not just a normal quote-unquote Gen Z protest in Nepal. It is anarchic, and it is through a deep state playbook that is at play, because we are not talking about violence here that is against a government, but we are talking about how the rioters have gone on a complete rampage. They have not spared the Supreme Court of Nepal. They have not spared the Parliament of Nepal, and moreover that they have not even spared the former ministers, the former prime ministers and their wife. Extremely gut-wrenching visuals that came in yesterday showed how the former prime minister's wife was set ablaze. She later succumbed to her injuries. The former prime minister was also beaten so mercilessly, and what we're talking about here is not protest. It is not just protest, but this is complete anarchy in the country of Nepal. So it was Colombo first, it was then Dhaka, and this time it is Kathmandu. All right, more breaking news that's coming in amid the tense situation in the neighboring country. Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath has instructed the UP police to remain on high alert 24 hours a day in all of the border districts of Uttar Pradesh adjoining Nepal. The additional police force has been deployed and patrolling and surveillance has been strengthened so that any emergency can be dealt with immediately. Meanwhile, high alert has also been issued in Bihar. The border is also being monitored through CCTV continuously. So the border areas that's in close proximity to Nepal have been put on high alert, keeping in mind how there could be chances of infiltration, keeping in mind on how the violence that was started as a anti-corruption protest in Nepal could slowly pedal here to India, and for that the bordering state chief ministers have put their states on high alert, keeping a note of the developments. The Prime Minister yesterday had also held a CCS meeting with the top officials. India is thereby closely monitoring the situation that's happening in Nepal. All right, we're trying to get in our reporters up on that note. Border states have been put on high alert. Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath has issued a directive that all the neighboring areas, all the neighboring districts should be put on high alert and closely monitor the situation. In additional CCTV cameras have been installed. Violence in Nepal had continued for 2 days. We saw the government of Nepal, the PM Oli government, falling in just 2 days. It is a deep state playbook that is at play. It is an anarchic protest and not just a protest regarding the corrupted government. All right, so the latest development, ladies and gentlemen, is how the bordering states have been put on high alert. Remember, let's talk about what has happened since day one. It was just 2 to 3 days back when protest in Nepal started. It was a Gen Z protest, as the protesters named it. They said that they want to protest against the social media ban by the PM Oli government, and that is the incompetency of the PM Oli government to hide their failures and hence thereby shut all the social media sites. As a fallout of which, the protest initiated in Kathmandu, the capital city of Nepal, which then snowballed into something very violent, something very gut-wrenching, so much so that the government had to fall. Many people had lost their lives. Nearly 22 is the death toll that has mounted. Hundreds of people have been injured. And here is a report that has been filed by my colleague Raghavendra from the bordering states of Nepal on how the bordering states, on how India has been put on high alert.
के हालात आप देख सकते हैं कि यहाँ पर किस तरह से जो दोनों तरफ की जो सिक्योरिटी फोर्स है वो यहाँ पर ग्राउंड जीरो पर खड़ी हुई है और भारी संख्या में लोग आए हैं। इनसे जानने की कोशिश करेंगे कि आखिर ये लोग यहाँ पर क्यों आए हैं, क्या बात है भाई साहब?
सर यहाँ पे सर बहुत सारी समस्याएं हैं जो कि सर पार्किंग को लेके यहाँ पे सर कोई भी सेफ नहीं है। नेपाल सरकार बोल रही है सर हमारी कोई जिम्मेदारी नहीं है, वो खुद की जिम्मेदारी नहीं ले सकते सर, तो हमारी गाड़ियों की, हमारे माल की क्या जिम्मेदारी लेंगे?
कोई गाड़ियाँ नेपाल साइड में?
हाँ सर, नेपाल पार्किंग में खड़ी हुई है सर।
खाली गाड़ी है या सामान?
सामान है सर। हाँ कुछ सामान के साथ है
भी है। कहीं गाड़ी को जलाने दिया जाए या तोड़ने दिया जाए?
तो वो तो सर उसका ऊपर है कि क्या पता क्या हो सकता है। इसमें केमिकल की ऐसी गाड़ियां हैं जो सर अगर एक किसी में भी आग लग जाए तो यहाँ एरिया कुछ बचेगा ही नहीं सर। अच्छा, ऐसी गाड़ियां यहाँ खड़ी।
गाड़ियां जो है केमिकल से भरी हुई, खुद विस्फोट है, यानी कि अपने आप में वो एक बम की तरह है कि अगर उसमें कुछ होता है तो कहीं पूरा एरिया जो है वो तबाह होगा।
हाँ, पूरा एरिया तबाह हो जाए, कुछ नहीं बचेगा सर यहाँ पे।
देख सकते हैं कि किस तरह की गाड़ियां खड़ी हैं जिसमें बहुत ही खतरनाक रसायन भी भरे हुए हैं। अगर उनमें कहीं न कहीं आग लगता है तो पूरा का पूरा एरिया साफ हो सकता है। अभी और भी लोग हमारे साथ हैं, देखिए यहाँ पर क्या बात हो रही है। देखिए ये लोग अपनी बात रख रहे हैं कि किन मामलों को लेकर आप यहाँ आए हैं भाई साहब?
सर हमारी गाड़ी खड़ी हुई है भंसार में, इंडिया की गाड़ी है। अब इंडिया में उसमें भंसार में अंदर आग लगा रहे हैं, तोड़ फोड़ कर रहे हैं।
सब सामान भरा है गाड़ियों में?
सब गाड़ियों में सामान भरा हुआ है, कोई भी सुरक्षा नहीं है नेपाल की।
10 दिन से खड़े हैं यहाँ पे जी।
10 दिन से ऐसे हालात है?
हाँ जी, 5 दिन से ऐसे हालात है यहाँ पे।
जी क्या कहें भाई साहब, कितने दिन से आप लोग?
मैं 5 दिन से। हाँ जी।
क्या है माहौल यहाँ का?
मेरी तो खाली गाड़ी है, गेट पास भी कट चुका है।
केवल आने नहीं दे रहे हैं?
हाँ।
कहाँ पे खड़ी है गाड़ी?
अंदर भंसार में।
नेपाल साइड पे?
हाँ।
हमारा सब ये अपील है कि हमारा इंडिया का गाड़ी है, हमारे इंडिया वापस मंगाया जाए। हम सबको बहुत दिक्कत हो रही है।
गाड़ी भारत?
हाँ, हमें वापस चाहिए, लोड गाड़ी चाहिए यहाँ के।
भारत में ले लें वापस, भारत की गाड़ी भारत में ले सर जी। अब ये बताओ, ड्राइवर गाड़ी के अंदर पड़ा है, वो हमारा घर बार तो यहाँ पे है नहीं, तो हम यहाँ पे करेंगे क्या?
डर है कि कहीं गाड़ियों में आगजनी ना हो जाए तो जो सामान है।
सही बात बोल रहे हैं, सही बोल रहे हैं।
वो तो जब जिस तरह का यहाँ माहौल है, ये ग्राउंड जीरो है। आप देख सकते हैं कि इसको शून्य ये स्थान बोला जाता है। दोनों तरह के बीच का ये मैटर है, जहाँ पर एक तरफ नेपाल है और दूसरी तरफ भारत है। लेकिन देखिए किस तरह से जो भारत की जो फोर्स है वो देखिए किस तरह से, आप देख सकते हैं ना कि भारत की फोर्स पूरी तरह से अलर्ट है। आप देख सकते हैं कि पूरे अपने ड्रेसअप में भारत की जो फोर्स है, जो सिक्योरिटी फोर्स है वो खड़ी हुई है। आप देख सकते हैं कि एकदम पूरी तरह से अलर्ट, क्योंकि कल का जो हालात था, वाकई में कल का हालात बहुत खतरनाक था। जिस तरह से वहां पर आगजनी हो रही थी, जिस तरह से वहां पर अराजकता हो रही थी, जिस तरह से वहां पर हत्याएं हो रही थी, उसको देखते हुए आप देख सकते हैं कि जो भारत का जो भी सीमावर्ती जो जिला है, वहां पर जो भी अपने आने जाने का आवागमन का जो मुख्य मार्ग है, उसको पूरी तरह से इसी तरह से उसको ठीक किया गया है। वहां पर बॉर्डर सिक्योरिटी फोर्स है, लोकल पुलिस है, तमाम जो कप्तान है जिलों के, वो लगातार गश्त कर रहे हैं। कल रात में भी यहाँ के महाराजगंज के जो एसपी थे वो गश्त करने के लिए आए थे। हम रात 12 बजे तक यहाँ पर रहे और आज भी अभी देख सकते हैं आप कि भारी संख्या में जो यूपी की जो सिक्योरिटी फोर्स है वो बाउंड्री पर लगी हुई है। और जो लोग हैं काफी संख्या में, सैकड़ों की संख्या में जो ड्राइवर हैं, बड़ी बड़ी गाड़ियां लेकर आए हैं, वो उनकी गाड़ियां अंदर नेपाल में फंसी हुई हैं। इनका कहना है कि इनके गाड़ियों को कुछ हो सकता है। किस तरह का डर है भाई साहब आपको?
ये सर सारे बॉर्डरों पे गाड़ी इंडिया को भेज दी है। एक बॉर्डर ये ऐसा है, एक बॉर्डर ये नहीं जान दे रही है गाड़ी पास खाली सर।
रुपये आप लोग?
हम लोग आज 5-5 दिन से फंसे हैं सर जी, 5-5 10-10 दिन हो गया जी जी। मैं ये
डर भी लग रहा है कि गाड़ी?
हाँ जी सर,
दिक्कत हो रही है?
हाँ जी,
बहुत ज्यादा डर भी लग रहा है।
डर लग रहा है। हाँ, हमको वापसी भेजो।
क्या चाहते हैं आप लोग?
सर हम चाहते हैं इंडिया जाते हैं, हम इंडिया वापसी जाते हैं।
नेपाल वाले नहीं आने दे?
नहीं आने दे रहे, गेट बंद है, गेट बंद कर दिया। ऐसा बोले इंडिया वाले से पूछ के आओ पहले।
पूछ के आओ तब।
हाँ जी, जब भी हम आपके पास आए हैं इधर
जो है, इधर इंडिया के पाले में डाल दिए हैं।
हाँ जी, वो बोले इंडिया वाले।
And here's a quick check of the other stories that we are tracking in Bharat in 1 minute. CP Radhakrishnan, the NDA candidate for the post of Vice President, will succeed Jagdeep Dhankar in the post. The 68-year-old sailed through the election today, scooping up 452 first presence votes, leaving opposition candidate and retired Supreme Court Judge B. Sudarshan Reddy trailing with 300 first presence votes. The voting figures also made it clear that there has been considerable cost voting, presumably from the opposition MPs. At least 15 MPs are expected to have voted for the NDA candidate.
In democracy, ruling party as well as opposition, both are important. It is the two sides of the same coin. The interest of the democracy will be taken into account.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi met and congratulated CP Radhakrishnan on being elected as the Vice President of India. Prime Minister Modi was accompanied by Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiran Rijiju and Union Ministers JP Nadda and Prahlad Joshi. The India-Nepal international border in Bihar's Araiya is on high alert as protesters turned violent in Nepal's Kathmandu. Nepal is witnessing violent protests against the government's alleged corruption, with protesters targeting the residences of political leaders and ministers. Nepali Prime Minister PM Oli resigned amid the protests. At least 22 people have died in the violent protests so far. Former Chhattisgarh Chief Minister and Congress leader Bhupesh Baghel took a dig at the centre over Election Commission's SIR exercise and said the questions that Rahul Gandhi has raised in his press conference on August 7 have neither been answered by the Election Commission nor have the BJP given any responses. Baghel further added that it has become clear that they come to power by stealing votes and that the BJP does not recognize Aadhaar cards and SIR. The way the Supreme Court said yesterday that Aadhaar card must be accepted is a big victory.
जो राहुल गांधी जी 7 अगस्त को जो प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस करके जो सवाल खड़े किए थे, उन सवालों के उत्तर न निर्वाचन आयोग दे पाया है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी गोलमोल जवाब देने की कोशिश कर रही है और अब स्पष्ट हो गया है कि वोट चोरी करके सत्ता में आते हैं। और जिस प्रकार से SIR में आधार कार्ड को भी उन्होंने मान्यता नहीं दी थी और कल जिस प्रकार से परसों सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने कहा कि आधार कार्ड को भी उसको मान्य करना होगा, तो एक बड़ी जीत है।
At the AVPN Global Conference 2025 in Hong Kong, Dr. Preeti Adani, chairperson of the Adani Foundation, delivered a stirring appeal to philanthropists, business and change makers. She said, and I quote, "Don't just give, build together." In her keynote, Dr. Adani emphasized that the next leap for social development depends on collaboration and on bringing every philanthropic institution, NGO and partner onto a single platform where efforts are aligned, learnings are shared and impacts is multiplied. Dr. Adani reminded the audience that the true strength of a philanthropy is not in isolated contributions but in unified action. We must be co-builders, not donors. Real change happens when we work as partners, pooling resources and breaking down silos, is what Dr. Adani had to say in her address. And it's time for us to now slip into a short break. After the break, getting you the top developments on the India-United States top developments, where the truce has now been established. Prime Minister Modi and the United States President Donald Trump have reaffirmed the strong ties.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ। डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड, मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
भारत की अपनी दुकान, इंडिया सोना,
अपने देश का सामान, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना।
इंडिया सोना।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH।
Today, a coward decided to take our 8-year-old son Fletcher away.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ। डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड, मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
This is Republic Jack Volleyball Studio. Stay tuned for all the breaking news and updates. I'm Akanksha Khajuria. Let's get started.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. रहो बेफिक्र।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ। डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड में मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरी राजा,
भारत की अपनी दुकान इंडिया सोना, अपने देश का सामान इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Today, a coward decided to take our 8-year-old son Fletcher away from us. Because of their actions, we will never be allowed to hold him, talk to him, play with him, and watch him grow into the wonderful young man he was on the path to becoming.
Justice for Ralph! Justice for Ralph! Justice for Ralph! Justice for Ralph! Justice.
Families in Minneapolis are mourning. Our Greater Annunciation Fellowship is mourning. Our entire city is united in grief, and at the same time, based on this incredible group of people that has assembled here in City Hall, we are also united in action.
Justice for Ralph! Justice for Ralph! Justice for Ralph! Justice for Ralph!
We need a statewide and a federal ban on assault weapons.
Justice for Ralph! Justice for Ralph! Justice for
We need a statewide and a federal ban on high-capacity magazines.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Viewers, a very, very good morning. We're live and breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in. So we see that there's a big movement in the India-US partnership and bilateral ties, especially after Trump says he's more than welcome to do a negotiating talk with India on the trade deal. In fact, Prime Minister Modi has also welcomed Trump's statement. All this and much more coming up. But as usual, the headlines. Let's get started. Trump reaches out to PM Modi, says India and US talks will continue. PM Modi responds to Trump and says India and US are natural partners. UP and Bihar on high alert amid violent protests in Nepal. All flights to Nepal remain cancelled. Instructions given to keep vigil on the border 24 hours. Army deployed after protesters reach Pashupatinath temple. Reports of vandalism in the temple. Delhi High Court to hear plea of actor Kathmandu Kapoor's kid seeking share in late father Sanjay Kapoor's inheritance. Republic accesses dossier against Aam Aadmi Party MLA Mehraj Malik. Dossier alleges Aam Aadmi Party MLA had associations with killed terror commander. SIT constituted to investigate ISI links of some individuals to submit report to CM Himanta today. Getting us some big breaking news coming in. Republic has accessed the dossier against Aam Aadmi Party MLA Mehraj Malik. Dossier says Aam Aadmi Party MLA associated himself with the killed terror commander Burhan Wani. Dossier alleges Aam Aadmi Party MLA asked, in fact, all his followers, lakhs of his followers, to act as Lashkars against the state to get their illegal demands met. Mehraj Malik was booked under the stringent Public Safety Act, PSA, which allows his detention without trial for up to 2 years. He was booked under Public Safety Act on September 8th after abused Deputy Commissioner Doda in a Facebook Live. So back-to-back updates coming in right now. Jammu and Kashmir's Aam Aadmi Party MLA from Doda was apprehended by the police on charges of going ahead and disturbing the public order, and has been detained under the stringent Public Safety Act for 1 year. And, let's go straight across to my colleague who's joining us, Gursimran. Gursimran, I just want to come across to you, and because Republic has actually accessed the dossier, if you could just help our viewers understand what does that say, because we know that this Aam Aadmi Party MLA is the first legislator, Jammu and Kashmir's only Aam Aadmi Party MLA is the first legislator to be detained under the Public Safety Act for a year.
Yes, it is for the first time that any elected legislature in Jammu and Kashmir has been booked under the Public Safety Act. This came after his video went viral in which he was seen using some abusive words against the Deputy Commissioner as well as the family members of the Deputy Commissioner. And then he was booked under the Public Safety Act. Now we have accessed the dossier that reads that he was provoking the youth to become Lashkar against the state and to get their illegal demands met. That is what the Deputy Commissioner of Doda, Harvinder Singh, in its dossier has written. Also, the dossier says that he was linking himself to the killed Hizbul Mujahideen commander Burhan Wani in a video that was shared by him as per the dossier that has been there. Also, there have been instances where he has misbehaved with the female doctors of the Government Medical College Doda. That has also been a part of the dossier that has been prepared by the Doda District Administration, and now he has been sent to the Kathua jail. But there are widespread protests that are taking place in the Doda district where the people, those supporters of Mehraj Malik, they are turning onto the roads. There have been 8 injuries to the security forces and over a dozen civilians have also been injured in the tear gas shelling that has taken place. As a precautionary measure, BNS 163, which says that a gathering of more than 4 people is prohibited, that has also been imposed, and internet connectivity has completely been snapped. We are told that the LG Manoj Sinha has directed the senior police officials, including the IG Jammu and the Deputy Inspector General of the Doda Kiswad Ramban, to personally monitor the situation that is evolving there. Because see what has happened, that now the people are on the roads, the people are protesting against the administration, the Deputy Commissioner who has issued the order and against whom he has abused. Though the reason that the administration is citing against the PSA, that there were more than 20 cases, FIRs and the daily diary entry against the AAP MLA, but the majority of the cases what we are picking up, that they were regarding his obstruction of the public duty with regards to the orders that were issued by the district magistrate, that were actually violated by the Mehraj Malik. Even the Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir, Mohammad Abdullah, yesterday met father of MLA Mehraj Malik and has assured every possible help that will be given, and they have said that this PSA against Mehraj Malik is unjustified.
All right, thank you for joining us there, Gursimran. So we see that this is the only Aam Aadmi Party MLA of Jammu and Kashmir who has been detained under Public Safety Act for a year, multiple FIRs against him. Meanwhile, Aam Aadmi Party MP Sanjay Singh has spoken to the Republic. He says that the arrest of the Aam Aadmi Party MLA is illegal and unconstitutional. Let's listen in.
जी आप जम्मू आए हैं, जो आपके विधायक हैं उन्हें गिरफ्तार किया गया पीएसए के तहत, क्या कहें?
देखिए, ये पूरी तरीके से गैर कानूनी और गैर संवैधानिक कार्रवाई की गई है। एक चुने हुए प्रतिनिधि के ऊपर अगर आप पीएसए जैसा खतरनाक कानून इस्तेमाल कर रहे हैं जो आतंकवादियों पर इस्तेमाल होता है, मैं समझता हूँ कि ये डेमोक्रेसी को ख़त्म करने की और जो भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सोच है, प्रधानमंत्री जी की सोच है कि आप आम आदमी पार्टी को ख़त्म करने के लिए उनके नेताओं को हमेशा जेल में डालो, कार्रवाई करो, वही काम हो रहा है यहाँ पे।
All right, breaking news coming in. SIA raids underway in South Kashmir. State Investigation Agency of Jammu and Kashmir Police carried out raids in Avantapura and other areas of South Kashmir in connection with the escape of Hizbul terrorist Amin Baba. SIA has teams are assisted by local police, searched multiple locations as part of the ongoing investigation. As per reports, no arrests have been made in this case. So back to back is coming in here, viewers on Republic TV. And the terror network, remember, is under the scanner. The terror network is under the scanner, so the SIA raids are underway. They're trying to find out more details in connection with the escape of a Hizbul terrorist. The SIA team has been assisted by the local police, searched multiple locations as part of the ongoing investigation. As per reports, no arrests have been made yet. So back to updates coming in right now, viewers on Republic TV, and from what we understand so far is that once again in Jammu and Kashmir we see that the raids are continuing, SIA raids are continuing, and these raids are trying to find out more details when it comes to the terror network. There's a terrorist escape case which in connection with the SIA is going ahead and carrying out these raids. SIA teams assisted by local police searched multiple locations as part of the ongoing investigation. As per reports, no arrests have been made so far. Back to back is coming in here, viewers on Republic TV, and this is in connection with the Hizbul terrorist Amin Baba. Remember that the terror networks are being investigated. Every route and every connection to terrorists is being investigated by the agency. The latest coming in. What we understand so far is that SIA is conducting these raids in multiple locations. I want to go across to my colleague Zeenat. Zeenat, Avantapura and South Kashmir areas specifically are being searched very, very closely. Take our viewers through what is the SIA looking for, number one. Number two, who exactly is this Hizbul terrorist Amin Baba?
See, State Investigating Agency, this is the one of the branches of the Jammu and Kashmir Police who is investigating the case. Amin Baba, who as per the sources has managed to escape to Pakistan, and today in connection with about his whereabouts, the searches were conducted by the SIA in Bijbihara and in Avantapura. This is South Kashmir. One is the Pulwama district and another is Anantnag district. The searches were carried along with Jammu and Kashmir Police and the paramilitary forces to know more about his details. There are reports that he has managed to escape to cross over. He is in Pakistan at present, and to get to know more about the details of this Amin Baba, who's involved in multiple cases and has an affiliation with the Hizbul Mujahideen terror outfit, which is a homegrown terror outfit, and to know more about this particular person and how he is operating from across the border, who are the people who are supporting him, the kind of network that he carry. Even today, despite living in the Pakistan, all that is being discovered by the State Investigating Agency. So this is the case of an escape of an Amin Baba, a terrorist, a Kashmiri terrorist who has managed to escape and is living in Pakistan. To know more about his network, his modus operandi in the Kashmir Valley, today the searches were carried by the SIA in South Kashmir, in Pulwama, and also in Anantnag district that were touched. The people were questioned, his family was questioned, and also whatever the evidences that have been received as of now, as far as the digital evidences are concerned, police has also taken the phones to get the more about whether he's in a touch with his family members, how he's connecting with them, what kind of messages that he shared with the family members. All that is being investigating by the SIA in the case of the Hizb terrorist Amin Baba.
All right, thank you for those details, Zeenat. I will be coming back to you because we know the terror networks are being investigated very, very closely by the investigation agencies. Breaking news coming in, more updates coming in. Now we come to know that a suspected terrorist was arrested from Islam Nagar, and this is in Ranchi, by the way. It's a joint, I repeat, a joint operation by Delhi Special Cell, Jharkhand ATS and Ranchi Police. ISIS suspected terrorist Asher was arrested from Ranchi. Asher is a resident of Bokaro district, and the Delhi Special Cell team was searching for him on the basis of a case registered in Delhi. The arrested suspected terrorist is being interrogated. So we're getting some big updates coming in right now. This is a suspected terrorist being arrested from Ranchi in a joint operation by Delhi Special Cell, Jharkhand ATS and Ranchi Police. Let's go straight across to my colleague who's joining us right now. We have Jatin. Jatin, if you could take our viewers through the latest update that we are learning of here. Who is this suspected terrorist? And we also understand that he had connections with the ISIS.
बिल्कुल देखिए, अभी तक 2 अरेस्टिंग इस पूरे मामले में कंफर्म हुई है और दोनों के लिंक आईसिस से साफ तौर पर स्टैब्लिश हो रहे हैं। पहली गिरफ्तारी रांची से हुई, अशर दानिश इसका नाम है, बोकारो का रहने वाला है, और दूसरी गिरफ्तारी दिल्ली से ही की गई है और आफ्ताब इसका नाम बताया जा रहा है। 6 और आतंकियों को अलग अलग मल्टीपल लोकेशन से डिटेन किया गया है, जिनसे लगातार पूछताछ की जा रही है और उन्हीं इन्वेस्टिगेशन और पूछताछ के आधार पर जो मल्टीपल टीम सेटअप की गई है, चाहे वो मुंबई हो, दिल्ली हो, रांची हो, झारखंड, इन सभी इलाकों में लगातार स्पेशल सेल की टीम है जो इन्वेस्टिगेट कर रही है और रेड्स कंडक्ट कर रही है। लेकिन सबसे बड़ी बात, जिस तरीके से 2 आतंकियों का रोल अभी तक स्टैब्लिश हुआ है, दिल्ली में काफी एक्टिविटीज थी, एफआईआर थी, जो इससे पहले जो गिरफ्तार किए गए थे उनसे इन बारे में पूछताछ की गई, तो दिल्ली में आफ्ताब का जिक्र सबसे पहले आता है। आफ्ताब के रोल की बात करें तो वेपन को एक तरीके से मुहैया कराना, हथियारों की तस्करी करना और जो एक पर्टिकुलर लोकेशन पर वेपन की डिलीवरी करना, ये आफ्ताब का काम हुआ करता था। लेकिन रांची में बैठा हुआ जो दानिश है, वो किस तरीके से फाइनेंशियल एड प्रोवाइड कराता था, पैसों का अरेंजमेंट करने का काम उसका था, क्या किसी बड़ी गतिविधि या आतंकी घटना को अंजाम देने की इनकी फिराक में थे, और यही कारण है कि स्पेशल सेल की टीम मल्टीपल लोकेशन पर रेड कर रही है। दिल्ली से जिस आफ्ताब को गिरफ्तार किया गया वो मुंबई का रहने वाला है, मुंबई में जिस जगह का वो रहने वाला है वहां पर भी स्पेशल सेल की टीम पहुंची है और संभवतः वहां से भी डिटेल्स खंगाली जा रही है। अभी तक 8 लोगों पर कार्रवाई की गई है, जिसमें से 2 की ऑफिशियली अरेस्टिंग स्पेशल सेल ने की है। रांची से जिस दानिश को गिरफ्तार किया है उसको जल्द दिल्ली लाया जाएगा और आफ्ताब और दानिश को आमने सामने बिठाकर पूछताछ की जाएगी। लेकिन दोनों में एक चीज कॉमन है, वो आईएसआईएस है। किस तरीके से आईएसआई का नेटवर्क, आईएसआईएस का नेटवर्क जो बढ़ाने की कोशिश दिल्ली और देश के दूसरे राज्यों में की जा रही थी, उस पर ये अहम कार्रवाई के तौर पर स्पेशल सेल इसे देख रही है। बाकी जो 6 लोग हैं उनके रोल को एस्टैब्लिश किया जा रहा है और जल्द स्पेशल सेल के तमाम अधिकारियों का कहना है कि इस मामले में अरेस्टिंग की संख्या जो अभी तक 2 तक पहुंची है, ये संख्या और भी आने वाले दिनों में या कुछ घंटों में आपको साफ तौर पर नजर आएगी। लेकिन आईएसआईएस का नेटवर्क कितना बड़ा है, उसको किस तरीके से फैलाया जा रहा है, उनकी मदद करने वाले जो लोग हैं, चाहे वो वेपन के तौर पर या फाइनेंशियली पैसों के तौर पर, उन सभी पर कार्रवाई करने का काम दिल्ली पुलिस की स्पेशल सेल कर रही है। आपको याद होगा कि कल शाम को ही नेपाल के एक शख्स को गिरफ्तार किया था स्पेशल सेल ने। वो किस तरीके से एक तरीके से भावलपुर के कांटेक्ट में था, आईएसआई के कांटेक्ट में था, तो कहीं ना कहीं क्या ये एक बड़ी चेन है, इसको इन्वेस्टिगेट करने का काम किया जा रहा है। यही कारण है कि चाहे रांची से गिरफ्तार किया हुआ दानिश हो या दिल्ली से गिरफ्तार किया हुआ आफ्ताब हो, इन सभी आपस में किस तरीके से इंटरकनेक्टेड है, इन सभी एंगल्स पर भी स्पेशल सेल की जो टीम है वो जांच कर रही है। हालांकि अभी तक 2 गिरफ्तारी की है, 6 लोगों को डिटेन किया गया है, उनसे लगातार पूछताछ की जा रही है और अधिकारियों को साफ तौर पर कहना है कि 2 गिरफ्तारियों का आंकड़ा कुछ घंटों में और भी ज्यादा बढ़ने वाला है।
Thank you, Jatin, for getting those details. I will be getting back to you for more on this story. Let's move ahead right now to some of the other stories we're tracking. All right, we're getting some more pictures coming in. This is the suspected ISIS terrorist who has been held and has been identified as Ashar from Ranchi. So we are getting some more pictures coming in. Ashar is a resident of Bokaro district, and Delhi special team was searching for him on the basis of a case registered in Delhi.
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
The water level has been declining after touching the season's highest at 207.48 meters last Thursday. On Tuesday, the water level of the Yamuna at Delhi's old railway bridge was recorded at 204.96 meters. The warning mark for the city is 204.50 meters, while the danger mark is 205.33 meters, and evacuation of people starts at 206 meters. Former Vice President Jagdeep Dhankar extended greetings to his successor CP Radhakrishnan, saying that the office of the Vice President will attain greater glory with his vast experience. On Tuesday, NDA nominee CP Radhakrishnan won the Vice Presidential election by bagging 452 votes, while opposition candidate B. Sudarshan Reddy polled 300 votes. Election Commission of India has announced stringent new measures to prevent fraudulent political party registrations as part of its ongoing campaign to clean up the electoral system. ECI will now require verification of at least 20 randomly selected individual affidavits from founding members of any association seeking registration as a political party. Delhi High Court to hear actor Karisma Kapoor's kids plea seeking share in late Sanjay Kapoor's property. The matter is listed before the single judge bench of Justice Jyoti Singh. Two children of Bollywood actor Karisma Kapoor have approached the Delhi High Court seeking their share in the estate of their late father, industrialist Sanjay Kapoor. The petition listed for hearing on September 10th challenges the validity of a will that has apparently left all of Mr. Kapoor's personal assets to his third wife, Ms. Priya Kapoor. So back-to-back updates coming in right now, viewers, on Republic TV. And Karishma's kids are moving the Delhi High Court. We'll get you more updates on this. But this is coming in as Karisma Kapoor's kids are moving in the Delhi High Court, and they are claiming forgery as well as a high-stakes tussle over the inheritance of industrialist Sanjay Kapoor, as a fresh twist has come in this case. We have Aditya joining us live. Aditya, I'm coming across to you right now. There's some allegations which have been made by the children of Sanjay Kapoor, the late Sanjay Kapoor. If you could just help our viewers understand what those allegations are.
Well, the allegations in this case are quite clear. The first one is that allegedly the will, which is in the part of a bigger question here, was signed on 21st March, but was finally disclosed to the family on July 30. Now this gap is what has been challenged. That will, which has been allegedly signed by Sanjay Kapoor, was fabricated, was manipulated, and is forged. Now this petition is now filed before the Delhi High Court, alleging that the will which gave Priya Kapoor the sole state over the ownership of 30,000 crore asset was forged, was manipulated, and was fabricated. This petition is being filed by Samira Kapoor and has been listed before the bench of, it's a single judge bench of Justice Jyoti Singh, and the matter will be heard shortly before the High Court.
All right, thank you, Aditya, for getting all those details. I will be coming back to you for more on the story. It's a time when industries are evolving at lightning speed. Academic institutions must keep pace to stay relevant. Let's take a closer look at how the IEM-UEM is bridging the gap between the classroom learning and the demands of the modern tech world.
Being in this field of higher education for 37 years at the leadership position, our collaboration and tie-up with the industry are very strong. We have MOUs with all the top industries, be it Google, Amazon, Microsoft, IBM, MATLAB. So students, have that benefit that they are able to not only get the benefit in placements, but also during the entire year, during the entire course curriculum, coursework, our modules are frequently taught by the industry leaders. Many of our labs are industry certified, industry sponsored. So students tend to work on industry internships, industry live projects, as well as industry case studies. So that gives the students the advantage, and that is showing in placements where TCS takes like more than 500 students, Infosys takes, Wipro, Capgemini, Accenture takes students in bulk. Then we have the niche recruiters, Google, Amazon, Microsoft. The highest package is £100,000 in Google London, which is almost 1 crore rupees. There are many students who get 72 lakh rupees package. So overall, the MOUs, the industry institute partnership, the corporate relations, this play a major role in making sure that the students get a very all-rounded education, and that results in very good placement opportunities for the students. Our curriculum goes a semesterly upgrade, and we are constantly interacting with the industry, not only in India. We are interacting with the industry leaders like AWS for cloud, like Google in USA, like Microsoft in USA, and we are constantly updating it to include generative AI, agentic AI. We are including quantum computing from IBM. We are including, MATLAB. We are including, various technologies that are, from SAP, SAP HANA, from Pega. So our curriculum is completely aligned at par with the industry, not only in India, but the global industry with headquarters in the US, in UK, in Canada, all these places.
So coming up, viewers, the Republic accesses the dossier against Aam Aadmi Party MLA Mehraj Malik. Dossier alleges Aam Aadmi Party MLA had associations with killed terror commander. SIT constituted to investigate ISI links of some individuals to submit report to CM Himanta today.
He's a storm in black robes, India's 12th Attorney General. From fighting for prime ministers to constitutional cases to those that shook a nation. Relentless, fearless, respected. Senior advocate Mukul Rohatgi on the legal side of things, only on Republic TV.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
I choose a world where we dream and the limit is the sky, and this world is my home where I'm living my best.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics. Sansar, a D-Decor brand. Live consciously.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
We didn't want to bring out the big charts because it had no chance of standing. Fortunately, we came armed with a little smaller chart. So it's 67%, so we're going
And viewers, welcome back. The Kapoor family feud has deepened. Now the children of Karishma Kapoor and late businessman Sanjay Kapoor have filed a plea for their rightful share in the 30,000 crore empire. From an alleged fabricated will of their late father to an unholy plot to solo the empire, Samaira Kapoor and Kian Raj Kapoor have now made some sensational allegations. Here's the full story and what they are demanding now.
A fabricated will, a refusal to share documents, a bid to usurp Sanjay Kapoor's legacy. These are the explosive claims made by plaintiffs Samaira Kapoor and Kian Raj Kapoor. The children of late businessman Sanjay Kapoor have now knocked on the doors of the Delhi High Court. This is the latest twist in the bitter feud over his 30,000 crore rupees empire. Bollywood star Karishma Kapoor's children Samaira and Kian have taken their stepmother to court. They accuse Priya Kapoor, Sanjay Kapoor's third wife, of forging his will and trying to seize complete control of his assets. Karishma Kapoor was married to Sanjay for 13 years between 2003 and 2016. Their marriage ended in divorce, but they had 2 children together. Represented by their mother, the siblings allege they have been wrongfully cut out of their father's estates. This after his sudden death in June this year in the United Kingdom. The suit names Priya Kapoor, her minor son Sanjay's mother, and Rani Kapoor. and the alleged executor of the will, Shraddha Suri Marwa. At the heart of the battle is a will dated March 21st, 2025. A will that allegedly leaves Sanjay Kapoor's entire estate to Priya Kapoor. The children allege their stepmother conspired with two aides, Dinesh Agarwal and Nitin Sharma. That they deliberately suppressed the will for 7 long weeks before dramatically unveiling it at a family meeting on July 30th this year. The plaintiffs call it forged, fabricated, and riddled with suspicion. The suit states neither the original will has been shown nor has a copy been provided. The plea also argues Priya Kapoor's conduct shows a clear attempt to usurp full control of the estate. The children have asked the court to declare them as rightful Class 1 heirs and grant them a 1/5 share each in their father's assets. As interim relief, they want all of Sanjay Kapoor's personal assets frozen until the case is decided.
Public accesses dossier against Aam Aadmi Party MLA Mehraj Malik. Dossier alleges Aam Aadmi Party MLA had associations with kill terror commander.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
Today, a coward decided to take our 8-year-old son Fletcher away from us. Because of their actions, we will never be allowed to hold him, talk to him, play with him.
He's a storm in black robes. India's 12th Attorney General. From fighting for prime ministers to constitutional cases to those that shook a nation. Relentless, fearless, respected. Senior advocate Mukul Rohatgi on the legal side of things, only on Republic TV.
Donald Trump reaches out to Prime Minister Modi, says India and US will continue talks. Prime Minister Modi responds to Trump, says India and US are natural partners. Uttar Pradesh and Bihar on high alert amid violent protests in Nepal. All flights to Nepal remain cancelled. Instructions given to keep vigil on the border 24 hours. Army deployed after protesters reach Pashupatinath temple. Reports of vandalism in the temple. Delhi High Court to hear plea of actor Karishma Kapoor's kids seeking share in late father Sanjay Kapoor's inheritance. Republic accesses the dossier against AAP MLA Mehraj Malik. Dossier alleges AAP MLA had associations with the kill terror commander. An SIT constituted to investigate ISI links of some individuals to submit its report to the Chief Minister Himanta Sharma today. Viewers, we have big breaking news coming in from Nepal, where two massive jailbreaks have been reported on Tuesday. As violent protests spread across the country, police in Kaski district confirmed that 773 inmates escaped in the aftermath of Gen Z protesters storming the prison compound. And in a separate case, the area police office in Tulsipur in Down province said that 127 prisoners broke out of Tulsipur jail. Remember, these developments coming in after the political crisis, they are deepening in Nepal. And this after the country's Prime Minister and the President resigned. The army has taken control of the country. All right, Sumit is now joining us from Nepal for more updates. Sumit, what updates do you have about the situation right now?
बिल्कुल, देखिए अभी मैं जलेश्वर में मौजूद हूं। जलेश्वर जेल, जिस जेल ब्रेक की खबर आप बता रही थी, जलेश्वर में भी जेल ब्रेक हुआ है कल, जहां से 576 कैदी कल भाग गए थे। कल 1000 की संख्या में प्रदर्शनकारी आए थे जेल में और उसके बाद प्रदर्शनकारी के घुसने के बाद सुरक्षाकर्मी वहां से फरार हो गए और 576 कैदी फरार हो गए। जलेश्वर में अभी मैं सुबह में हमने देखा कि आर्मी के जवान लगातार मार्च करते हुए, कुछ देर पहले हमने तस्वीर दिखाई। मैं इस जगह पर मौजूद हूँ, कुछ लोग यहाँ पर हैं, उन लोगों से ही बात करते हैं। कल जलेश्वर में क्या हुआ था?
कल जलेसर में यही हुआ था कि जो भी कैदी लोग हैं, उनको बहुत सा आदमी सा अंदर में था है ना, उसको बाहर निकालने के लिए प्रेरित किया गया। क्योंकि अभी तो सरकार का जो केपी ओली जी है, वो तो सरकार में बैठकर ही इतना आतंक मचा चुका है, इतना आतंक मचा चुका है। उसके आतंक के चलते अभी ये नेपाल का परिस्थिति आया। क्योंकि उसको एक सोशल मीडिया एक प्लेटफॉर्म है, उसको बंद करने के लिए सिस्टम से करना चाहिए, पर उसने क्या किया, एक ही बार में पूरा का पूरा बंद किया। इसी के वजह से जनजेसी ने अपना क्रूर रूप दिखाया।
ये गुस्सा सोशल मीडिया बैन को लेकर ही है या करप्शन है? ये सब मुद्दे भी
बेसिक करप्शन है सर, करप्शन करता है केपी ओली सरकार का, इसके वजह सर ऐसे होता है। इसके लिए और आदमी है, इस लोग क्या बोलते हैं।
अच्छा, अभी जलेश्वर में सेना ने अब मोर्चा संभाल लिया है, अब कर्फ्यू अभी भी है, आप लोग अब दुकान सब बंद रखा हुआ है?
दुकान तो बंद रहेगा सर, कर्फ्यू लगा है तो बंद रहेगा ही। सब आदमी अपना
कहा जा रहा है, जवानों, सेना के जवान अब मार्च कर रहे हैं, उन्होंने क्या कहा?
अभी हम लोगों को तो नहीं मालूम है।
अभी यही बताया कि अभी हम लोग कर्फ्यू लगाया है, आप लोग यहाँ से जाइए, है ना। क्योंकि जब तक कर्फ्यू लगा है, हमारा विनती करता है वो भी लोग कि आप एक जगह मास्क से खड़ा होंगे तो यहाँ पे फिर माहौल बिगड़ेगा, इसीलिए कर्फ्यू लगाने की मजबूरी।
ज़्यादा लोग खड़े हो गए हैं, ये कैमरा देखकर भी खड़े हो गए, लेकिन लोगों से जल्दी से बात करते हैं आप, क्योंकि आप लोगों को ज़्यादा खड़े नहीं रह सकते ज़्यादा देर तक। ठीक है,
भाई बोलेगा हम।
ठीक है, कुछ और भी लोग सर, आप लोग क्या कहेंगे सर?
क्या
जलेश्वर में कल जेल ब्रेक हुआ, आज क्या माहौल है और सेना के जवान अब उतर गए?
कल जलेश्वर में पूरा कैदी सब निकल गया, आज माहौल ठीक है ना। आप सेना सब परिचालन कर दिया है, इसीलिए माहौल आज का माहौल ठीक है।
लेकिन सरकार तो पूरी राजीनामा देकर, इस्तीफा देकर चली गई। अब कल
ये अच्छा हुआ, तो सबसे अच्छा हुआ ना। अब यहाँ तो एक छोटा जो सरकार है, उनको भी राजीनामा देना चाहिए, क्योंकि भारत सरकार तो दिया है, छोटा भी देना चाहिए। क्योंकि यहाँ पे इतना करप्शन हो गया, इतना आदमी को प्रेशर दे रहा है, सब चीज़ में घपलाबाजी कर रहा है। यह हर जगह पे, ये जलेसर नगरी में भी इतना करप्शन में चलता है, मत पूछिए। ये आदमी
आप लोग क्या सोशल मीडिया बैन हुआ उससे गुस्सा था या करप्शन बढ़ गया उससे गुस्सा था?
वो सब हमको नहीं मालूम है।
जो भी है वो भी अच्छा हुआ है, इसलिए आप जो हुआ
सरकार के खिलाफ गुस्सा था।
आप जो भी है अब अच्छा है,
अब अच्छा है,
बहुत अच्छा है।
कैसी सरकार
चलने दीजिए।
अब सेना, आप कह रहे हैं कि सेना ही चलाए सर नेपाल?
हाँ, सेना चलाए नेपाल को।
अब जो है जो
आप सरकार नहीं चाहिए, सिर्फ बांगन शाह को देखना है, किसी को नहीं।
बालन शाह जो काठमांडू के मेयर हैं, आप
बालन शाह को ही सपोर्ट में है।
बालन शाह को मतलब आप पूरे नेपाल में सपोर्ट?
All right, we'll try to connect back with our reporter there, but he's been speaking to the locals there and how they are reacting to the situation there. Remember, there were 2 massive jailbreaks that were reported. All right, and in fact, our colleague Sumit, sent us this walkthrough a while back. Let's take a look at that.
मैं इस वक्त जलेश्वर जेल के ठीक बाहर मौजूद हूँ। ये नेपाल के महोत्तरी जिला में आता है जलेश्वर जेल। यही इसी जेल से कल 576 कैदी भागे थे। 576 कैदी, ये कारागार कार्यालय महोत्तरी जलेश्वर यही जेल है जहां पर कल चूंकि नेपाल में स्थिति ऐसी है कि अराजक स्थिति है और लगातार जो सरकारी कार्यालय हैं, सरकारी भवन हैं, उन्हें निशाना बनाया जा रहा है। तो ये महोत्तरी जिला अदालत भी यहाँ पर है और ये जेल जहाँ से कैदी भागे थे। कितने कैदी भागे थे सर? अच्छा, आप लोग बोलने से कितने तैयार नहीं है। फिलहाल गेट को यहाँ पर लॉक कर दिया गया है, लेकिन इसी गेट से, और समझिए कि 2 गेट है, आप घेरा देखिए, 2 गेट है। नेपाल कारागार जो कि ये जलेश्वर बहुत पुराना जेल है, ये माना जाता है बहुत पुराना, और इस जेल से 1-2 नहीं करीब 576 कैदी, और बताया जा रहा है कि सिर्फ 1 कैदी रह गया। पीछे पुरानी जो बिल्डिंग है उसी बिल्डिंग में कैदी रहते थे और एक भी कैदी अब इस जेल में नहीं बचे हैं। जो कल जलेश्वर में हालात ख़राब हुए, काठमांडू से लेकर जो पूरे नेपाल में आग फैली और उस आग का असर यहाँ तक देखने को मिल रहा है। हम लगातार नेपाल बॉर्डर में हम जब घुसे तब से ही लगातार कर्फ्यू की स्थिति बनी हुई है। यहाँ पर लोगों के आवाजाही पर फिलहाल रोक लगी हुई है, बहुत कम लोग निकल रहे हैं, बाज़ार दुकान कम खुले हुए हैं। और ये जेल जो है ये जेल ब्रेक हुआ है, जो बहुत बड़ी घटना, इस तरह की घटनाएं, जेल ब्रेक की घटनाएं और भी जिलों में हुई हैं, लेकिन जलेश्वर से शुरुआत हुई।
From Nepal, thick plumes of smoke are still rising from the headquarters of Kantipur Media Group in Kathmandu. As you can see these visuals, this media group headquarters was set ablaze yesterday as the protests spiraled into violence. The unrest driven by widespread anger over government corruption has rocked the capital of in Kathmandu and other parts of the country as well. Remember, in a dramatic political development, Prime Minister PM Oli resigned yesterday, and this amid mounting public pressure and nationwide demonstrations. So what really began with a controversial social media ban quickly ignited a sort of the tinderbox, and many young people burnt buildings. Also, a big media group there, Kantipur Media Group in Kathmandu, was set on fire, and we can see these visuals there. Thick plumes of smoke are still rising from the headquarters there. And the political crisis in Nepal continues to deepen. The unrest there has turned deadly. The security forces also opened fire on the protesters. A lot of people, about 20 people, have lost their lives as well. So amid this crackle of chaos that we can see, thick smoke billows from the ravaged headquarters of the Kantipur Media Group in Kathmandu. And this fire raged after protests turned really violent and destructive. And this, in fact, telling a story of a nation which is at a tipping point. So these are visuals there across Nepal. It is Gen Z, what they are calling as Gen Z protesters, leading a big shift in the country. And amid the tense situation in the neighboring country, Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath has instructed UP police to remain on high alert. Now 24 hours it has been said the UP Chief Minister has called the police to keep vigil 24 hours a day, and especially along the border districts of Uttar Pradesh adjoining Nepal. And additional police force has also been deployed, and patrolling and surveillance have been increased in the area so that any emergency can be dealt with immediately. Meanwhile, high alert has also been issued in Bihar as well, and the border there is also being monitored through CCTV continuously. So as turmoil is unfolding in Nepal, the states within India have been put on high alert, especially along the border areas. Here is a report.
सीमा सोनौली बॉर्डर के हालात आप देख सकते हैं कि यहाँ पर किस तरह से जो दोनों तरफ की जो सिक्योरिटी फोर्स है वो यहाँ पर ग्राउंड जीरो पर खड़ी हुई है और भारी संख्या में लोग आए हैं। इनसे जानने की कोशिश करेंगे कि आखिर ये लोग यहाँ पर क्यों आए हैं, क्या बात है भाई साहब?
सर यहाँ पे सर बहुत सारी समस्याएं हैं।
जो कि सर पार्किंग को लेके यहाँ पे सर कोई भी सेफ नहीं है। नेपाल सरकार बोल रही है सर हमारी कोई जिम्मेदारी नहीं है, वो खुद की जिम्मेदारी नहीं ले सकते सर, तो हमारी गाड़ियों की हमारे माल की क्या जिम्मेदारी लेंगे?
कोई गाड़ियाँ नेपाल साइड में?
हाँ सर, नेपाल पार्किंग में खड़ी हुई है सर।
खाली गाड़ी है या सामान?
सामान है सर। हाँ कुछ सामान के साथ है।
भी है कहीं गाड़ी को जलाने दिया जाए या तोड़ने दिया जाए?
तो वो तो सर उसका ऊपर है कि क्या पता क्या हो सकता है। इसमें केमिकल की ऐसी गाड़ियां हैं जो सर अगर एक किसी में भी आग लग जाए तो यहाँ एरिया कुछ बचेगा ही नहीं सर।
अच्छा,
ऐसी गाड़ियां यहाँ खड़ी।
गाड़ियां जो है केमिकल से भरी हुई खुद विस्फोट है, यानी कि अपने आप में वो एक बम की तरह है कि अगर उसमें कुछ होता है तो कहीं ना कहीं पूरा एरिया जो है वो तबाह होगा।
हाँ, पूरा एरिया तबाह हो जाए, कुछ नहीं बचेगा सर यहाँ पे।
देख सकते हैं कि किस किस तरह की गाड़ियां खड़ी हैं जिसमें बहुत ही खतरनाक रसायन भी भरे हुए हैं। अगर उनमें कहीं ना कहीं आग लगता है तो पूरा का पूरा एरिया साफ हो सकता है। अभी और भी लोग हमारे साथ हैं, देखिए यहाँ पर क्या बात हो रही है। देखिए ये लोग अपनी बात रख रहे हैं कि किन मामलों को लेकर आप यहाँ आए हैं भाई साहब?
सर हमारी गाड़ी खड़ी हुई है भंसार में, इंडिया की गाड़ी है। अब इंडिया मुझ में भंसार में अंदर आग लगा रहे हैं, तोड़ फोड़ कर रहे हैं।
सब सामान भरा है गाड़ियों में?
सब गाड़ियों में सामान भरा हुआ है, कोई भी सुरक्षा नहीं। नेपाल की
10 दिन से खड़े हैं यहाँ पे जी।
10 दिन से ऐसे हालात है?
हाँ जी, 5 दिन से ऐसे हालात है यहाँ पे।
जी क्या कहें भाई साहब, कितने दिन से आप आए?
मैं 5 दिन से। हाँ जी।
क्या है माहौल यहाँ का?
मेरी तो खाली गाड़ी है, गेट पास भी कट चुका है,
केवल आने नहीं दे रहे हैं।
हाँ।
कहाँ पे खड़ी है गाड़ी?
अंदर भंसार में,
नेपाल साइड में।
हाँ।
हमारा सब ये अपील है कि हमारा इंडिया का गाड़ी है, हमारे इंडिया वापस मंगाया जाए। हम सबको बहुत दिक्कत हो रही है।
गाड़ी भारत?
हाँ, हमें वापस चाहिए, लोड गाड़ी चाहिए यहाँ के।
भारत में ले लें वापस, भारत की गाड़ी भारत में ले लें सर जी। अब ये बताओ, ड्राइवर गाड़ी के अंदर पड़ा है, वो हमारा घर बार तो यहाँ पे है नहीं, तो हम यहाँ पे करेंगे क्या?
डर है कि कहीं गाड़ियों में आगजनी ना हो जाए तो जो सामान है
सही बात बोल रहे हैं, सही बोल रहे हैं।
वो तो जब जिस तरह का यहाँ माहौल है, ये ग्राउंड जीरो है। आप देख सकते हैं कि इसको शून्य ये स्थान बोला जाता है। दोनों तरह के बीच का ये मैटर है, जहाँ पर एक तरफ नेपाल है और दूसरी तरफ भारत है। लेकिन देखिए किस तरह से जो भारत की जो फोर्स है वो देखिए किस तरह से, आप देख सकते हैं ना कि भारत की फोर्स पूरी तरह से अलर्ट है। आप देख सकते हैं कि पूरे अपने ड्रेसअप में भारत की जो फोर्स है, जो सिक्योरिटी फोर्स है वो खड़ी हुई है। आप देख सकते हैं कि एकदम पूरी तरह से अलर्ट, क्योंकि कल का जो हालात था, वाकई में कल का हालात बहुत खतरनाक था। जिस तरह से वहां पर आगजनी हो रही थी, जिस तरह से वहां पर अराजकता हो रही थी, जिस तरह से वहां पर हत्याएं हो रही थी, उसको देखते हुए आप देख सकते हैं कि जो भारत का जो भी सीमावर्ती जो जिला है, वहां पर जो भी अपने आने जाने का आवागमन का जो मुख्य मार्ग है, उसको पूरी तरह से इसी तरह से उसको ठीक किया गया है। वहां पर बॉर्डर सिक्योरिटी फोर्स है, लोकल पुलिस है, तमाम जो कप्तान है जिलों के, वो लगातार गश्त कर रहे हैं। कल रात में भी यहाँ के महाराजगंज के जो एसपी थे वो गश्त करने के लिए आए थे। हम रात 12 बजे तक यहाँ पर रहे और आज भी अभी देख सकते हैं आप कि भारी संख्या में जो यूपी की जो सिक्योरिटी फोर्स है वो बाउंड्री पर लगी हुई है। और जो लोग हैं काफी संख्या में, सैकड़ों की संख्या में जो ड्राइवर है, बड़ी बड़ी गाड़ियां लेकर आए हैं, वो उनकी गाड़ियां अंदर नेपाल में फंसी हुई हैं। इनका कहना है कि इनके गाड़ियों को कुछ हो सकता है। किस तरह का डर है भाई साहब आपको?
ये सर सारे बॉर्डरों पे गाड़ी इंडिया को भेज दी है। एक बॉर्डर ये ऐसा है, एक बॉर्डर ये नहीं जान दे रही है गाड़ी पास खाली सर।
रुपए आप लोग?
हम लोग आज 5-5 दिन से फंसे हैं सर जी, 5-5 10-10 दिन हो गया जी जी। मैं ये
डर भी लग रहा है कि गाड़ी,
हाँ जी सर,
दिक्कत हो रही है।
हाँ जी, बहुत ज्यादा
डर भी लग रहा है,
डर लग रहा है। हाँ, हमको वापसी भेजो।
क्या चाहते हैं आप लोग?
सर हम चाहते हैं इंडिया जाते हैं, हम इंडिया वापसी जाते हैं।
नेपाल वाले नहीं आने दे?
नहीं आने दे रहे, गेट बंद है, गेट बंद कर दिया। ऐसा बोले इंडिया वालों से पूछ के आओ पहले।
पूछ के आओ तब।
हाँ जी, जब भी हम आपके पास आए हैं इधर,
जो है इधर इंडिया के पाले में डाल दिए हैं।
हाँ जी, वो बोले इंडिया वालों से।
Viewers, we have more breaking news coming in on the situation in Nepal. Formal talks are expected later today between the representatives of the Gen Z protesters, senior political leaders and Nepal's president. This is going to be a critical step towards de-escalating the unrest. Meanwhile, the Nepali army is also currently making necessary preparations on the ground in order to maintain order and support this transition. My colleague Sumit is now joining us live from Jaleshwar in नेपाल। सुमित, ये बताइए कि आपने स्थानीय लोगों से वहाँ बातचीत की है। आज एक बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण बातचीत होने वाली है, जो प्रोटेस्टर्स और पॉलिटिकल लीडर्स, साथ ही साथ जो राष्ट्रपति हैं उनके साथ। क्या माहौल है वहाँ पे? लोग किस तरह से इस बातचीत को देख रहे हैं?
देखिए यहाँ पर जलेश्वर में मैंने जितने भी लोगों से बातचीत की है, लोग यही कह रहे हैं कि जो हुआ ठीक हुआ और ये होना चाहिए था, क्योंकि लोगों में गुस्सा था करप्शन को लेकर। सोशल मीडिया बैन के बाद वो चिंगारी आप समझिए कि आग का रूप ले लेती है, लेकिन लोग गुस्से में हैं और कर्फ्यू जो लागू है वो कर्फ्यू लगातार लागू है। आप कुछ बोलेंगे सर? लोगों में गुस्सा क्यों है?
यहाँ राजनीतिक है ना, ग्रास रूट से लेके केंद्र तक जो जितना अपना पद पे उस तरह से भ्रष्टाचारी कर रहा है, इसलिए जनता लोग मतलब सहन से अतिक हो गया, इसलिए
बर्दाश्त के बाहर
हो गया, इसलिए यहाँ पर ये सब हो रहा है।
अब जो हुआ, अब उसके बाद क्या होना चाहिए नेपाल में?
अब इसके बाद में ये होना चाहिए कि बालन शाह को प्रधानमंत्री बना दे, युवा को, तब सब ठीक हो जाएगा।
बालन शाह काठमांडू के मेयर?
बालन शाह काठमांडू के मेयर है, पर उसका घर मोहतरी जिला है, यही एक दादा।
क्या? मेरा नाम प्रकाश साहू हुआ, घर जलेश्वर सऊदीपट्टी, जलेश्वर सऊदीपट्टी।
क्या अब नेपाल में क्या होना चाहिए? ओली जी तो इस्तीफा देकर चले गए, अब राष्ट्रपति से आज बातचीत होने वाली है और सेना, हाँ उनकी मौजूदगी में
सेनापति से बात होने वाली है।
हाँ, तो अब वो बातचीत में क्या आप क्या मांगे, लोग क्या चाहते हैं, किस तरह से सरकार?
बालन शाह का कहना है कि पहला संविधान खत्म हो, प्रधानमंत्री राष्ट्रपति राजीनामा दे और पूरे यांत्रिक ये संविधान खत्म करके उसको प्रधानमंत्री बनाया जाए। वो
संविधान भी नए सिरे से बनाया,
नए तरीके से बनाया।
क्या हिंदू राष्ट्र भी
हिंदू राष्ट्र कायम रहे?
हिंदू राष्ट्र कायम रहे। हिंदू राष्ट्र को लेकर
सर नहीं, हिंदू राष्ट्र के लिए मांग नहीं है सर। यहाँ पर सर मुस्लिम भी है, हिंदू भी है, क्रिश्चियन भी है।
करप्शन के खिलाफ मतलब
करप्शन नहीं होना चाहिए।
करप्शन नहीं होना चाहिए। ये
नो डिफरेंस बिटवीन यू आर नेपाली एंड वी आर हिंदू, हिंदू, ये डिफरेंस ये नहीं होना चाहिए।
ये देखिए जलेश्वर की तस्वीर में दिखाऊं, पीछे
सागर, ये देखिए सर।
हाँ, ये वरुण सागर है और पीछे महादेव मंदिर है। यही महादेव मंदिर से ही कल एक तरह से जुलूस निकला था और उसके बाद जलेश्वर में जो प्रदर्शन हुआ, बिल्कुल, और ये लोग जो हैं वो इकट्ठा हुए। लोग अब सीधे सीधे कह रहे हैं कि जो हुआ अच्छा हुआ, ठीक हुआ और ये सरकार जानी चाहिए थी, सरकार गई। अब नए सिरे से अब सबकी जुबान पर एक ही नाम है, बालन शाह, जो कि काठमांडू के मेयर हैं। वो कह रहे हैं कि अब लोगों की एक ही मांग है कि उन्हें प्रधानमंत्री बनाया जाए, उनकी सरकार हो बने और संविधान जो अब तक बना था वो संविधान भी नए सिरे से बनाया जाए। यानी नेपाल में सब कुछ नए सिरे से एक सत्ता में लोग आए और लोग अभी भी घरों में ही हैं। बहुत सारे लोग कर्फ्यू के कारण
to unfold today, because these talks are going to be really crucial. Thank you for giving us all the updates from there. And viewers, we have more breaking news coming in right now. Delhi High Court is going to hear actor Karishma Kapoor kids seeking a share in late Sanjay Kapoor's property. Now, the matter is listed before the single judge bench of Justice Jyoti Singh. The two children of Bollywood actor Karishma Kapoor have approached the Delhi High Court seeking their share in the estate of their late father, industrialist Sanjay Kapoor. And the petition listed for hearing on 10th of September challenges the validity of a will that purportedly leaves all of Mr. Kapoor's personal assets to his third wife, Miss Priya Kapoor. So, alright, so actor Karishma Kapoor's kids have moved the Delhi High Court for a share in Sanjay Kapoor's 30,000 crore rupees property, and they are contesting Sanjay Kapoor's will and they are seeking a share in his estate. And this hearing is scheduled for 10th of September, and the petition alleges that neither Sanjay nor his wife Priya Kapoor disclosed the will's existence to them. So both the children of Karishma Kapoor have moved the Delhi High Court, and the Delhi High Court will hear shortly this case of Bollywood actor Karishma Kapoor's two children seeking a share in their father Sanjay Kapoor's 30,000 crore assets. And the matter is listed before Justice Jyoti Singh. And the siblings have accused their stepmother, Priya Kapoor, who is also the third wife of Sanjay Kapoor, of forging Sanjay Kapoor's will and trying to gain control of the assets. All right, so what we do know right now, the matter has been taken up. Senior advocate Mahesh Chetmalani is going to take up the matter for the children of Karishma Kapoor. So, senior advocate Rajiv Nair has, on the other hand, appeared for Priya Kapoor and says that the suit is not maintainable. And the cause of the action is that after Sanjay Kapoor's death, we are seeking petition of the estate of the deceased. This is what the Mahesh Jethmalani has submitted to the court. And he said what has triggered this suit is that all along the plaintiffs were told that there was no will. Some of the property is held by a trust. And after some time, it was decided that a meeting was to be organized at Taj Mansingh in Delhi for discussing the trust. And in a conversation regarding the proposed meeting, the ex-wife, that is Karishma Kapoor, was informed that present at the meeting would be executor of the will. And on inquiry, the ex-wife was told that there was no will. So there is a big question mark that is being raised about the will. And Sanjay Kapoor's children have in their petition said that they have actually contested their late father's will, and the petition alleges that neither Sanjay Kapoor nor his wife Priya Kapoor disclosed the will's existence to them. So where did that really will come from? So two children of Sanjay Kapoor moving the Delhi High Court. This petition is scheduled for hearing today, and the matter has been taken up. Senior advocate Mahesh Jethmalani is appearing for the Kapoor children, and senior advocate Rajiv Nair has appeared for Priya Kapoor, who is the third wife of late industrialist Sanjay Kapoor. So according to the plaintiff, neither their father nor their stepmother Priya Kapoor ever informed them about the existence of any will. All right, let's move on in the bulletin now. Ladies and gentlemen, Donald Trump, US President, has reached out to India. US President Donald Trump has announced that the United States and India are continuing trade negotiations to address the trade barriers between the two nations. Donald Trump expressed optimism about reaching a successful conclusion, stating that he will speak with his very good friend, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, in the coming weeks. Remember, this development comes after Donald Trump earlier imposed 50% tariff on Indian goods, citing India's purchase of Russian oil and long-standing trade barriers. And Prime Minister Narendra Modi also has responded warmly. Now, he has reciprocated Donald Trump's sentiments and positive assessment of the ties, emphasizing India's commitment to a very positive and forward-looking, comprehensive and global strategic partnership with the United States. So what we are seeing right now is that both leaders are seeming to be keen on resolving trade tensions, with Prime Minister Narendra Modi assuring that their teams are working now to conclude the discussions swiftly, aiming for a brighter future for both nations.
The ground reality was always different. You know, I've always said on whenever I have commented that there is a deeper understanding between US and India, and not everything that comes out on the fore. Yes, the tariffs on India was unfair. Obviously, there are enough people in Washington who also believe. But what he was trying to do was, President Trump has been using his tariff for, to get his own diplomacy, especially when it comes to Russia and Ukraine, which he wanted to solve the issue. So in a way, India became a collateral. But more than anything else, is the personal chemistry between leaders which guides the relationship between countries when it comes to the Trump White House. This is something you should understand, because unlike other White Houses and other leaders who are guided by their diplomats, their officials, President Trump has a different way of doing things. He is somebody who will pick up the phone and talk to a world leader with whom he has a respect, and will obviously make sure that any differences that are there will be ironed out. In case of Prime Minister Modi, he has been saying all along that he has the greatest respect for the Prime Minister, and he also realized the importance that India has as a key strategic friend of the US. That's it.
Viewers, we are taking a short break, but we continue tracking the biggest story, Nepal's worst unrest in decades. Army has been deployed after protesters reached Pashupatinath temple, and there have been reports of vandalism in the temple as well. That big story and much more, viewers, is coming up. Stay tuned.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला. I choose a world where we dream and the limit is the sky, and this world is my home where I'm living my best.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics. Sansar, a D-Decor brand. Live consciously.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
Here we didn't want to bring out the big charts because it had no chance of standing. Fortunately, we came armed with a little smaller chart. So it's 67%, so we're going to be charging a discounted reciprocal tariff of 34%, I think.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार. MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला. MDH.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे. केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार. विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, ये तो है इसकी खास बात. वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है. अरे मेरे राजा. सबका राजा आरती और मसाला.
Today, a coward decided to take our 8-year-old son Fletcher away from us. Because of their actions, we will never be allowed to hold him, talk to him, play with him, and watch him grow into the wonderful young man he was on the path to becoming.
Justice for Ralph! Justice for Ralph! Justice for Ralph! Justice for Ralph!
Families in Minneapolis are...
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Viewers, top headlines. Trump reaches out to PM Modi, says India and US talks will continue. PM Modi responds to Trump and says India and US are natural partners. Uttar Pradesh and Bihar on high alert amid violent protests in Nepal. All flights to Nepal remain cancelled. Instructions given to keep vigil on the border 24 hours. Army deployed after protesters reached Pashupatinath temple. Reports of vandalism in the temple. Delhi High Court hears plea of actor Kathmandu Kapoor's children seeking share in late father Sanjay Kapoor's inheritance. In a major joint operation, security forces have arrested 2 suspected ISI operative, Asher Danish from Ranchi and Aftab from Delhi. Republic accesses dossier against Aam Aadmi Party MLA Mehraj Malik. Dossier alleges Aam Aadmi Party MLA had associations with killed terror commander. SIT constituted to investigate ISI links of some individuals to submit a report to CM Himanta today.
viewers, well, I'm breaking up Shivangi Shukla. Breaking news coming in. Delhi High Court is hearing the actor Karishma Kapoor's children's plea seeking a share in the late Sanjay Kapoor's property. The matter is listed before the single judge bench of Justice Jyoti saying the two children of Bollywood actor Karishma Kapoor have approached the Delhi High Court, remember, seeking their share in the estate of their late father and industrialist Sanjay Kapoor. The petition is listed for hearing and that's happening right now, viewers. Back-to-back updates coming in here on Republic TV, viewers. Bollywood actress Karishma Kapoor's children had filed a suit before the Delhi High Court seeking share in the personal assets of their late father Sanjay Kapoor. Sanjay Kapoor had passed away on June 12th. A suit has been filed by Samaira Kapoor and Kian Raj Kapoor against their father's second wife, Priya Kapoor, and the son, as well as mother Rani Kapoor and Shraddha Suri, who is the purported executor of a will dated March 21st, 2025. Let's go straight across to my colleague Shambhavi. Shambhavi, yes. In fact, we are being joined by Rhythm. Let's go to Rhythm. Rhythm, you know, this is huge coming in because we see that the children have moved the Delhi court seeking a share in the assets of late father Sanjay Kapoor, and they have also made a couple of allegations.
Let's tell our viewers what's been happening in the courtroom that has started hearing the case. First, Mahesh Jethmalani is appearing for the Kapoor children. Rajiv Nair is appearing for Priya Sachdeva. Jethmalani has said what has triggered this suit is all along these people had said there was no will. Some of the property is held by a trust. He's explaining the background. After some time, he says there was a meeting that was organized at Taj Mansingh in Delhi for discussing the trust. In a conversation regarding this meeting, Karishma Kapoor was informed that present at the meeting would be the executor of the will. The ex-wife was told that there was no will later. Shraddha Suri, Lalit Suri's daughter, said she was also coming. She read it in haste. She said there was a will, but refused to give Karishma Kapoor and her children a copy of this will. Now, Mr. Jethmalani, who's reading this out in detail, says that if you want a copy of the will, we were told you must sign a non-disclosure agreement. And Mr. Jethmalani goes on to say what transpired around the discovery of this will suddenly was suspicious. He reads out the response that was sent by the will's executor to Karishma Kapoor. He says the response says that neither Karishma Kapoor nor her children are beneficiary of the will. The response states Karishma Kapoor can inspect the will only in Suri's office. Now Mr. Jethmalani tells the court, why is it suspicious? It is because the will is properly to us. The executor says they discovered it only one day earlier. When it comes to matters of will and such cases that are heard several times over in the Delhi High Court and such high profile and such high money valued cases, it always boils down to whether the will really is an authentic document, which is what questions are being raised by Mahesh Jethmalani by. Of course, we're also going to be seeing Rajiv Nair for Priya Kapoor raise other questions, but now they've said that the will is not registered, which is very crucial. If a will is not registered, then its validity is always questionable. Mr. Jethmalani says the father, Sanjay Kapoor, was meticulous in securing the properties of the children. It is a fact that this will is not registered. We have a document, he says, that suddenly comes up, and the most surprising thing is the children are totally left out. We've asked for the disclosure of the assets of the father as well. So Mr. Jethmalani is making his case before the bench of Justice Jyoti Singh, who's hearing the matter. This is about Sanjay Kapoor's assets of 30,000 crore rupees and the share that the two children seek from their father in this case. The two siblings, that is Karishma Kapoor's children, moved the Delhi High Court, accusing the stepmother Priya Kapoor of forging Sanjay Kapoor's will and trying to gain total control of the assets. Mahesh Jethmalani, appearing for the Kapoor children, has gone into great details about why he believes this will that has suddenly cropped up is extremely suspicious because the will was not disclosed to them. It has also not been registered. He also says, subsequently, I am told Priya Sachdeva has been made the MD of the company with a monthly salary of 1 crore with effect from July 13. He now says that we are now to believe this gentleman, Dinesh Agarwal, who got her appointed, did not disclose the existence of the will to her. So lots of circumstances that are being questioned because suddenly after the demise of Sanjay Kapoor, all these new details have cropped up. There is a will that is not registered. In India, a will becomes very authentic, very crucial as a document to be read once it is registered. There are dime a dozen cases for this also, that a will has to be registered. And when it comes to the properties of big, high-profile companies and high-profile people like Sanjay Kapoor, the will should have been registered. He also says, Mahesh Jethmalani, that Sanjay Kapoor was meticulous in securing the properties of the children. It's a fact that this will is not registered, and therefore it's extremely suspicious and surprising that he left his children totally out. Now the court asks the question, if this is a suit, I will register it and will ask them for a reply. Then he asks the other side, Priya Sachdeva's lawyer, Mr. Nair, is the will registered? And then the breaking news coming in, Nair says it's not registered. Unregistered does not take the nature away. There is a judgment which says unregistered does not take the validity away. This is the breaking news coming in right now. The will is not registered, and this is admitted by Priya Kapoor's lawyer, Priya Sachdeva's lawyer.
Right. Okay. Ridham, I also want to ask you, because you're getting some breaking news for us. We'll put that up for our viewers as more updates are coming. But children have claimed that their stepmother conspired with two associates, Dinesh Agarwal and Nitin Sharma, to suppress the will for over 7 weeks before revealing it at a family meeting on July 30th, 2025. And they also argue that the will was forged and fabricated.
I also want to go into the nitty-gritty of the battle and how it's turning dirtier and murkier. Battle turns dirty in court with the words that are now being used by Rajiv Nair, who says they have already got a big property. All this crying and weeping, what is going on? Just 6 days before the suit, the plaintiffs, that is the Kapoor siblings, received 19,000 crore rupees. So, a lot of bad language is going to be used in this, which we are seeing by the lawyers for Priya Sachdeva now that it is beginning. And now he asks, what more do they want? Court asks for the will. Nair says it's in our custody. Court returns the will. Court sees the will and then they return the will.
Right.
Rajiv Nair, yeah.
The big breaking is coming in. The will is not registered. This has been admitted by Priya Sachdeva's lawyer. The court says that the will is not registered. What is the court saying on this, Ridham? Because this is exactly the allegation which was made by the children of Karishma Kapoor.
Absolutely, and Rajiv Nair is now speaking for Priya Sachdeva in the court. The court has asked for the will. Nair says it's in our custody, and he then says, Justice Jyoti Singh examines the will and returns the will to them. So I'm just going to put this all into perspective for our viewers. I'm just giving out the breaking news as it's coming in. All right, let me put it into perspective. The breaking news now, number one that's coming in, they say the will is not. Lawyer in the Delhi High Court before the bench of Justice Jyoti Singh, they say it's not registered. Like I said, the registration of a will, especially in high-profile cases, is a must. But this will is not registered, which raises the credibility of this will and which raises several doubts on the will, which the court is also asking if it's registered. But Priya Sachdeva's lawyer, Mr. Rajiv Nair, senior advocate, says it is not registered, but unregistered does not take the nature away. The battle turns dirty in court because now allegations are being thrown about. Rajiv Nair says, when I set up the will, my lady will be entitled to examine it if it is suspicious in nature. My lady, he's referring to Justice Jyoti Singh, whose bench is hearing the case. And then he says something which makes me very aware that this is going to be a long-drawn battle. It is only the start, and it's going to be dirty linen that's washed in public, because he says all this crying and weeping that is going on. Just 6 days before the suit, the Kapoor children received 1,900 crore rupees from the trust. Then he says, what more do they want? This is very clear that the battle for the trust and the battle for the will and the battle for their money is taking on a dirty turn. It's going to be now allegations that are going to be heard. But I want to give across one more breaking news. The court asked for the will. The will, Rajiv Nair said, is in our custody, and Justice Jyoti Singh examined the will, after which he has returned it to them. The court says, for the moment, I'm only going to register it and ask you to file replies. Nayak says 1,900 crore worth of assets have been transferred. They are the beneficiaries under the trust document. And Rajiv Nayak now goes on to make more allegations before the court, and he says, he's now saying, I asked myself, I am the last wife of the deceased in relation to the proceedings with her ex-husband. There was litigation after litigation. It ultimately culminated in bitter divorce process, which ended in Supreme Court. Please have some sympathy for the soul of the deceased. I have a 6-year-old child. I'm a widow. I am his last wife. So the sympathy card also being played by Rajiv Nair, who is talking for Priya Sachdeva, playing the sympathy card here when he makes these statements.
Right, Rhythm. So the big update is by Karishma. The big claim by Karishma is that the will was not disclosed to us. And this is huge coming in, huge update coming in right now. The execution of the will was suspicious. At the same time, Rhythm, if you could help our viewers understand, because what we get so far is that Priya Kapoor tried to, this is the allegation coming in from Karishma Kapoor's side and the children's side. Priya Kapoor attempted to usurp full control over Sanjay Kapoor's estate to the exclusion of the other legal heirs. The children also are asking the court to declare them as class 1 legal heirs.
There are allegations after allegations now coming. Very dirty words being used, bad words, I would say, wrong words being now used by Priya's lawyers, by Priya lawyer, senior advocate Mr. Rajiv Nair, when he says it's not like I've left you on the streets. And he's now saying that you were nowhere to be seen for the past 5 years, last 15 years, I beg your pardon. And then he goes on to say it's not as if these people have been left on the streets. So these are the words that are coming in from the senior counsel who's appearing for Priya Sachdeva. So, it's not, the language that is being used is getting worse. The court says we will do what we do in every case. I will register the case, file your reply. I will also ask you to bring the will to the court in a sealed cover. So the court is showing us what they're going to be doing very soon. They're asking a reply to be filed by Priya Sachdeva in the Delhi High Court, and the will be before them in a sealed cover.
Right, with them, getting us back to what's coming in right now on Republic TV. The wealth battle is getting dirtier and dirtier in the court, and Rhythm is tracking every update coming in from the court. It's a Karishma versus Priya Sachdev battle which is playing out. And Karishma's lawyer is saying that the execution of the will is very, very suspicious. I want to go to Shambhavi because, the siblings, the Karishma Kapoor's children, they have accused Priya Kapoor of forging Sanjay Kapoor's will and trying to gain total control of the assets. We're getting some more updates coming in from the court. Just take our viewers through the latest. Yes, Shambhavi.
Absolutely, given the amount of assets involved, around 30,000 crores, makes one of the biggest money involving case that we are dealing with right now. And the main contention that they are dealing with, the children of Karishma Kapoor and the late Sanjay Kapoor, is that the validity of the will in question. Because previously what they're claiming is there was another original will which was there, but then that was suppressed and a new fabricated version of the same was prepared so that both the children of Karishma Kapoor and Sanjay Kapoor can be freed out of the will, and everything would be to Sanjay Kapoor's second wife's name. So they're claiming that they should be declared as class 1 legal heirs of Sanjay Kapoor, and they should be entitled to their share of the estate, challenging the major 21, if we move on the specifications, the March 21 dated will, which Priya Kapoor now claims to be the sole beneficiary, under which she claims that. And then the plaintiff here, both the children, are alleging that this will is fabricated, where it has not been shown properly and it has not been properly produced as well. So they are trying to accuse, or they are accusing Priya of trying to usurp full control of the Sanjay's estate. So we are looking forward to what the court is going to decide, or how the hearings are going to shape into.
Right, okay. We're getting some updates coming from court, so I'll just read it out. Court is asking for the bill. Nair is saying it is in our custody. And right now, Justice Jyoti Singh is examining the will. Shambhavi, dirty allegations are coming out.
Yes.
Yes.
Absolutely, absolutely. Their entire contention, their entire accusation, even in the plaint that they have filed yesterday, was that this will in question, where Priya is trying to gain control of the entire 30,000 crore estate. Now, that is a lot of money. And because Delhi High Court has jurisdiction in it, the plaint has valued tentatively around 10 crore for the court's purposes. Now, when we see that how this very, I must say, high profile
Yes, Shambhavi. Shambhavi, I'm coming back to you right now. Huge updates coming in right now, viewers, on Republic TV. As you can clearly see that this is the hearing as Karishma Kapoor's children have moved the Delhi High Court for a share in their father, Sanjay Kapoor's 30,000 crore assets. The siblings have accused the stepmother, I repeat, the stepmother, Priya Kapoor, of forging Sanjay Kapoor's will and trying to gain control of the assets. We're getting some more updates coming in. Delhi High Court asked Priya Kapoor to submit Sanjay's will. Delhi High Court asked Priya Kapoor to submit the will with a non-disclosure before the Delhi High Court. Let's go back to Rhythm. Rhythm, big update coming in. Delhi High Court asking Priya Kapoor to submit the will with a non-disclosure.
So that is the basic argument that had been given in the Delhi High Court by Priya Sachdeva. Even in the start, when there was a meeting at a hotel, Priya Sachdeva, Sanjay Kapoor's third wife, had said that I will be giving the will to you, but only if there is a non-disclosure that is going to be signed by you. The court has now said there is nothing, there is something, there can be a non-disclosure agreement. We can constitute a confidentiality club as well. We do this in several matters, and therefore Priya has been directed to disclose what is in the will. It might be non-disclosure for the Kapoors that has to be filed in the courtroom. This is clearly becoming a big admission from Priya Sachdeva's lawyer that the will has not been registered, which takes the matter to yet very strong different words now, because I want to tell our viewers that once the bill is not registered, it is going to be seen in a completely different way. Let me tell our viewers what's been happening first factually since the case that started right now. Karishma Kapoor's children accused stepmother Priya Kapoor of forging Sanjay Kapoor's will. Mahesh Jethmalani came to the Supreme Court, came to the Delhi High Court, beg your pardon, and said what has triggered this suit is that all along the plaintiffs were told there was no will. Some of the properties held by a trust. After some time, it was decided that there would be a meeting. Now, then he says if you want a copy, they said sign a non-disclosure. Jethmalani then read out the response that was given. He says neither Karishma Kapoor nor any of the children are beneficiaries of the will is what was told to us. He says it is suspicious because the will was not disclosed to us. He then says that it was represented, there will be no will, and he says it doesn't seem possible that this will is not registered. That's when Rajiv Nair, senior advocate, starts speaking for Priya Sachdeva. Priya Sachdeva's lawyer admits the will is not registered. It is extremely crucial in high-profile battles and high-profile cases when it's involving such high-profile companies have been registered. And he also said, Mahesh Jethmalani, that Sanjay Kapoor is a meticulous man. He should have registered the will. Now the court says if it's a suit, I will register it and I will ask them for a reply. That's when the battle turns a bit dirty, because Priya Sachdeva's lawyer says, why are they weeping here? All this crying and weeping just going on. 6 days before the suit, they have received 19,000 crore rupees from the trust. What more do they want? The will is in our custody. Justice Jyoti Singh examines the will. Nair then says they are the beneficiaries of 19,000 crore rupees worth of assets that have been transferred to the children. And he also plays, Rajiv Nair also plays the sympathy card, because he says the court hints at what they want to do. They want to have a sealed copy of the will. He says, I am the last wife. Please have some sympathy for the soul of the deceased. I have a 6-year-old and I am a widow and I am his last wife. All these things are happening in the Delhi High Court, I beg your pardon. And Nair says, I have been with him for all this time, but you were nowhere to be seen for the past 15 years. All right, that's the last bit of information that came in from the Delhi High Court, which continues hearing the bill, continues hearing the will matter. When in the Delhi High Court, the court has said, all right, both of you should right now there is nothing secret. Okay, I also want to tell our viewers, Akhil Sibal has now started speaking and says there is nothing amiss here. The suggestion is the will has been created after the death. The will was created in Feb and executed in front of witnesses in March. I believe Akhil Sibal is also appearing for Priya Sachdeva. He says on March 24th there is a WhatsApp group. So I'm also going to start giving this in writing to all of you. Senior Advocate Akhil Sibal now speaks for Priya in Delhi High Court. All right, so I'm just giving out this alert here. And he says that there is nothing amiss. And then he says there was a WhatsApp group of Sanjay Kapoor and Priya Kapoor. It was shared there. It's an original signed will. Okay, we also now want to tell us Rani Kapoor's lawyer, Senior Advocate Vaibhav Gagar also speaks up now for the mother. Now, breaking news coming in. I'm just writing it down. Mother Rani Kapoor speaks up. Rani Kapoor, lawyer in the High Court. He also now speaks up. Mother of Sanjay Kapoor, her lawyer says, today I have nothing. I have written at least 15 emails asking about the will. Not a word has been shared. I have been told that my email has been compromised and there is something, I have been told my emails have been compromised. There is something incredibly unholy. 10,000 crore rupees worth of assets should have been mine. I am 80 years old. All right. So then Vaibhav Gagar speaking for the mother says, mother, her vested interest go into trust, all gone. I am nowhere. Miss Sachdeva comes in. So the Priya Sachdeva comes in. Within 3 months of her getting married, everything goes. My son today leaves me with not a roof on my head. I am Rani Kapoor. On the issue of the will, Vaibhav Gagar appearing for the mother says, what is also important is there are assets of Sona Comstar which have been sold. We don't know who sold it. Shares worth 500 crores sold to a Singapore entity. None of the documents were shared with me. So lots of allegations now, and the breaking news coming in from Priya Kapoor, that from Rani Kapoor, who is the mother. The mother says that nothing has been given to me.
Right. And you know, Rhythm, Sanjay Kapoor's mother, Rani Kapoor, was one of the first ones to claim that while she was still grieving her son's death, she was forcefully made to sign some papers. And that's when we saw the feud really hit the headlines. If you could just help our viewers understand, because we understand that the mother is also being represented, and there's more observations and statements being made. Rhythm.
That's right. So let's tell our viewers right now that Rani Kapoor appearing in the Delhi High Court, Vaibhav Gagar appears. He's appeared on the channel earlier also, and he says, I have nothing. He says, Rani Kapoor says, I have nothing. I have written 15 emails asking about the will. Where and what are the documents? Not a word has been shared with me. I have been told my emails have been compromised. There is something incredibly unholy. 10,000 crore rupees worth of assets should have been mine. I am 80 years old. The mother says her vested interest goes into trust is all gone. I am nowhere. Priya Sachdeva comes in. Within 3 months of her getting married, everything goes. My son today leaves me with not a roof on my head. I am Rani Kapoor. And then they say also on the issue of the will, there are assets of Sona Comstar, what has been sold. We don't know who sold it. Shares worth 500 crores sold to a Singapore entity. None of the documents are shared with me. So it's going on, turning murkier and murkier. It's not going to be easy for Priya Sachdeva and her lawyers to prove the credibility of the will, especially since the mother has now spoken out. And this is very important to understand. The court does not take it lightly, and the court also understands the significance of a mother saying that there is something incredibly holy when I have been 10,000 crore rupee share should have been mine. I am 80 years old, that I have nothing.
Right. Okay. Rhythm, our executive editor, legal, getting us back-to-back updates as Delhi High Court is hearing Karishma Kapoor's children's plea seeking share in assets of late father Sanjay Kapoor. We're getting a huge update coming in, and a lot of allegations turning dirty against each other, against both the parties. Taking a short break, much more coming Right up, we are live and breaking. Trump reaches out to PM Modi, says India, the US talks will continue. Prime Minister Modi responds to Trump and says India and US are natural partners. Army deployed after protesters reach Pashupatinath temple. Reports of vandalism in the temple. Stay tuned, viewers.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
Here we didn't want to bring out the big charts because it had no chance of standing. Fortunately, we came armed with a little smaller chart. So it's 67%, so we're going to be charging a discounted reciprocal tariff of 34%, I think.
Top headlines. Trump reaches out to PM Modi, says India, the US talks will continue. PM Modi responds to Trump, says India and US are natural partners. Uttar Pradesh and Bihar on high alert amid violent protests in Nepal. All flights to Nepal remain cancelled. Instructions given to keep vigil on the border 24 hours. Army deployed after protesters reach Pashupatinath temple. Reports of vandalism in the temple. Well, the battle gets dirty in court. Delhi High Court asked Priya Kapoor to submit the will with a non-disclosure before the court in a major move. In a major joint operation, security forces have arrested two suspected ISI operatives, Asher and Aftab. Republic accesses dossier against Aam Aadmi Party MLA Mehraj Malik. Dossier alleges Aam Aadmi Party MLA had associations with killed terror commander. And SIT constituted to investigate ISI links of some individuals to submit report to CM Himanta today. Viewers, breaking news coming in. The wealth battle is getting dirtier and dirtier by the minute. Rani Kapoor's lawyers are presenting arguments currently as Delhi High Court hears Karishma Kapoor's kids' plea. Meanwhile, Delhi High Court asked Priya Kapoor to submit the will with a non-disclosure before the court. So back-to-back updates coming in here, viewers of Republic TV. And we are getting you exactly what is happening inside the courtroom. Okay, there's some new update coming in. Viewers. We'll put that out for our viewers. We try to connect to our legal editor and Shambhavi and our other reporters who are covering the story from the ground. But remember, just giving a little background to this case, Bollywood actress Karishma Kapoor's children had filed a suit before the Delhi High Court seeking share in the personal assets of their late father Sanjay Kapoor. And the suit was filed by Samaira Kapoor, Kian Raj Kapoor against their father's wife Priya Kapoor, as well as his mother Rani Kapoor and some others. So back-to-back updates coming in here, viewers on Republic TV. And the next hearing is also out. Next date of hearing is also out. So we'll put that out for our viewers. Next date of hearing is coming out October 9th. And the hearing has also concluded in the case. So this is some fresh updates coming in for you, viewers. the matter will be listed after 3 weeks for consider ad interim injunction. And Justice Jyoti is saying the subject matter is all the asset and not limited to will. Very important point coming in, because she's saying subject matter is all the asset and not just the will, which is also the bone of contention here. So back-to-back updates coming in, viewers. And we are seeing that plea from Karishma Kapoor's children's side. They were also seeking an interim relief to freeze Sanjay Kapoor's assets during the legal proceedings. The children had requested the court to recognize them as legal heirs. Yes, Shambhavi, the hearing is concluded, and we understand next date of hearing is October 9th. Shambhavi.
Absolutely. The next date is here, October 9th. And the hearing was as anybody could expect to, because just to brief you, the starting was when the will dated March 21st was questioned, as Karishma Kapoor's children, both son and daughter, are claiming, which are represented by Karishma Kapoor themselves, are claiming that is a fabricated will, and an original will was then suppressed by Sanjay Kapoor's second wife. Because she wanted to inherit the entire asset worth rupees around 30,000 crores. Now, this makes it one of the most high-profile inheritance claims in recent times. And now the
claims in the recent times. And now the court, Priya has said that the will, everybody knew about the will. The will was also shared in a WhatsApp group which had both Sanjay Kapoor and Priya Kapoor as members. So everybody already knew about it, and all these allegations are simply shot in the dark. Contrary to what Karishma Kapoor's children have been claiming, that this will is fabricated, and we are not. This is just another step or just another conspiracy done by Priya Kapoor in order to take all the asset in her name and not spare anything for Karishma Kapoor's children. And even Sanjay Kapoor's mother, late Sanjay Kapoor's mother, also joined in, because this Sanjay Kapoor and his asset or even company has been in the talks in the recent times, because Sona Comstar was also brought up about who will be leading it, how the assets were deleted, assets were taken in the name of a third party. And this is where even this plaint, which was filed by Karishma Kapoor and her children, comes into the play, because in one of their prayers, they've mentioned that they're taking two kinds of injunction. One is a temporary injunction where they're saying that at least put the assets on hold, so that until we don't get anything, they're not doing anything with the assets, they're not no kind of transfer of property is happening, and also permanent injunction, because so that no third party can interfere into the original case and then in return, of course, make the case more complicated, or the original amount, the original value of the assets remains the same.
Shambhavi, yes, I just want to get in our executive editor legal, Ridham Bhardwaj, because Ridham will give us a perspective on what really happened so far, why is it important? And Ridham, we know that a lot of discussions happen on the will, legal heirship rights, distribution of assets. Just give our viewers the top highlights and what we can expect in the next hearing now.
October 9th is the next hearing, where the affidavits and all are going to be filed. So what we are going to see by the next hearing is details of what's coming in. Let me tell our viewers what's happened right now. The court has right now said, in this case, the summons have been issued. Written statements are to be filed within 2 weeks, and the replies are 1 week later. Defendants will file a list of all the movable and immovable assets that are with them. Defendants, in this case, being Priya Sachdeva Kapoor. The case is going to be listed after 3 weeks at 2:30 p.m. for consideration of an ad interim injunction. And assets are to be declared as of 12th of June. Next hearing is on 9th of October. The court has basically ordered exchange of pleadings required to disclose assets, schedule the case for October 9 to consider interim orders on assets protection. That's what's happened right now from the Delhi High Court, in short, in brief.
Right. And Ridham, what we have to tell our viewers, and I want our viewers to understand exactly what has happened so far. One is, of course, the legal observations, both the sides fighting it out in court. But what stood out and what we spoke about earlier as well while it was happening was that the fight has turned very dirty. The allegations have turned very dirty, Ridham.
Yeah, so let's tell our viewers what's happened. Justice Jyoti Singh in the Delhi High Court has said the subject matter in this case is the all asset and not limited to only the will. That means this is about the 30,000 crore inheritance that we are talking about here. This is not only about the will. This is an inheritance row. The court is hearing Karishma Kapoor's plea. The court is also hearing Rani Kapoor, the mother, say that I have been given nothing. How has this new will been coming up? Why is it, and how is it that my son has not left me anything? And that's why she says I'm extremely suspicious about how all these things have been happening. I think the plea of the mother is something that I'm going to first speak about, because this is a hearing that saw a lot of emotional overtones. We're trying to understand that this has been the death of her son Sanjay Kapoor. First, she wants this to be rechecked because she believes that this death is not, she believes it is suspicious. And then her son, then I beg your pardon, the lawyer who's appearing for her comes into the courtroom and gives out the words that says, the mother says nothing has been given to me. We also try and understand who Rani Kapoor is. She is the mother of Sanjay Kapoor, who was also the person who had been one of the people who had started off Sona Comstar. And she says, today I don't understand how my son has given nothing to me. I don't even have a roof over my head. Everything is gone. Priya Sachdeva comes in, and within 3 months of her getting married, everything goes. My son leaves me with not a roof over my head. I am Rani Kapoor. On the issue of the of the will, her lawyer says what is important is there are also assets of Sona Comstar which has been sold. We don't know who sold it. Shares worth 500 crores was sold to a Singapore entity. None of the documents were shared with Priya Kapoor. She also says I should have been given 10,000 crore rupees worth of assets. I am 80 years old and today I have been given nothing. This is what Rani Kapoor says. Now let me tell you what Karishma Kapoor's children come to the court and say. They are saying that we have come to the court because we believe that this will that has been there is not correct. They believe that the response, they believe that this will was read out in haste. They were not given a copy. This will has not been registered, and their rightful claim that is there that Sanjay Kapoor would have given some things to his children has not been done. We see the battle turning dirty when we see Priya Kapoor's statements that are being made in the Delhi High Court. These statements cannot be made without having the backing of the client, that is Priya Kapoor, Priya Sachdeva, where senior advocate Rajiv Nair says, when I set up the will, he tells the courtroom there was nothing suspicious. All this crying and weeping that is going on, just 6 days before the suit, the plaintiff received 1,900 crore rupees from the trust. So he's trying to say the Kapoor siblings, the Karishma Kapoor's children have got 1,900 crore rupees from the trust. What more do they want, he's asking. But remember, this is a battle for 30,000 crore rupees. In that, 19,000 crore rupees given to the children seems like a meager amount, is what has been unofficially thought by the Karishma Kapoor's children. And Rajiv Nair says, what more do you want? He says they are the beneficiaries under the trust of 1,900 crore rupees worth of assets that has been transferred to them. Now, this is where Rajiv Nair now plays a sympathy card where he says, in the last wife in the deceased, Priya says, I am the last wife to the deceased in relation to the proceedings with my husband. It's ultimately Karishma Kapoor then makes a wild statement where she says that you had a bad bitter divorce process which ended in the Supreme Court with Sanjay Kapoor. Have some sympathy for the soul of Sanjay Kapoor. I have a 6-year-old. I'm a widow. I am his last wife. You know, these are words that clearly show that this is a sympathy gaining technique also that is being used. He says, you were nowhere for the last 15 years. It's not as if you have been left on the streets. Priya Sachdeva's lawyer says these words. And I think these proceedings need to be handled with a little more respect, but it's clearly getting to be a battle for wealth. It's getting dirtier. The court says, all right, I'm going to keep the will. I've read the will. And senior advocate Akhil Sibal also stands up in court and he says nothing amiss is here. The suggestion is the will has been created after the death. This will was created in February. But we're also then seeing the mother break out in the courtroom and say these are vested interests here. The moment Priya Sachdeva comes in, within 3 months of her getting married, everything goes. How is it possible? My son today leaves me with not a roof over my head. I am Rani Kapoor. What is important is that this is I have nothing with me today. So all these wordings have been said in this matter. This is not only a property battle, but now this is becoming even murkier. The court has ordered the exchange of pleadings, required Priya to disclose the assets, and scheduled this case for October 9th. Very importantly, what they have also said is that on October 9th, there might be an interim order for asset protection.
Rhythm, I really request you to hold on for a second, and I'm coming back to you in just a moment. I just want to just cut across to Shambhavi, who's on the ground. Shambhavi, just take our viewers through the latest coming in, because we know that the allegation was a stepmother forced the will to claim full control. Then we saw senior advocate Mahesh Jethmalani for the children argue that the will was read in haste, the trust deed withheld, and suspicious circumstances exist. Yes.
Absolutely, and the court now has asked Priya Kapoor to list all the movable, immovable properties, and the court has asked Priya Kapoor to now show all her cards, because it has been question time again, and it is very important to understand that not just Karishma Kapoor and her children, even Rani Kapoor has now come forward, and she has come forward before as well in relation to the Sona Comstar company, and she has said that several shares of and properties involved in Sona Comstar have been sold to a third party. We don't know how that is happening. We haven't seen any paperwork for that. Everything is happening on its own. A will where I am not mentioned. I haven't been given anything. I have 7 grandchildren. I don't know what they will get. They deserve property. They deserve a part in the Sanjay Kapoor's asset, and I deserve a part. And she has also come forward saying that this woman who married my son for 3 months, as now when he passed away, unfortunately, has taken everything worth 30,000 crore. Now that is a huge, huge amount. So court has also agreed to the fact, or even asserted on the fact, that this is not just about the will, this is about the entire property. And now once the papers will be filed, the assets will be listed, I think more things are going to come up, things are going to become more clear before the court, and a lot of details about what has been actually done, because this is a huge claim that another original will was there, where of course Sanjay Kapoor's children, Sanjay Kapoor's and Karishma Kapoor's children would have been given a part in the asset. Now that is nowhere to be found. A new fabricated will was made, and if we follow a timeline, when Sanjay Kapoor passed away in June, around July 30th was the date when all of them, they met for a meeting in Hotel Taj, and that is where they were shown the new will, the will dated March 21st, the will in the question. And around August mid, Karishma Kapoor asked Priya Kapoor to give her a copy of the will, but a few days later she denied, and she only let her access part of the will, and that is when Karishma Kapoor has come forward with this petition representing both her children, that they are of course children of late Sanjay Kapoor and Karishma Kapoor, and they deserve 1/5 of the total asset.
Yes,
and
Shambhavi.
Will
Absolutely,
which the Kapoor,
absolutely. The next date is out. Next date is out, Shambhavi. So we will be, of course, coming back to you as updates continue in this big row which has erupted. Okay, breaking news coming in. Mandya remains on high alert as there is mass Ganesh idol immersion which is happening today, and in fact the grand procession has been organized by the BJP and the Hindu group. Strict security in place to ensure no repeat of Monday's incident. Total 28, I repeat, 28 Ganesh idols to be immersed, and over 20,000 people expected to participate. So back-to-back updates coming in. Monday on high alert, pictures coming in right now, viewers of Republic TV, and very important, because remember that violence had broken out earlier during the Ganpati idol immersion procession, which was marred by stone pelting that happened back on Monday. So now we see that there are more updates coming in, where we see that exclusive pictures coming from our Republic Bangla team. As of now, we understand that the grand procession has been organized by BJP and Hindu groups. So a lot of security has been put in place. So the incident which happened on Monday would not get repeated. Total 28 Ganesh idols to be immersed, and over 20,000 people are expected to participate. So already you can see a lot of people have gathered. Exclusive pictures coming in from our Republic Kannada team. And while Mandya is on high alert. This is very important because security angles specifically, because stone pelting happened during Ganesh Visarjan in Karnataka's Mandya. That was on Monday. And that time we saw that Section 144 was imposed. So keeping that incident in mind, the security has been stepped up in Mandya, and security is on high alert. So pictures coming in. Last Monday, the police had imposed Section 144 in the area. Let's go to Abhishek. Abhishek, last Monday, the police had to impose Section 144 because of stone pelting. And now we understand that as Ganesh immersions will proceed today, security has been put in place to avoid a similar incident which happened last Monday. If you could just help our viewers understand what is happening now, because 20,000 people are expected to participate. Yes, Abhishek.
Well, Shivangi, the event previously happened on a Sunday night in between 7 and 7:15, where a group of people who were hiding in a garage at Masjid had pelted stones in Ram Rahim Nagar when the Ganesha procession was passing by the Masjid or the mosque. And after which we have also seen that the entire people who belong to Maduru and various other parts of Mandya had assembled in Maduru to show unity against those miscreants, and they also demanded that all these people to be taken into custody. Immediately 22 persons who were involved in this stone pelting had been arrested, and after which we also witnessed yesterday there was Maduru Bandh which happened from morning 6 until 6 in the evening. On the other hand, we've also seen BJP and JDS leaders who visited Maduru in the last couple of days, and also they had mentioned that there would be a mass Visarjan of Ganesh and mass procession of Ganesh in Maduru Taluk where the incident happened. They also demanded and gave a call out to various other associations who had placed Ganesha in various other parts of Maduru and Mandya to bring all the Ganeshas to one place so that there would be a bigger procession and there would be a huge crowd of at least 20,000 people.
Abhishek, I'm really sorry to interrupt you. I really have to move ahead right now. We're getting some breaking updates coming in. I will be coming back to you. Let's go ahead to the big update coming in from Nepal. 2 massive jailbreaks. I repeat, 2 massive jailbreaks were reported in Nepal. And this happened as violent protests are spreading across the country. The police in the Kaski district confirmed that 773 inmates had escaped in the afternoon after Gen Z protesters stormed the prison compound. In a separate case, viewers, the area police office in Tulsipur, Dang province said that 127 prisoners broke out of the Tulsipur jail. So we have those pictures coming in for you right now. Massive jailbreaks happening in Nepal. That situation is very, very volatile. Remember, this is coming in as the Nepal army has announced a nationwide curfew as well. We're seeing that the situation is still very, very volatile as the army has taken over Nepal. And at the same time, remember, loot, arson, was reported for the past 2 days. So the Nepal army has fanned across Kathmandu and other cities to restore calm following the violent anti-government protests across the country. And the latest jailbreaks, we're understanding jailbreaks are being reported. So I'll just take our viewers through exactly what's happened so far. Jailbreaks are being reported. Multiple people have broken out of jail. And around 773 inmates have escaped from the Kaski district. And in another case, the area police office in Tulsipur said that 127 prisoners broke out of the Tulsipur jail. So we put those pictures out for you as well. Those pictures are showing you the latest from Kathmandu. The latest pictures coming in from Kathmandu as the situation remains extremely volatile in Kathmandu. And after 2 days of massive protests which were reported. The mob, remember, had attacked ministers. They had attacked and vandalized the parliament, set public property on fire. So we had shown those pictures. These are the latest pictures coming in from Kathmandu. The protesters had vandalized the residences of many ministers. Social media videos showed the mob running wild on the streets and blocking even the vehicles of authorities. That led to Nepalese Prime Minister KP Oli resigning in the face of the massive anti-government protest. Oli, remember, had stepped down as hundreds of agitators entered his office shouting slogans demanding his resignation for the death of 19 people in police action during the protest which had happened on Monday. So pictures coming in right now, viewers, from Kathmandu. And we'll also try to get our viewers more updates because we understand that there would be some negotiating talks which will take place between the army and the protesters, the representatives of the protesters. I think we have with us Sumit, who's joining us live. If we have Sumit, in fact, we have a report by our colleague Sumit. Let's go and play it out.
मैं इस वक्त जलेश्वर जेल के ठीक बाहर मौजूद हूँ। ये नेपाल के महोत्तरी जिला में आता है जलेश्वर जेल। यही इसी जेल से कल 576 कैदी भागे थे। 576 कैदी, ये कारागार कार्यालय महोत्तरी जलेश्वर यही जेल है जहां पर कल चूंकि नेपाल में स्थिति ऐसी है कि अराजक स्थिति है और लगातार जो सरकारी कार्यालय हैं, सरकारी भवन हैं, उन्हें निशाना बनाया जा रहा है। तो ये महोत्तरी जिला अदालत भी यहाँ पर है और ये जेल जहाँ से कैदी भागे थे। कितने कैदी भागे थे सर? अच्छा, आप लोग बोलने से कितने तैयार नहीं है। फिलहाल गेट को यहाँ पर लॉक कर दिया गया है, लेकिन इसी गेट से, और समझिए कि 2 गेट है, आप घेरा देखिए, 2 गेट है। नेपाल कारागार जो कि ये जलेश्वर बहुत पुराना जेल है। संविधान चाहिए, पूरी तरह से पारदर्शी सरकार चाहिए। गुस्सा था और ये महादेव मंदिर, यहीं से कल जुलूस निकला था, यहीं से पूरा जलेश्वर में, और कल जेल ब्रेक हुआ था। यहाँ जलेश्वर जेल से 576 कैदी भाग गए थे। 576 कैदी को वहाँ पर भगा दिया गया था। करीब 1000 की संख्या में प्रदर्शनकारी घुस गए थे। ये महादेव मंदिर है। क्योंकि हमारी कोशिश ये भी है कि लोगों की भीड़ ज़्यादा न जुटे। कैमरा देखकर भीड़ जुट रही है, यानी कर्फ्यू लागू है। सेना के जवान लगातार लोगों को बोल रहे हैं कि एक जगह पर ज़्यादा लोग इकट्ठा ना हो। मार्च कर रहे हैं पूरे शहर में, सेना के जवान लगातार मार्च कर रहे हैं। कल जो हुआ, पहले वो बताइए, कल क्या क्या हुआ?
कल यहाँ पर प्रदर्शनकारी और सेना के बीच में झड़प हुआ, पुलिस प्रशासन के बीच में। उसके बाद आंदोलन हम लोग शांतिपूर्ण किए। उसके बाद प्रहरी से डायरेक्ट दमन हुआ हम लोगों के पास। उसके इंसाफ में यहाँ पर तोड़फोड़ हुआ और कुछ नहीं हुआ ज़्यादा।
आंदोलनकारी में आप भी हैं?
हाँ, हम भी हैं।
तो आप लोगों की क्या मांग थी? मतलब या काठमांडू से लेकर जो पूरा नेपाल एक तरह से जल गया, संसद भवन हो या सिंह दरबार हो, सब कुछ, ऐसा क्यों?
इसका कारण है कि सोशल मीडिया सबसे पहले सरकार ने बंद कर दी, और 2046 के बाद जो आप लोगों को करीब 19 से 88 होता है, उसके बाद अभी तक नेता का संपत्ति 1988 में क्या था, अभी क्या है, वो छानबीन होने के लिए ये भ्रष्ट सरकार के विरुद्ध में हम लोग मेन आंदोलन हमारा है। जो ये सरकार भ्रष्टाचार सबसे पहले बंद करे और प्रधानमंत्री डायरेक्ट जनता के वोट से प्रधानमंत्री, किसी पार्टी का किसी गुलामी के आधार पर हम लोग अब स्वीकार नहीं करेंगे। नेपाल में प्रधानमंत्री के लिए हम लोगों को डायरेक्ट जनता के बीच से जाना पड़ेगा। और अभी तक 2046 साल से 2082 तक में जितना नेता का क्या था, अभी क्या है, वो संपत्ति छानबीन हो, इसके लिए हम लोग आंदोलनरत है।
तो देखिए ये लगातार और ये कुछ और भी लोग हैं। आप क्या कहेंगे? अब आगे क्या?
जैन जी जो किया था बहुत बढ़िया किया है, लेकिन कुछ गलती भी हुआ कि घुसपैठी घुसकर कुछ जेल को कैदी सबको निकाला। इसमें कुछ बलात्कारी, मर्डर, ये सब का अब देश में कुछ
जेल से करीब 576 कैदी भागे। ये आंदोलन में कहीं ना कहीं एक रंग में भंग पड़ गए।
हाँ, ये कि क्या है।
And viewers, much coming right up. We are live and breaking. We put our focus on the other big stories we are tracking, especially Trump reaching out to PM Modi. He says India and US talks will continue. PM Modi responds to Trump, says India and US are natural partners. An army deployed after protesters reached Pashupatinath temple. Reports of vandalism in the temple. Stay tuned. We are live and breaking.
सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
Today, a coward decided to take our 8-year-old son Fletcher away from us. Because of their actions, we will never be allowed to hold him, talk to him, play with him, and watch him grow into the wonderful young man he was on the path to becoming.
Justice for Ralph! Justice for Ralph! Justice for Ralph! Justice for Ralph! Justice.
Families in Minneapolis are mourning. Our Greater Annunciation Fellowship is mourning. Our entire city is united in grief, and at the same time, based on this incredible group of people that has assembled here in City Hall, we are also united in action.
Justice for Ralph! Justice for Ralph!
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
I choose a world where we dream, and the limit is the sky. And this world is my home where I'm living my best.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics. Sansar, a decor brand. Live consciously.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
We didn't want to bring out the big charts because it had no chance of standing. Fortunately, we came armed with a little smaller chart. So it's 67%, so we're going to be charging a discounted reciprocal tariff of 34%, I think.
Today, the World Health Organization officially announced that
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा।
Today, a coward decided to take our 8-year-old son Fletcher away from us. Because of their actions, we will never be allowed to hold him, talk to him, play with him, and watch him grow into the wonderful young man he was on the path to becoming.
Justice for Ralph! Justice for
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
$30,000 crore inheritance battle gets ugly in court. Rani Kapoor claims all her property and assets given to Priya Sachdev within 3 months of marriage. Karishma Kapoor enters Sanjay Kapoor's property battle, says family not disclosed anything about the will. Nepal army takes charge, imposes a nationwide curfew as authorities aim to restore normalcy. High alert in Mandya and Karnataka ahead of the Ganesh Visarjan days after the stone pelting during the procession. Donald Trump reaches out to PM Modi, says India and US talks will continue. Prime Minister Modi responds to Donald Trump, says India and United States are natural partners. Republic assesses the dossier against Aam Aadmi Party MLA Mehraj Malik. It alleges that the MLA had association with killed terror commander. Hello and welcome. You're watching Republic TV with me, Akanksha Khajura. Let's start with the breaking updates coming in. As far as Nepal violence is concerned, we're learning that the army has surrounded the prisoners after they tried to escape from the Delhi Bazaar prison. The army has surrounded the Delhi Bazaar prison after the prisoners tried to escape by breaking into it. The prisoners and detainees held there had gathered and chanted slogans since morning. A large number of troops that you can see on the screen have been deployed there after they tried to break through the prison's security perimeter and escape. And this is another concerning update coming in from Nepal. We're learning that amid the ongoing wave of protests in Nepal, chaos has erupted across several prisons, with protesters storming inside the jail compounds and breaking the locks to free the inmates there. And in some of the jail facilities, we're learning that the prisoners themselves are broken out, taking advantage of the growing unrest in Nepal. And we're learning that several of the major convicts in major cases, in fact, in the bomb blast case as well, and in serious cases, they have also run away from the jail. They've walked out of the jail as well. And this includes few of the politicians as well. And this is, in fact, the concerning news that we're getting for you at this point in time. And this is regarding the Delhi Bazaar prison is what we're learning. We're learning that the army has surrounded the prisoners after they tried to escape from the prison. They surrounded the prisoner as he tried to escape by breaking away from the prison. As we told you, there are a few prisoners who, in fact, there are a few protesters who stormed inside the jail compound and broke free few of the inmates there. And there are some who broke out of the jail themselves, and that is the situation on the ground. The army has taken over, but there's complete anarchy on the streets of Nepal. Very concerning news coming from the prisons as well. We're learning that protesters have burned the official records and files as well in an attempt to destroy the evidence in several cases. And supporters of the jailed political leaders are also helping to break the locks of the prison, and the police have backed off. They're not intervening, but now we're learning that the army has taken over. And as we were showing you in the visuals, they are there deployed at the prisons, and they are in fact taking care of the situation and making sure that hundreds of prisoners who have broken out of the prison, they return back. All right, those are the visuals on your screen of the anarchy, complete anarchy in Nepal. The Prime Minister, President have resigned. In fact, yesterday, we showed you very concerning visuals. Entire streets, the houses of the ministers, they have been burned. Wife of the former Prime Minister was also set ablaze, and that is the situation there. All right, we have another breaking update coming in. Sri Ravi Shankar has spoken on the Nepal situation, suggesting that there may be international interference in what is unfolding. Have a look at what he said.
वहाँ पर मैं लगातार उनके संपर्क में हूँ। युवाओं में फ्रस्ट्रेशन बढ़ता चला गया ताकि युवाओं को कोई प्रवेश नहीं दे रहे थे। ये एक बात है, पर जब भी कोई आंदोलन हो जाता है असामाजिक तत्व उसमें घुस जाते हैं, और लगता भी है इसमें कोई और अंतर्राष्ट्रीय षड्यंत्र भी हो सकता है।
Religious guru has said that there can be the international interference, and what has unfolded in Nepal could be because of some sort of international interference. He has not elaborated on that, but definitely hinting at the conspiracy as far as this is concerned. Because we saw the similar pictures coming in from Bangladesh last year, and now in the last 2 days, in fact in 36 hours, the government of Nepal fell down. The Prime Minister, President resigned, and now Sri Ravi Shankar hinting that there may be an international interference as far as the chaos is concerned. Have a look at what he said once again.
वहाँ पर मैं लगातार उनके संपर्क में हूँ। युवाओं में फ्रस्ट्रेशन बढ़ता चला गया ताकि युवाओं को कोई प्रवेश नहीं दे रहे थे। ये एक बात है, पर जब भी कोई आंदोलन हो जाता है असामाजिक तत्व उसमें घुस जाते हैं और लगता भी है इसमें कोई और अंतर्राष्ट्रीय षड्यंत्र भी हो सकता है।
So the religious guru has said, and I quote, I'm in touch with many youth groups there. There was a sense of frustration among youth for a very long time. Youth wasn't getting an opportunity, but every time there's a protest, possibility of interference from outside grows. And I think in this protest as well, there could be an international conspiracy. And that is the statement coming in from the religious guru Sri Ravi Shankar, who has hinted at the possibility of a conspiracy as far as the chaos in Nepal is concerned. And that is what many experts are also saying, that we saw the similar thing unfold in Sri Lanka and then Bangladesh and now in Nepal, and there could be an international interference, and that has also been stated as Gurudev Sri Ravi Shankar as well. We'll try and connect with our reporter for the on-ground details about what is happening in Nepal right now. But those are the pictures coming in from Nepal of the complete anarchy on the streets. Several buildings have been burned down. Now it remains to be seen whether the situation will calm down a little, because the Prime Minister has resigned. The President has resigned. Several ministers have put down their papers. The army has taken over there, and we've been showing you visuals of the huge deployment of army personnel there to control the law and order situation. But right now, in the last 48 hours, a lot has happened in Nepal. Several buildings have been done, and those are the visuals on your screen. And now Sri Ravi Shankar has hinted at a possibility of an international interference, hinting at that there could be a conspiracy. Listen into what he said.
वहाँ पर मैं लगातार उनके संपर्क में हूँ। युवाओं में फ्रस्ट्रेशन बढ़ता चला गया ताकि युवाओं को कोई प्रवेश नहीं दे रहे थे। ये एक बात है, पर जब भी कोई आंदोलन हो जाता है असामाजिक तत्व उसमें घुस जाते हैं और लगता भी है इसमें कोई और अंतर्राष्ट्रीय षड्यंत्र भी हो सकता है। वहाँ पर मैं लगातार उनके संपर्क में हूँ। युवाओं में फ्रस्ट्रेशन बढ़ता चला गया ताकि युवाओं को कोई प्रवेश नहीं दे रहे थे। ये एक बात है, पर जब भी कोई आंदोलन हो जाता है असामाजिक तत्व उसमें घुस जाते हैं और लगता भी है इसमें कोई और अंतर्राष्ट्रीय षड्यंत्र भी हो सकता है।
All right, so this is a statement coming in from Sri Ravi Shankar, hinting at a possibility of a conspiracy. After what we saw unfolding in the last 48 hours, a lot has happened. It all started with thousands coming on the streets demanding the rollback of the ban on social media. Now that demand was headed to by the government, but the protest did not stop there. 24 hours later, the next morning, we saw, in fact, lakhs coming on the streets, and not just in the capital city of Kathmandu, but several districts across Nepal. And after that, the Prime Minister had to step down, followed by the President as well, and several ministers also put down their papers. But those are the visuals on your screen. There are few buildings who are still burning, and that shows you the gravity of the situation on the ground. We have a reporter there on the ground listening to what is happening there right now.
यहाँ के जो सेना के जवान हैं वो लगातार मार्च कर रहे हैं। कर्फ्यू को बढ़ा दिया गया है, सुबह 8 बजे तक था लेकिन उसे फिर और आगे बढ़ा दिया गया है। यानी दोनों तरफ आप दुकानें दिखाइए, दोनों तरफ दुकानें बंद हैं, लोग छतों पर हैं, अपने घरों में हैं। और उसके बाद जो सेना के जवान हैं वो लगातार मार्च कर रहे हैं। आप हथियार देखिए, अत्याधुनिक हथियार, और उनके साथ ये नेपाल पुलिस और सशस्त्र पुलिस जो है वो लगातार मार्च करते हुए इस जलेश्वर के हालात को काबू में करने की कोशिश और शांति बनाने की कोशिश लगातार की जा रही है, शांति बनाए रखने की कोशिश की जा रही है ताकि लोगों में एक भरोसा भी आ सके। आज ज़रूर राष्ट्रपति से प्रदर्शनकारियों के डेलीगेशन की भी मुलाकात की खबरें हैं। काठमांडू में ज़रूर कुछ घटनाएं हुई हैं लेकिन जलेश्वर में फिलहाल सेना के जवानों ने मोर्चा संभाल लिया है। कल सेना अध्यक्ष ने संबोधन में भी अपील की थी आम जनता से कि आप शांति बनाए रखें और आपकी जो बातें हैं वो पूरी की जाएगी। जो कि प्रधानमंत्री जो केपी ओली हैं वो इस्तीफा दे चुके हैं, पूरी सरकार इस्तीफा दे चुकी है। वित्त मंत्री को कल पीटा गया। पूर्व पीएम झलनाथ खनाल के घर को जला दिया गया, उसमें उनकी पत्नी जिंदा जलकर उनकी मौत हो गई। तो बहुत स्थिति भयावह है, बहुत स्थिति कल जो थी वो अनियंत्रित हो गई थी लेकिन फिलहाल अब नियंत्रण में लाने की कोशिश की जा रही है।
All right, we have breaking news coming in. Formal talks between political leaders and president expected later in the day. The army is making necessary preparation right now, and we're learning that the nationwide curfew with army soldiers on key streets, nation in ruins with most urban landmarks set ablaze. But this is a breaking news coming in after Nepal army has taken the charge. We're learning that formal talks between the political leaders and the president of Nepal is expected later in the day. What will be the outcome is something that remains to be seen. But the focus point here is how to control the law and order situation on the ground. There's several, in fact, buildings have been set ablaze. Many people have lost their lives. And remember, now army has also taken charge of ensuring the calm in the Himalayan country. And yesterday, in fact, army has said that the incidents of vandalism, loots and attacks on the streets will lead to tough action. But despite that, we are seeing that the anarchy on the streets continue. But there are also visuals coming in from Nepal of army personnel on the streets marching there to control the law and order situation and making sure that the protesters don't gather and there's no incident of the vandalism, loot or any sort of attack that we've been seeing in the last 48 hours. And the man in the spotlight, the man that you can see on the screen is General Ashok Raj Sigdel. He's the chief of army staff who has appealed to protesters to engage in talks to find a peaceful way. And as far as talks are concerned, we're learning that formal talks between the political leaders and the president of Nepal are expected later in the day. It remains to be seen what will be the outcome, but the focus definitely will be to maintain the law and order situation in Nepal. And we're learning that the Nepal army is making necessary preparation right now. And the nationwide curfew with army soldiers, in fact, on key streets, nation in ruins with most urban landmarks that have been set ablaze. But several visuals coming in of the Nepal army there on the streets, marching through the streets of the capital city of Kathmandu to ensure that now the protesters don't gather, because a lot has happened in the 48 hours. Lakhs and lakhs there on the streets, setting ablaze the key structure. And not just the buildings of the minister, the residence, but also the parliament as well as the presidential palace was also set on fire by the protesters. All right, we have another breaking news coming in. We have got pictures of the Nepal Parliament after it was set ablaze yesterday. Pictures show how the Parliament of Nepal premises have been completely gutted, and these are the visuals, in fact, that we will be showing to you of a Parliament of Nepal. That is the Parliament of Nepal on your screen. Look at how it has been completely gutted, completely set on fire, and now it lies in complete ruins there in Nepal. In fact, in the afternoon yesterday, protesters scaled the wall of Parliament of Nepal. Few hundreds, but in thousands, they entered the area. They breached the security. They outnumbered the army and the police personnel there at the spot, and they set it on fire. Their demand is that there should be a new election, and hence they are targeting the main areas: the Parliament, the Presidential Palace, the residence of the Prime Minister, the former Prime Minister, the President. All of that was in focus by the protesters yesterday. They scaled the wall. They went inside, breached the security, and set it on fire. And those are the visuals coming in from inside the Parliament. And look at how it is completely charred right now, completely brought to rubble, completely lies in ruins. And that shows you the gravity of the situation and tells you the story of what has happened in the last 48 hours. Have a look at the ground report.
मैं इस वक्त जलेश्वर जेल के ठीक बाहर मौजूद हूँ। ये नेपाल के महोत्तरी जिला में आता है जलेश्वर जेल। यही इसी जेल से कल 576 कैदी भागे थे। 576 कैदी, ये कारागार कार्यालय महोत्तरी जलेश्वर यही जेल है जहां पर कल चूंकि नेपाल में स्थिति ऐसी है कि अराजक स्थिति है और लगातार जो सरकारी कार्यालय हैं, सरकारी भवन हैं, उन्हें निशाना बनाया जा रहा है। तो ये महोत्तरी जिला अदालत भी यहाँ पर है और ये जेल जहां से कैदी भागे थे। कितने कैदी भागे थे सर? अच्छा, आप लोग बोलने से कितने तैयार नहीं है। फिलहाल गेट को यहाँ पर लॉक कर दिया गया है, लेकिन इसी गेट से, और समझिए कि 2 गेट है, आप घेरा देखिए, 2 गेट है। नेपाल कारागार जो कि ये जलेश्वर बहुत पुराना जेल है, ये माना जाता है बहुत पुराना, और इस जेल से 1-2 नहीं करीब 576 कैदी, और बताया जा रहा है कि सिर्फ 1 कैदी रह गया। पीछे पुरानी जो बिल्डिंग है उसी बिल्डिंग में कैदी रहते थे, और एक भी कैदी अब इस जेल में नहीं बचे हैं। जो कल जलेश्वर में हालात ख़राब हुए, काठमांडू से लेकर जो पूरे नेपाल में आग फैली और उस आग का असर यहाँ तक देखने को मिल रहा है। हम लगातार नेपाल बॉर्डर में हम जब घुसे तब से ही लगातार कर्फ्यू की स्थिति बनी हुई है। यहाँ पर लोगों के आवाजाही पर फिलहाल रोक लगी हुई है, बहुत कम लोग निकल रहे हैं, बाजार दुकान कम खुले हुए हैं। और ये जेल जो है, ये जेल ब्रेक हुआ है, जो बहुत बड़ी घटना, इस तरह की घटनाएं, जेल ब्रेक की घटनाएं और भी जिलों में हुई हैं, लेकिन जलेश्वर से शुरुआत हुई।
सीमा सोनौली बॉर्डर के हालात आप देख सकते हैं कि यहाँ पर किस तरह से जो दोनों तरफ की जो सिक्योरिटी फोर्स है वो यहाँ पर ग्राउंड जीरो पर खड़ी हुई है और भारी संख्या में लोग आए हैं। इनसे जानने की कोशिश करेंगे कि आखिर ये लोग यहाँ पर क्यों आए हैं। क्या बात है भाई साहब?
सर यहाँ पे सर बहुत सारी समस्याएं हैं, जो कि सर पार्किंग को लेके यहाँ पे सर कोई भी सेफ नहीं है। नेपाल सरकार बोल रही है सर हमारी कोई जिम्मेदारी नहीं है, वो खुद की जिम्मेदारी नहीं ले सकते सर, तो हमारी गाड़ियों की, हमारे माल की क्या जिम्मेदारी लेंगे?
कोई गाड़ियाँ नेपाल साइड में?
हाँ सर, नेपाल पार्किंग में खड़ी हुई है सर।
खाली गाड़ी है या सामान?
सामान है सर। हाँ, कुछ सामान के साथ है।
भी है कहीं गाड़ी को जलाने दिया जाए या तोड़ने दिया जाए?
तो वो तो सर उसका ऊपर है कि क्या पता क्या हो सकता है। कुछ गाड़ियाँ इसमें केमिकल की ऐसी गाड़ियाँ हैं जो सर अगर एक किसी में भी आग लग जाए तो यहाँ एरिया कुछ बचेगा ही नहीं सर।
अच्छा,
ऐसी गाड़ियाँ यहाँ खड़ी।
गाड़ियाँ जो है केमिकल से भरी हुई, खुद विस्फोट है, यानी कि अपने आप में वो एक बम की तरह है कि अगर उसमें कुछ होता है तो कहीं ना कहीं पूरा एरिया जो है वो तबाह होगा।
हाँ, पूरा एरिया तबाह हो जाए, कुछ नहीं बचेगा सर। यहाँ पे
देख सकते हैं कि किस तरह की गाड़ियाँ खड़ी हैं जिसमें बहुत ही खतरनाक रसायन भी भरे हुए हैं। अगर उनमें कहीं ना कहीं आग लगता है तो पूरा का पूरा एरिया साफ हो सकता है। अभी और भी लोग हमारे साथ हैं, देखिए यहाँ पर क्या बात हो रही है। देखिए ये लोग अपनी बात रख रहे हैं कि किन मामलों को लेकर आप यहाँ आए हैं भाई साहब?
सर हमारी गाड़ी खड़ी हुई है भंसार में, इंडिया की गाड़ी है। अब इंडिया में भंसार में अंदर आग लगा रहे हैं, तोड़ फोड़ कर रहे हैं।
सब सामान भरा है गाड़ियों में?
सब गाड़ियों में सामान भरा हुआ है, कोई भी सुरक्षा नहीं। नेपाल की
10 दिन से खड़े हैं यहाँ पे जी।
10 दिन से ऐसे हालात है?
हाँ जी, 5 दिन से ऐसे हालात है यहाँ पे।
जी, क्या कहें भाई साहब, कितने दिन से आप?
मैं 5 दिन से। हाँ जी।
क्या है माहौल यहाँ का?
मेरी तो खाली गाड़ी है, गेट पास भी कट चुका है,
केवल आने नहीं दे रहे हैं।
हाँ।
कहाँ पे खड़ी है गाड़ी?
अंदर भंसार में,
नेपाल साइड में।
हाँ। हमारा सब ये अपील है कि हमारा इंडिया का गाड़ी है, हमारे इंडिया वापस मंगाया जाए। हम सबको बहुत दिक्कत हो रही है।
गाड़ी भारत,
हाँ हमें वापस चाहिए, लोड गाड़ी चाहिए यहाँ के।
भारत में ले लें वापस, भारत की गाड़ी भारत में ले लें
सर जी। अब ये बताओ, ड्राइवर गाड़ी के अंदर पड़ा है, वो हमारा घर बार तो यहाँ पे है नहीं, तो हम यहाँ पे करेंगे क्या?
डर है कि कहीं गाड़ियों में आगजनी ना हो जाए, तो जो सामान है
सही बात बोल रहे हैं, सही बोल रहे हैं।
वो तो जब
जिस तरह का यहाँ माहौल है, ये ग्राउंड जीरो है। आप देख सकते हैं कि इसको शून्य ये स्थान बोला जाता है। दोनों तरह के बीच का ये मैटर है, जहाँ पर एक तरफ नेपाल है और दूसरी तरफ भारत है। लेकिन देखिए किस तरह से जो भारत की जो फोर्स है, वो देखिए किस तरह से, आप देख सकते हैं ना कि भारत की फोर्स पूरी तरह से अलर्ट है। आप देख सकते हैं कि पूरे अपने ड्रेसअप में भारत की जो फोर्स है, जो सिक्योरिटी फोर्स है, वो खड़ी हुई है। आप देख सकते हैं कि एकदम पूरी तरह से अलर्ट, क्योंकि कल का जो हालात था, वाकई में कल का हालात बहुत खतरनाक था। जिस तरह से वहां पर आगजनी हो रही थी, जिस तरह से वहां पर अराजकता हो रही थी, जिस तरह से वहां पर हत्याएं हो रही थी, उसको देखते हुए आप देख सकते हैं कि जो भारत का जो भी सीमावर्ती जो जिला है, वहां पर जो भी अपने आने जाने का आवागमन का जो मुख्य मार्ग है, उसको पूरी तरह से इसी तरह से उसको ठीक किया गया है। वहां पर बॉर्डर सिक्योरिटी फोर्स है, लोकल पुलिस है, तमाम जो कप्तान है जिलों के, वो लगातार गश्त कर रहे हैं। कल रात में भी यहाँ के महाराजगंज के जो एसपी थे, वो गश्त करने के लिए आए थे। हम रात 12 बजे तक यहाँ पर रहे और आज भी अभी देख सकते हैं आप कि भारी संख्या में जो यूपी की जो सिक्योरिटी फोर्स है, वो बाउंड्री पर लगी हुई है। और जो लोग हैं, काफी संख्या में, सैकड़ों की संख्या में जो ड्राइवर है, बड़ी बड़ी गाड़ियां लेकर आए हैं, वो उनकी गाड़ियां अंदर नेपाल में फंसी हुई हैं। इनका कहना है कि इनके गाड़ियों को कुछ हो सकता है। किस तरह का डर है भाई साहब आपको?
ये सर सारे बॉर्डरों पे गाड़ी इंडिया को भेज दी है। एक बॉर्डर ये ऐसा है, एक बॉर्डर ये नहीं जान दे रही है गाड़ी पास खाली। सर
रुपए से आप लोग,
हम लोग आज 5-5 दिन से फंसे हुए सर।
5-5, 10 दिन हो गया जी। मैं ये
डर भी लग रहा है कि गाड़ी,
हाँ जी सर,
दिक्कत हो रही है।
हाँ जी,
बहुत ज्यादा
डर भी लग रहा है,
डर लग रहा है।
माहौल है।
हाँ, हमको वापसी भेजो।
क्या चाहते हैं आप लोग?
सर हम चाहते हैं इंडिया जाते हैं, हम इंडिया वापसी जाते हैं।
नेपाल वाले नहीं आने दे रहे?
नहीं आने दे रहे, गेट बंद है, गेट बंद कर दिया। ऐसा बोले इंडिया वालों से पूछ का हो पहले।
All right, so there's panic on India-Nepal border as far as the situation in Nepal is concerned. But now shifting our focus as far as the 30,000 crore battle related to Sanjay Kapoor is concerned. We have the latest reaction coming in from Mahesh Jethmalani, who is appearing on behalf of Karishma Kapoor's kids, who have moved the Delhi High Court. All right, we have latest reaction coming in from Advocate Mahesh Jethmalani. This is as far as the 30,000 crore asset case related to Sanjay Kapoor's death is concerned. Remember, Karishma Kapoor's kids have moved the Delhi High Court over the asset, and they have claimed that their stepmother, Priya Sachdev, has forged the will. And we have latest reaction from Mahesh Jethmalani. Have a look.
You were appearing for, in fact, the two children of Ms. Karishma Kapoor.
So the suit will be registered now, and they have to make certain discoveries about the assets, personal assets of Mr. Sanjay Kapoor, and the matter is now fixed for 9th October.
So you said something about suspicious circumstances.
Well, see, I don't want to go into, that's going into merits. Okay. But what the order is, I can tell you. I can't tell you what the merits are. You see what our cases from our pleadings, don't you?
What will happen on the next date also?
Huh?
What will happen? You were appearing for, in fact, the two children of Ms. Karishma Kapoor.
So the suit will be registered now, and they have to make certain discoveries about the assets, personal assets of Mr. Sanjay Kapoor, and the matter is now fixed for 9th October.
So you said something about suspicious circumstances.
Well, see, I don't want to go into, that's going into merits. Okay. But what the order is, I can tell you. I can't tell you what the merits are. You see what our cases from our pleadings, don't you?
What will happen on the next date also?
Huh?
What will happen?
All right, so this is related to 30,000 crore asset case related to the death of Sanjay Kapoor. And now what we're learning that Karishma Kapoor's kids have moved the Delhi High Court, and that is against Priya Sachdev, their stepmother, forging the will. And today, just a while back, Delhi High Court heard this matter. And in the ongoing inheritance dispute involving Sanjay Kapoor, Priya Sachdev's Kapoor's lawyer has taken aim at the Delhi High Court, telling the court that Karishma Kapoor had been nowhere to be seen for the last 15 years after separating from Sanjay Kapoor. And they argued that this is as far as the 30,000 crore inheritance case is concerned. And that was the latest reaction coming in on the biggest property battle that India is witnessing. Now, this case has reached the Delhi High Court with the kids of Karishma Kapoor, in fact, alleging that their stepmother, which is Priya Sachdev, forged the will. There is a contention when it comes to that. And they have now approached the Delhi High Court. And in the suit filed by them, the children have claimed that their stepmother, Priya Sachdev, forged the will. And they submitted that the will allegedly executed by their father is not legal. It is forged, it is fabricated, is the claim that has been coming from the kids of Karishma Kapoor. And thus, the children have filed a plea in the Delhi High Court for seeking action for being wrongfully excluded from their father, Sanjay Kapoor's will. And we're learning that his mother has also entered the property battle and made a bid, a claim in the Delhi High Court as well. All right, with this, we're taking a very short break. Coming up on the other side, we'll tell you about the 30,000 crore battle that is underway. In fact, this matter has reached the Delhi High Court. This and much more on the other side. Stay with us.
QSMTHE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
Here, we didn't want to bring out the big charts because it had no chance of standing. Fortunately, we came armed with a little smaller chart. So it's 67%, so we're going to be charging a discounted reciprocal tariff of 34%, I think.
Today, the World Health Organization officially announced that
He's a storm in black robes, India's 12th Attorney General. From fighting for prime ministers to constitutional cases to those that shook a nation. Relentless, fearless, respected. Senior advocate Mukul Rohatgi on the legal side of things, only on Republic TV.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो, मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा प्योर मसाला।
Today,
30,000 crore inheritance. Battle gets ugly in court. Rani Kapoor claims all her property and assets were given to Priya Sachdev within 3 months of marriage. Karishma Kapoor enters Sanjay Kapoor property battle and says family not disclosed anything about the will. Nepal Army takes charge, imposes nationwide curfew as authorities aim to restore normalcy. High alert in Monday ahead of Ganesh Visurgin days after stone pelting during procession. Trump reaches out to PM Oli, says India and US talks will continue. Prime Minister Modi responds to Trump and says India and US are natural partners. Republic accesses dossier against Aam Aadmi Party MLA Mehraj Malik. Dossier alleges Aam Aadmi Party MLA had associations with killed terror commander. Getting you some bigger bits coming in right now, viewers. ECI sources a meeting with the chief electoral officers from all states and union territories began, and it's underway at the India International Institute of Democracy and Election Management. ECI had informed the CEOs to come with a presentation of their respective state and union territories on SIR preparedness. Each CEO has to make the presentation. And after this crucial meeting, the ECI is going to decide on a date for the nationwide rollout of the SIR. Huge update coming in, viewers, on Republic TV. This is a very crucial meeting, By the way, this is source-based information which we are getting for our viewers. A meeting with the chief electoral officers from all states and union territories began, and it's underway. Let's go to Niranjan to help us understand. Crucial meeting underway. Niranjan, this is huge because it shows preparations are underway for a pan-India rollout of the SIR.
I have Abhishek Kapoor and Shravan Sen here with me because this is a very big story and it's almost final now. Let me go across first to Aishwarya on what he's picking up, because what we understand is that the decision has almost been taken and it is a matter of time before it's implemented across India. Aishwarya, what are you picking up?
Well, at this point of time, we can tell you that today in that very important meeting of the Election Commission, a presentation was put up. The Bihar State Election Commissioner shared his experiences and told all the other state ECs that how SIR was implemented. And after that, what we are being told, Shravan and Niranjan, that it is a nationwide process which the National Election Commission, that is the Chief Election Commissioner, would want to implement across India. That has yet not been implemented, but the preparedness, this is being taken as a very important preparedness meeting for the same. Yes.
Okay. And Shravan, the meeting is on right now. We knew this was speculation, but how are they taking it forward? Is there a blueprint for the same?
Right now, as we speak, there's a presentation that is now being made by the chief electoral officers from each of these states. What they have basically been asked is that to give a timeline as to whether at all they are prepared to undertake this entire exercise, following which we are being told that a date is going to be finalized when the Election Commission of India basically announces pan-India, nationwide SIR. So this is on the basis of how prepared are we and by when can we start.
What are the big states that it could directly impact in the immediate term, Aishwarya?
No, you have to understand, Uttar Pradesh, Madhya Pradesh, Maharashtra, prior to that, Assam is going to polls this year itself. You have West Bengal within the next 12 months. So all of these are the states which are going to be directly impacted. But more than that, we have to understand the political outfall of this. We've seen that the kind of impact, Shravan and Niranjan, SIR had in Bihar. You had the complete opposition going, taking on the government and saying, and taking on the chief electoral officer of the country for that matter, and saying that he's being bipartisan and acting in support of the government. So how do they react to this? Just the thought that the Election Commission is looking for a nationwide implementation of SIR is going to be very, very interesting.
Gopi is also joining us live outside the venue where this meeting is on. Gopi, breaking the story on Republic. Take our viewers through the details you're picking up. Is it almost final now, Gopi?
Well, in fact, as per the circular which was released by the ECI, let's tell our viewers that it was on August 24th that they had mentioned in the circular that in this meeting they have informed all the CEOs, the chief electoral officers of all the states and union territories to come prepared with the data of SIR preparedness in their respective states and union territories. This is what we are learning from our SIR, from our ECI sources. While also let's tell our viewers that all the chief electoral commissioners from all states as well as union territories are inside the IIDEM center, which happens to be the training center of ECI, wherein there is an expectation that each CEO of state from different states as well as union territories have been allotted 10 minutes each, where they have to make a presentation. Also to go into the intricacies of what kind of work will happen on ground is, while speaking to our sources at ECI, they said that one BLO, which is the booth level officer, will be assigned with 1,000 citizens of this country, which includes 250 households each. And they've got ample amount of time to do this, as there would be over lakhs of BLOs would be employed, would be deployed for this particular work. And what we are also picking up from our sources is that the chief electoral officers from all the states and union territories have had a video conference meeting just 2 days back with the different people, and now we'll have to see when will these BLOs be finalized, and probably that is when we will get, after understanding from these CEOs of different states and union territories.
Now the question will...
When ECI is going to decide on the nationwide rollout.
Yeah, Gopi, now Aishwarya, the immediate question will be on how the opposition is going to react. With one state, they almost tried to, create a riot-like situation.
The opposition will oppose, because that is the only thing, Shravan and Niranjan, they are doing. They are completely doubting, and they have questioned the Chief Election Commissioner directly. And I was just checking, right from Bihar, Assam, West Bengal, Tamil Nadu, Kerala and Puducherry. These are the states which go to poll between now and 2026. And if there is a nationwide implementation or even a thought of SIR being implemented anywhere outside of Bihar, it will have a direct impact. We have understood that the complete opposition, which is desperate and fails in every electoral process in defeating the BJP, have used these agencies, whether it is the ED, CBI, we've seen, and now the Election Commission, how they are blaming the Election Commission for their loss. So now they will just get one of the other more reasons for it, that it is because of the SIR that they are losing out. But what they are forgetting, that it's a normal process. The name was different, but SIR was being implemented earlier as well. It is just renewing and reviewing of the electoral list. If someone is not there, someone has moved his location, the name changes, the location changes. If there is a new add-on, and if a person has expired, that name needs to be removed. Because till now, in India, specifically in central India, it was happening, the people who are dead for last, I should say around 15 to 18 years, their name was still present in the electoral roll. In Bihar, if 65 lakh names have been removed, where have those people gone? So the whole issue is that those were the votes which were being fabricated by one party or the other. We can't blame one particular party for it, but those were the names, those were the number of votes which were being misused. So the real point is that SIR is being done for a more transparent process, that is a more transparent electoral process, and the opposition needs to understand that.
Yeah, and Mamata Banerjee has been one of the biggest critics, Shravan, and Aniruddha is also joining us live. He's in Assam. And Sharda is joining us from Tamil Nadu. Now, both of these states will see elections in the next few years. Shravan, Mamata Banerjee will be furious if this comes out. Now, how has she been reacting to this in the last few months?
Niranjan, before that, I'll just quickly share some more breaking news that we have in terms of the details emerging from the meeting. One, the electoral officers have basically been asked to produce details of the exercises that was carried out in the past, because remember, in the state of Bihar also, Aishwarya would know better that this was done in the past within a specific period. So each of these states have now been asked what is the time period are they really looking at, within what time frame will they be able to complete the entire process. All of this is now part of this presentation that is being made. We are being told that by another 2 hours or so, the presentation which each of these electoral officers would be completed. Thereafter, there is another meeting that's going to take place where they essentially decide whether at all it will be done one shot, all states, or there would be specific timeline given to each of these states.
Okay, Prakash is also joining us. Aishwarya, you want to take a question with Prakash? Yeah, joining us from Bihar.
Prakash, we've already seen the kind of impact, politically speaking, SIR had on the opposition. Now a nationwide thought. Prakash.
Well, there's not much impact of SIR campaign launched by the Congress party and the RJD, despite the fact that Rahul Gandhi did launch his yatra. But as a matter of fact, there were dead voters. Around 60 to 65 lakh voters have been omitted in Bihar. And it did create a stir because there were people with multiple voting rights in 2-3 places, and those people have been omitted. Suppose from the rural areas, somebody has migrated to urban areas, and if they are carrying their voter ID card in the rural areas as well as the urban areas, their names have been deleted from the voter list. Second, there are many dead people whose name have been deleted. So it was an unnecessary dispute or controversy that was created by the Congress party. Now that this nationwide SIR that has been planned to roll out in the next few months, keeping in mind the Bengal elections and Tamil Nadu elections as well as different other elections across the country, it will definitely help for a free and fair poll across the nation.
Yeah.
And remember, in 29, the country may expect one nation, one poll also, because as a part of the exercise that is being carried out by Narendra Modi government to enhance the number of seats in the parliament, and that is why the new parliament has been made as well with the women's reservation
Prakash, just
bill,
hold on to that thought. Prakash makes an interesting point there, Shawan. Prakash says
and delimitation of
this could all be perhaps leading up to one nation, one poll at some point. He says if 6 million people have been taken off the rolls, and you can take that question to Aniruddha now. Aniruddha is also joining us live. If 6 million people are taken off the rolls in a state like Bihar, right, that would roughly be about, roughly anywhere between 5 to 10%. That's a big number. But in Bengal, it just changes the equation. Aniruddha is joining us. Assam has a similar problem if you want to take a question with him.
Well, in fact, as far as Assam is concerned, they've specifically looked at certain constituencies where there has been what the allegation has been, there's been a complete demographic change. And the fact of the matter is... and
that is the truth, yeah.
So that is exactly why they are saying that focus is right now on bogus voters, duplication of IDs that are essentially taking place. So it is a very clinical and a scientific experiment that is essentially being carried out right now by the Election Commission. Anirudh, in terms of the process that is to be carried out, the eviction drives that are being carried out, plus the fact that the government time and again has been saying that it is important to carry out a complete crackdown.
Okay, breaking news coming in. Thank you, Abhishek. Thank you, Aishwarya, and thank you, Shawan. Moving across straight to the pictures coming in from Mandya next in Karnataka. Pictures coming in. Let's go across straight to those pictures. Counter show of strength. A counter show of strength by Hindu groups being supported by the BJP, coming out in large numbers, sending a message following the stone pelting that took place 2 days ago, rioting. And today the Hindu groups have come out. Thousands of them are marching in what is a mass show of strength, mass procession to immerse Ganesh idols in Mandya. They've all gathered there in what is a huge show of strength in retaliation to processions being targeted in Mandya district of Karnataka. Those are live pictures coming in, ladies and gentlemen. Every year, year after year, Mandya has seen violence, has seen rioting, has seen stone pelting and targeting of the Visarjan procession. This year, they have said enough is enough. And thousands of them, they're being, of course, supported by the BJP, which is also coming out in large numbers, mobilizing its cadre. But this is a counter show of strength in what is now being seen as the Mandya March. The Mandya March underway in Karnataka, and the Republic Kannada team is live there. Republic Kannada leading the coverage there on the field in Mandya, Karnataka. Hindus showing what is otherwise an unseen show of strength in the state of Karnataka, in Mandya district especially. Last year there were riots when a Hanuman Dhwaj or a Hanuman flag was put up in the same district of Mandya. There were protests, there were violence, and the Congress party put its leaders behind it and said, why do we need this controversy? But this time there is a fight back. There is a counter show of strength. I think we have a reporter live. I'm handing it over to you as you take us through it.
Yes.
Shivangi is joining us live. Shivangi, these are pictures coming in. I think I saw a few BJP leaders there. BJP leaders, of course, also mobilizing their cadre. Thousands of them are supporting Hindu groups that are coming out in large numbers here.
That is right, Niranjan. Staying with those pictures coming in live from Mandya and Karnataka. And we'll try to go across to Abhishek as well and other reporters who will help us understand what exactly is happening. But pictures coming in, remember that Mandya remains on high alert as there is a mass Ganesha idol immersion later on today, and a grand procession has been organized by the BJP and the Hindu group. Strict security is in place to ensure there will be no repeat of the incident from Monday. Especially remember that Monday, this is last Monday, tension had gripped Mandya district after stone pelting had broken out between two groups that happened on Sunday night. And after that, Section 144 was imposed in Mandya. So to make sure that such an incident is not repeated, we see that heavy security has now been put in place. Biggest show of strength by Hindu organizations coming in from Mandya. These are exclusive pictures we're getting from our Republic Kannada team. A grand procession organized on our screens, viewers, as we keep getting you back-to-back updates. We'll try to, of course, go across to our colleagues in a short while from now. A total of 28 Ganesh idols are going to be immersed, and a huge turnout is expected. 20,000 people expected. We can see the more and more people are coming out in large numbers. Abhishek, take our viewers through these pictures coming in.
With respect to today's incident or procession which is going to happen in the major streets of Maduru, around 25 to 28 idols of Lord Ganesh will be taken out in a procession in a detailed manner. At least 20,000 of Hindu Karyakartas and BJP Karyakartas are going to assemble, and the procession has already started with people wearing saffron shawls around them, and also they have started shouting slogans about Lord Ganesh. And also the BJP and the JDS leaders who had visited Maduru in the last couple of days had mentioned that they would show the power of Hindu, and they would also show the power of insulting the Lord Ganesh. At this point of time, we've also been informed that 22 persons from the other faith have been taken into custody who had pelted stones on Lord Ganesh on Sunday night. Also, we have been informed that there are more than 900 to 1,000 police deployment. There is also additional enforcement of DAR and reserve rapid action force teams. 5 SPs, 4 ASPs, 10 DSPs, 30 police inspectors, 32 police sub-inspectors, and 600 civil head constable and police constable have been deployed. And also we have found various other civil police who have been deployed so that no incident repeats once again in Mandya or in any other part of Mandya. At this hour, we've also seen BJP leaders R. Ashoka, Vijayendra, C.T. Ravi, Ashwath Narayan and various others who reached the location, who are also supporting the procession. They are also mentioning that after the Congress government took over, in the last 2 years, the communal riots have broken out in a large extent, and they would make sure that these riots will come to a full stop as soon as possible. Shivangi.
All right, Abhishek. I'm coming back to you right now, just keeping our viewers informed about the pictures coming in, live pictures coming in from Mandya, Karnataka. Huge show of strength in Mandya, and Hindu groups come out in massive show of strength, counter show of strength by Hindu community in Karnataka. And this is coming in live from Mandya. We'll try to go across to Abhishek in a short while from now to really understand what is happening. But like Abhishek was pointing towards us, telling us that this is coming in the backdrop of the tensions that we have been seeing a few days ago from Mandya. If you have Abhishek, let's go back to Abhishek, because Abhishek, just go ahead and take our viewers through these pictures. This procession has begun. And where will this procession lead to? Abhishek, can you hear me? All right. Yes, Abhishek, if you can hear me, just take our viewers through these pictures coming in right now. We believe that it's a huge show of strength by the Hindu community. All right, we'll go back to Abhishek in a short while from now. But like Abhishek was telling us, these are pictures coming in live from Mandya, Karnataka. Very important because it's a massive counter show of strength by the Hindu organizations. And 20,000 devotees are expected for the Ganesh immersion, which is going to be taking place. BJP's call for unity. Let's move ahead right now to some of the other stories we're tracking here at Republic TV. Getting in latest shots from Nepal, where the army is on standby as they are set to broker talks between the protesters and the authorities on who is the next PM. So this is very important, viewers, because remember that the army has taken control of Nepal, and we're getting some fresh developments coming in on the story. Latest pictures coming in from Nepal, as the big question would be, of course, that who will lead Nepal next. Latest live visuals coming in on your screen, viewers. Army takes charge of the security. So the army has taken charge of the security after KP Sharma Oli resigns, and this is coming in as a significant escalation has been seen in the past few days in Nepal. In fact, Nepal's parliament building was set on fire by protesters. And then the Nepali army and chiefs and other security agencies have issued a joint appeal urging restraint in these times. The public rage was seen on the streets of Nepal, and right now the Nepal Prime Minister has resigned. There are going to be some talks underway between the army and the representatives of the protesters. A lot of updates are coming in, and we have a ground report as well. Let's go ahead and play it out for you.
And currently I am standing at the same place where I was yesterday. कल यहाँ पे प्रोटेस्ट वगैरह हो रहे थे. यूथ करप्शन के अगेंस्ट यहाँ पे प्रोटेस्ट कर रही थी, और अभी पूरी शांति है. और ये इसलिए है क्योंकि यहाँ की आर्मी और क्योंकि यहाँ की आर्मी ने यहाँ पे टेक ओवर कर लिया है. और कल रात 9 सितंबर रात 10 बजे से लेकर अंटिल द फर्दर नोटिस यहाँ पे कर्फ्यू लगा है. और सबसे जो अपडेट मिली है उसके अकॉर्डिंग ये है कि जो यहाँ के जो प्रिजनर्स वगैरह हैं वो बाहर रेंडमली घूम रहे हैं. और आर्मी ने एक हेल्पलाइन नंबर भी दिया है, अगर किसी को उस पर पता चले या फिर कोई भी नोटिस मिले तो उस पर फटाफट अपनी इन्फॉर्मेशन दे. और जैसा कि आप देख सकते हैं अभी काठमांडू में पूरी शांति है, और जो यहाँ की जो यूथ है जो ये प्रोटेस्ट वगैरह कर रही थी उसका कारण मेन ये था अगेंस्ट द करप्शन. और यहाँ की यूथ अभी ये चाहती है कि यहाँ काठमांडू के करंट मेयर बालेन शाह जो कि एक आर्किटेक्ट इंजीनियर और एक रैपर है वो यहाँ की लीड ले लो. वी हैव नो आइडिया यहाँ पे कब सब कर्फ्यू वगैरह खुलेगा, और यहाँ पे जो लोग बाहर घूम सकते हैं जिनके पास ID कार्ड्स है और जो एक प्रोफेशनली हॉस्पिटल.
Alright, let's go across to our colleague Surendra is joining us right now. Surendra, coming across to you now. Next, we believe that the authorities and the protesters are going to come on the negotiating table, and they will be speaking about the next steps. Surendra.
Yeah, I'm at a location in Kathmandu, in Maharajganj. At Maharajganj, right in front of Bhat Bhatini supermarket. That was razed yesterday by rioters during so-called Gen Z protests. There were clearly, today Nepal army is guarding the streets.
Yes, Surendra. As you are speaking, and you will tell us about what can we expect next when the talks move ahead and the negotiation talks move ahead. Just show us around. You're in Kathmandu, Nepal, and we can see that the army, some army personnel can be seen. The police can be seen as well. Yes, things.
Talks are scheduled today between the representatives of the scattered Gen Z community. And also between other players of Nepali politics, the past and present and future, and civil society members will be convened by the president, Nepali army, and the president who has taken charge now. President's rule remains in place until the new interim is, found, is agreed upon. So right now, things are fluid still. They are trying to maintain law and order. They are working hard to restore law and order, having mobilized Nepal army personnel all across Kathmandu and all across the urban areas affected by terrible riots that happened yesterday. People are, just trying to go about their business, as you can see on the streets. And the government is not there yet, but then the Nepali army is reportedly preparing to bring together the political players, with the President Ramchandra Paudel, remaining the president. The army is struggling and they're preparing for the talk.
Thank you, Surendra. Coming up, we will be getting back-to-back live updates from Nepal. Stay tuned, viewers.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात. वाओ मम्मा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आर मसाला।
QS&T achieved. The world's foremost university rankings organizations have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
त्योहार की खुशियाँ होंगी डबल। हुंडई सुपर डिलाइट डेज में आपकी मनपसंद कार्स पर मिल रही है कमाल के डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला। I choose a world where we dream and the limit is the sky, and this world is my home where I'm living my best.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics. Sansar, a D-Decor brand. Live consciously.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
Here, we didn't want to bring out the big charts because it had no chance of standing. Fortunately, we came armed with a little smaller chart. So it's 67%, so we're going to be charging a discounted reciprocal tariff of 34%, I think.
Today, the World Health Organization officially announced that this is a global pandemic. We have been in frequent contact with our allies, and we are marshaling the full power.
During an interview, American economist Richard Wolff called out the US administration for attacking India with tariffs and shooting itself in the foot by doing so. Wolff said that India is central for trade and that it will find other places to sell its exports if the US gets shut off. Wolff said that India is now, according to the United Nations, the largest country on earth. The United States telling India what to do is like a mouse hitting his fist to an elephant. India will find other places to sell its exports if the US is shut off to India, and the move will only strengthen the BRICS nations. But like Russia found another place to sell its energy, India will sell its exports no longer to the United States but to the rest of the BRICS. India has a long-standing relationship with the US since the Soviet era, and you are playing with a very different adversary. But for those with some humor, it will be the spectacle of the United States acting like it's the world's tough guy, as what it actually does is shoot itself in the foot. On August 27, Trump's 50% tariff imposition took effect on many Indian products. The tariffs are meant to punish New Delhi for buying Russian oil. Trump has raised pressure on India over the energy transactions, a key source of revenue for Moscow's war in Ukraine, as part of a campaign to end the conflict. New Delhi has criticized Washington's move as unfair, unjustified, and unreasonable. PM Modi has repeatedly ensured his citizens that the tariffs will not heavily affect the people and that the administration will take care of the aftermath.
हमारे लिए
अपने किसानों का हित सर्वोच्च प्राथमिकता है।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome. You're watching Republic TV with me, Akanksha Khajuria. Top of the hour, we'll get you details about the violence in Nepal. Nepal is on the boil. Army has taken over the charge. We'll give you more details. Let's start with the headlines first. Big political scoop on SIR. A decision more or less taken on nationwide rollout of SIR. Election Commission considering pan-India rollout. 30,000 crore inheritance battle gets ugly in court. Rani Kapoor claims all her property and assets given to Priya Sachdev within 3 months of her marriage. Karishma Kapoor enters Sanjay Kapoor property battle, says family not disclosed anything about the will. Unseen show of strength by Hindu community in Mandya and Karnataka. Grand procession of Lord Ganesha in Mandya. Nepal Army takes charge, imposes nationwide curfew as the authorities claim that they have restored the normalcy. Donald Trump reaches out to Prime Minister Modi, says India and US talks will continue. Prime Minister Modi responds to Donald Trump, says India and US are natural partners. Let's start with the breaking news coming in. As far as the special intensive revision is concerned, remember it took place in Bihar earlier this year, and what we're learning right now is that SIR preparations are underway pan-India, and top-level meetings took place yesterday to discuss about the progress as far as SIR is concerned. The additional CEO, Deputy CEO addressed ADMs and EROs of the districts via the VC to discuss about the process of the BLO appointment, continuous activity in different districts. Today from the office of CEO in West Bengal. So this is a breaking update we are getting for you as far as the special intensive revision is concerned. Remember, it took place in Bihar earlier this year. There was a massive uproar over that as well. Now, what we are learning is that now the survey will also take place in West Bengal as well, and the top-level meeting took place yesterday to discuss about the progress as far as this is concerned. There was a meeting in which the additional CEOs, deputy CEOs, they addressed the additional district magistrates and the other officers of the districts, several districts, and there is a progress there in that area as well. I'm joined by Gopi, Prakash and Anirudh. Let me go across to Gopi first. Gopi, firstly, let me bring in Sarda as well. Sarda, let's talk about the SIR progress. We're learning that there is going to be a pan-India survey that will now be conducted after what happened in Bihar, now pan-India. What more are you learning?
Well, especially in the state of Tamil Nadu, the DMK has already gone along with the Rahul Gandhis and others in Bihar last week against the Vote Adhikar Yatra, now saying that the SIR should not be implemented in the state of Tamil Nadu. Looking at the elections in just 7 months, the DMK is making very sure that the centre is not implementing SIR, especially here. However, it seems that their steps would become futile as the Election Commission of India has now decided to make it pan-India to make sure and check whether a person has only one single vote either in the state of Bihar or Tamil Nadu or West Bengal for that matter. And in that case, DMK might lose big if this is implemented, especially in the state of Tamil Nadu, because as you see, of the 3 lakh migrants living in the state of Tamil Nadu from Bihar, 2 lakhs already have voter IDs in both Tamil Nadu and Bihar, and it's expected that either their voter IDs will be either cancelled in Tamil Nadu or in Bihar. While they claim that this is an act of the BJP, DMK on the other hand also make sure that the SIR cannot be implemented in the state of Tamil Nadu.
Absolutely, and that is a stand that has been taken by the DMK. Let me now bring in my colleague Gopi, who's been tracking this story from the national capital. Gopi, there was a massive uproar when the survey was taking place in the state of Bihar. We're learning that now it will take place in West Bengal as well, and then Pan-India as well. Take us through the war of words and what the opposition parties mainly objected to.
Well, in fact, Akanksha, time and again we have seen and we have also been seeing this, that how a legal battle is also going on at the Supreme Court. But apart from that, if you look at the opposition parties and if you look at the SIR data which has been released by the ECI, you will realize that there have been so many duplicate voters. Apart from the duplicate voters, there were so many, over 22 lakh people who were deceased. So this is the need of an hour, and the opposition needs to understand this. Well, time and again opposition has always raised this issue that there are voters, there are legitimate voters who will be cut because of this, but ECI has in fact assured that that is not going to happen, as it is an intensive exercise which they are doing. There is verification and cross verification happening, but as you have mentioned, let's tell our viewers that just it was yesterday that there was a final decision on BLO's list was prepared by the CEO of West Bengal. So what we are learning from our sources is that there is a possibility that SIR will be implemented in West Bengal soon. But yes, currently I am standing right outside the India International Institute of Democracy and Election Management, where the crucial meeting is underway. And to tell our viewers that CEO, the chief electoral officers from all the states and union territories are inside. They are meeting Gyanesh Kumar, who is the CEC, and what we are learning from our sources is that nationwide rollout is expected on the basis of how they are presenting, how much is their preparedness, how much are the states and union territories prepared for the SIR. Back to you.
Absolutely. In fact, there's political as well as the legal fight. But Gopi, keep track of those details. Let me now bring in my colleague Anirudh, who's been tracking the details from Guwahati. As far as the Chief Minister of Assam is concerned, he has time and again said that there are many bogus voters in Assam as well, and there is a need for the SIR in Assam. How will that pan out in the state? Take us through those details.
Yes, in fact, the government of Assam has made it very clear that SIR is the need of the hour as far as the state is concerned. And given the fact that there has been a massive demographic shift in various districts of Assam, and we have also seen the eviction drives which still continues across the state. Keeping in view that these eviction drives are being carried out across the state, and in places where illegal settlers have been settled for more than 10, 15 or 20 years. In some places they have been there for as long as 3 decades. So yes, but they have also genuine votes in some other place of the state. So yes, there are very high chances that there will be many bogus voters as such in the case of Assam too. And there has been a systematic approach to change the demographic pattern of the state. So keeping in view all these factors and the Chief Minister's very statement that from the area where eviction drive have been carried out in those areas, the name of the evicted people should also be deleted from the voter list. Keeping all this in view, if the special intensive review of the voter list happens in the state of Assam, then definitely there will be many deletion in in such cases, particularly in places like Upper Assam, where we have witnessed eviction drive, where at least 10,000, 20,000 people have been evicted in Golaghat, or be it Lakhimpur, be it Biswanath, or even places like Gwalpara, where we have seen that people from Dhuburi and Barpeta district have shifted and have not only made it to the voter list, but also they have been enjoying all the benefits in 2 districts. So yes, definitely the SIR, if it happens in Assam, then definitely it will have a mass impact. And given the fact that the state is also going to the elections in all likelihood in the month of April next year. So yes, it will be noteworthy to observe what the political parties also
Absolutely. So after Bihar, there's going to be pan-India special intensive revision. It remains to be seen how that pans out, and where there will be a massive approach, just like the way it was when it took place in Bihar. Now shifting our focus, we have a breaking news coming in. Viewers, unseen show of strength of Hindu community in Mandya in Karnataka. Counter show of Hindu strength in Mandya during the mass Ganesha immersion procession. Mandya continues to be on high alert. Over 30 police vehicle on patrol duty right now. In fact, the patrolling is going on the routes and the main routes, and as you can see in the visuals, the entire city is on high alert, and this comes in fact 2 days after there were communal clashes in Mandya district, about 100 kilometers away from Bengaluru, and the clashes broke out roughly around 8 p.m. on Sunday when a Ganesha immersion procession started from Siddhartha Nagar and was going towards the mosque was crossing the mosque in Ram Rahim Nagar. Some miscreants then pelted stones at the procession, leading to retaliation. The clashes started, and that led to the communal tensions there in Mandya. Now, that was not the first time that something like that had happened. Last year as well, during the immersion of Ganesha, there were similar scenes that emerged out of Mandya. But now, as you can see on the screen, there's a massive show of strength by the Hindu community that we saw on Monday as well, when several Hindu leaders, the Bharatiya Janata Party workers, they also gathered on the street to protest against the stone pelting on the Ganesha idol that took place on Sunday, when a red tractor was taking the Ganesha idol for procession for Visarjan, and when it passed through the mosque in the Ram Rahim Nagar area, there were stones that were pelted. There was retaliation by the Hindu side as well that led to communal clashes. And now on the screen you can see massive show of strength in Mandya. Thousands of pro-Hindu activists are in fact there on the streets raising demands for strict action. Right now 21 people have been arrested in this case, but a political fight has also started with the Bharatiya Janata Party, which is in opposition in the state of Karnataka. In fact, saying that the ruling government, the Congress government there, and Siddaramaiah, the chief minister, he is playing the politics of vote bank, and that is a massive claim that has come in from the Bharatiya Janata Party, and the repercussions of that communal clash is something that you can see on the ground there. Massive show of strength by the Hindu activists there. They have come wielding the flags there, raising slogans and demanding stricter action. They're saying that the arrest merely is not justified. They want stricter action because this is not the first time that such a incident has taken place in Mandya. In 2024 as well, in September month alone, there was another incident there in Mandya. Let me go across to my colleague Ranjit, who's been joining us from the Republic Kannada newsroom. Ranjit, tell us about the situation on the ground. We're learning that the city of Mandya, the district, is on high alert, and in the visuals right now we can see thousands of Hindu protesters there demanding accountability and action from the Congress government. रंजीत, आपको हमारी आवाज आ रही है?
हाँ जी
रंजीत, क्या सिचुएशन है अभी ग्राउंड पे, क्योंकि हम देख पा रहे हैं कि काफी तादाद में वहाँ हिंदू एक्टिविस्ट जमा हुए हैं. क्या कुछ डिमांड है उनकी?
जी, इधर पूरे हिंदू लोग वही संडे हो गया इंसिडेंट होने के बाद, एक कम्युनल वायलेंस होने के बाद हजार लोगों इधर गणेश विसर्जन कार्यक्रम में गैदर हुआ है. वही बीजेपी लीडर आर अशोक के लीडरशिप में वही हिंदू एक्टिविस्ट पूरा इधर विसर्जन कार्यक्रम में चल रहा है। हजारों लोग इधर एक डिमांड करता है, वही कम्युनल होने के बाद हिंदू कम्युनिटी को दफाड़ी कर रहा है। वही इंसिडेंट के लिए वो प्रतिरोध करके वो जाता चल रहा है, विसर्जन चल रहा है। 30 गणेश विग्रह इधर ही आ रहा हूँ, बहुत लोग इधर चल रहा हूँ। हिस्टोरिकल मूवमेंट है, वही मंड्या हिस्ट्री में हिस्टोरिक मूवमेंट है। कम्युनल वायलेंस होने के बाद बड़ा जाता है, शोभा यात्रा है, बहुत लोग इधर चल रहा है। एक गवर्नमेंट के लिए डिमांड कर रहा हूँ। मुस्लिम कम्युनिटी को ओलाइक होने के कारण यही सिचुएशन हो गया। इसलिए कठिन डिमांड के लिए और शिक्षा के लिए ये पूरा लोग आग्रह करता हूँ। बहुत लोग इधर जाता में चल रहा हूँ जी।
एब्सोल्युटली। और रंजीत, हमने पहली बार ये पिक्चर्स नहीं देखी है मंड्या से। पिछले साल भी गणेश विसर्जन के टाइम सेम पिक्चर्स वहां से आई थी, वहां पे वायलेंस हुआ था, कम्युनल क्लैशेस हुए थे। तो अब जो हम स्ट्रेंथ देख रहे हैं हिंदू कम्युनिटी की स्ट्रीट्स पे, थाउजेंड्स आर देयर, किस तरह का मैसेज भेजा जा रहा है वहां पे?
हाँ जी, ये नागमंगल इंसिडेंट होने के बाद यही सिचुएशन मंड्या में चल रही थी, नागमंगल तालुक में। देन मधुरू तालुक कम्युनल वायलेंस होने का एक 30 ईयर होने के बाद फर्स्ट वायलेंस है। ये हिंदू कम्युनिटी गैदर हुआ, ये हिस्टोरिकल है। यही समय पहले इसी समय नहीं इधर चल रहा है। ये बड़ा इवेंट गणेश विसर्जन होने का समय हो गया। वायलेंस होने के बाद वही विसर्जन कार्यक्रम में बहुत लोग एक आग्रह करता है, ये वही आग्रह, ये सरकार, कांग्रेस सरकार बहुसंख्यात हिंदू कम्युनिटी को वही मुस्लिम के बारे में ओले राजकारण और अफीसमेंट पॉलिटिक्स हो गए के कारण में यही सिचुएशन चल रहा है। इसलिए ये हिंदू कम्युनिटी एक स्ट्रॉन्ग मैसेज देता हूँ गवर्नमेंट के लिए। ये बहुसंख्यात हिंदू है, हम के धार्मिक भावन में ये पूरा लोग हमको आघात कर रहा हूँ। इसलिए हम एक मैसेज देता हूँ सरकार के लिए। अगेन यही सिचुएशन होगा तो हम पूरा लोग सरकार को बहुत बड़ा प्रोटेस्ट कर रहा हूँ होने का एक मैसेज चल रहा हूँ। बहुत सारे लोग यही जाता में आ रहा हूँ, एक मैसेज सरकार के लिए, एक मैसेज मुस्लिम कम्युनिटी के लिए, वही है ये विसर्जन का जाता से चल रहा हूँ।
Absolutely. And for the better clarity of our viewers, आप बता सकते हैं पिछले 48 आवर्स में क्या हुआ है? हमें पता चल रहा है कि ये इंसिडेंट जो है वो संडे रात का है। उसके बाद मंडे को हमने विजुअल्स देखे, सिमिलर विजुअल्स, हिंदू एक्टिविस्ट, भारतीय जनता पार्टी वर्कर्स स्ट्रीट पे आ गए थे। क्या कुछ एक्शन पुलिस द्वारा लिया गया है और क्या ये प्रोटेस्टर्स उस एक्शन से सैटिस्फाइड नहीं है रंजीत?
संडे नाइट वही 6:30 टाइम में एक प्रोसेशन चल रहा हो, वही टाइम में एक मस्जिद से बहुत लड़ाई हुई थी। होने के बाद बहुत थाउजेंड लोग वही मस्जिद के समीप गैदर हुआ था। होने के समय में वही पुलिस के वो मस्जिद से पूरे लड़ाई कर रहे थे। होने के बाद संडे देन मंडे पूरा प्रोटेस्ट पूरे मजदूर बंद हो रहा थी। देन मंडे एंड ट्यूसडे भी पूरे इधर पूरा सिटी का, मथुर सिटी का गणेश का विसर्जन एक ही रोड में चल रहे थे। वही है विसर्जन कार्यक्रम, वही बीजेपी पूरा वही विसर्जन कार्यक्रम में बीजेपी नियोग पूरा इधर ही है। वही एक ही मैसेज, ये हिंदू भावना के लिए धक्के होने के कारण में पूरे हिंदू समाज एक होके पूरा ये षड्यंत्र के लिए एक प्रोटेस्ट कर रहा हूँ। वही मैसेज सरकार के लिए चल रहा हूँ। बिगी पुलिस बंदोबस्त है, पुलिस बहुत
Absolutely huge show of strength by the Hindus there. 2 days after there was stone pelting on the Ganesha idol. We'll continue to track this story very closely and now shifting our focus.
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
The water level has been declining after touching the season highest at 207.48 meters last Thursday. On Tuesday, the water level at Yamuna in the national capital was recorded at 204 meters. The warning mark for the city is 204.50 meters, while the danger mark is 205 meters, and the evacuation of the people has started at 206 meters. Former Vice President Jagdeep Dhankar extended greetings to his successor CP Radhakrishnan, saying that the office of the VP will attain greater glory with the vast experience. On Tuesday, NDA nominee CP Radhakrishnan won the VP elections by bagging 452 votes, while the opposition candidate Sudarshan Reddy polled 300 votes. The Election Commission of India has announced stringent new measures to prevent fraudulent political parties' registration. As part of its campaign to clean up the electoral system, the Election Commission will now require verification of at least 20 randomly selected individuals' affidavit from founding members of the association seeking registration as the political party. And now shifting our focus, Nepal is on the boil. In fact, we have a reaction coming in from Shri Ravi Shankar. He has spoken on the Nepal situation, suggesting that there may be an international interference in what is unfolding there, in a way hinting that there could be an angle of conspiracy. Listen in to what he said.
वहाँ पर मैं लगातार उनके संपर्क में हूँ। युवाओं में फ्रस्ट्रेशन बढ़ता चला गया ताकि युवाओं को कोई प्रवेश नहीं दे रहे थे। ये एक बात है, पर जब भी कोई आंदोलन हो जाता है असामाजिक तत्व उसमें घुस जाते हैं और लगता भी है इसमें कोई और अंतर्राष्ट्रीय षड्यंत्र भी हो सकता है। वहाँ पर मैं लगातार उनके संपर्क में हूँ। युवाओं में फ्रस्ट्रेशन बढ़ता चला गया ताकि युवाओं को कोई प्रवेश नहीं दे रहे थे। ये एक बात है, पर जब भी कोई आंदोलन हो जाता है असामाजिक तत्व उसमें घुस जाते हैं और लगता भी है इसमें कोई और अंतर्राष्ट्रीय षड्यंत्र भी हो सकता है।
So as far as the situation in Nepal is concerned, there's indefinite curfew that's been imposed in Dolakhai, Nepal, and there has been ban imposed on the meetings and the protests there as well. Tension in Nepal continues to grow. In fact, we're learning that there's been jailbreak as well after the prisoners tried to escape. Army has arrived and they have taken control of the situation. Nepal's army has given a statement that strict action will be taken against the looting, arson and targeted attack on the individuals as well. Have a look at this ground report.
यहाँ के जो सेना के जवान हैं वो लगातार मार्च कर रहे हैं। कर्फ्यू को बढ़ा दिया गया है, सुबह 8 बजे तक था लेकिन उसे फिर और आगे बढ़ा दिया गया है। यानी दोनों तरफ आप दुकानें दिखाइए, दोनों तरफ दुकानें बंद हैं, लोग छतों पर हैं, अपने घरों में हैं और उसके बाद जो सेना के जवान हैं वो लगातार मार्च कर रहे हैं। आप हथियार देखिए, अत्याधुनिक हथियार, और उनके साथ ये नेपाल पुलिस और सशस्त्र पुलिस जो है वो लगातार मार्च करते हुए इस जलेश्वर के हालात को काबू में करने की कोशिश और शांति बनाने की कोशिश लगातार की जा रही है, शांति बनाए रखने की कोशिश की जा रही है ताकि लोगों में एक भरोसा भी आ सके। आज जरूर राष्ट्रपति से प्रदर्शनकारियों के डेलीगेशन की भी मुलाकात की खबरें हैं। काठमांडू में जरूर कुछ घटनाएं हुई हैं लेकिन जलेश्वर में फिलहाल सेना के जवानों ने मोर्चा संभाल लिया है। कल सेना अध्यक्ष ने संबोधन में भी अपील की थी आम जनता से कि आप शांति बनाए रखें और आपकी जो बातें हैं वो पूरी की जाएगी। जो कि प्रधानमंत्री जो केपी ओली हैं वो इस्तीफा दे चुके हैं, पूरी सरकार इस्तीफा दे चुकी है। वित्त मंत्री को कल पीटा गया, पूर्व पीएम झलनाथ खनाल के घर को जला दिया गया, उसमें उनकी पत्नी जिंदा जलकर उनकी मौत हो गई। तो बहुत स्थिति भयावह है, बहुत स्थिति कल जो थी वो अनियंत्रित हो गई थी लेकिन फिलहाल अब नियंत्रण में लाने की कोशिश की जा रही है।
And amid the tense situation in the neighbouring country, UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath has instructed the police to remain on high alert 24 hours a day in all the border districts of UP, adjoining Nepal. In fact, we're learning that additional police forces have been deployed and patrolling and surveillance has been increased in that area that is bordering Nepal, so that any emergency can be dealt immediately. Meanwhile, high alert has also been issued in Bihar as well. The border is also being monitored through CCTV cameras continuously.
सीमा सोनौली बॉर्डर के हालात आप देख सकते हैं कि यहाँ पर किस तरह से जो दोनों तरफ की जो सिक्योरिटी फोर्स है वो यहाँ पर ग्राउंड जीरो पर खड़ी हुई है और भारी संख्या में लोग आए हैं। इनसे जानने की कोशिश करेंगे कि आखिर ये लोग यहाँ पर क्यों आए हैं, क्या बात है भाई साहब?
सर यहाँ पे सर बहुत सारी समस्याएं हैं जो कि सर पार्किंग को लेके यहाँ पे सर कोई भी सेफ नहीं है। नेपाल सरकार बोल रही है सर हमारी कोई जिम्मेदारी नहीं है, वो खुद की जिम्मेदारी नहीं ले सकते सर, तो हमारी गाड़ियों की हमारे माल की क्या जिम्मेदारी लेंगे?
कोई गाड़ियाँ नेपाल साइड में?
हाँ सर, नेपाल पार्किंग में खड़ी हुई है सर।
खाली गाड़ी है या सामान?
सामान है सर। हाँ कुछ सामान के साथ है
भी है। कहीं गाड़ी को जलाने दिया जाए या तोड़ने दिया जाए?
तो वो तो सर उसका ऊपर है कि क्या पता क्या हो सकता है। इसमें केमिकल की ऐसी गाड़ियाँ हैं जो सर अगर एक किसी में भी आग लग जाए तो यहाँ एरिया कुछ बचेगा ही नहीं सर।
अच्छा,
ऐसी गाड़ियाँ यहाँ खड़ी।
गाड़ियाँ जो है केमिकल से भरी हुई, खुद विस्फोट है, यानी कि अपने आप में वो एक बम की तरह है कि अगर उसमें कुछ होता है तो कहीं ना कहीं पूरा एरिया जो है वो तबाह होगा।
हाँ, पूरा एरिया तबाह हो जाए, कुछ नहीं बचेगा सर। यहाँ पे
देख सकते हैं कि किस तरह की गाड़ियाँ खड़ी हैं जिसमें बहुत ही खतरनाक रसायन भी भरे हुए हैं। अगर उनमें कहीं ना कहीं आग लगता है तो पूरा का पूरा एरिया साफ हो सकता है। अभी और भी लोग हमारे साथ हैं। देखिए यहाँ पर क्या बात हो रही है, देखिए ये लोग अपनी बात रख रहे हैं कि किन मामलों को लेकर आप यहाँ आए हैं भाई साहब?
सर हमारी गाड़ी खड़ी हुई है भंसार में, इंडिया की गाड़ी है। अब इंडिया में उसमें भंसार में अंदर आग लगा रहे हैं, तोड़ फोड़ कर रहे हैं।
सब सामान भरा है गाड़ियों में?
सब गाड़ियों में सामान भरा हुआ है, कोई भी सुरक्षा नहीं है नेपाल की।
10 दिन से खड़े हैं यहाँ पे जी।
10 दिन से ऐसे हालात है?
हाँ जी, 5 दिन से ऐसे हालात है यहाँ पे।
जी क्या कहें भाई साहब, कितने दिन से आप आए?
मैं 5 दिन से।
हाँ जी, क्या है माहौल यहाँ का?
मेरी तो खाली गाड़ी है, गेट पास भी कट चुका है,
केवल आने नहीं दे रहे हैं।
हाँ।
कहाँ पे खड़ी है गाड़ी?
अंदर भंसार में,
नेपाल साइड में।
हाँ।
हमारा सब ये अपील है कि हमारा इंडिया का गाड़ी है, हमारे इंडिया वापस मंगाया जाए। हम सबको बहुत दिक्कत हो रही है।
गाड़ी भारत?
हाँ, हमें वापस चाहिए, लोड गाड़ी चाहिए। यहाँ के
भारत में ले लें वापस, भारत की गाड़ी भारत में ले लें सर जी। अब ये बताओ, ड्राइवर गाड़ी के अंदर पड़ा है, वो हमारा घर बार तो यहाँ पे है नहीं, तो हम यहाँ पे करेंगे क्या?
डर है कि कहीं गाड़ियों में आगजनी ना हो जाए तो जो सामान है।
सही बात बोल रहे हैं, सही बोल रहे हैं।
जब जिस तरह का यहाँ माहौल है, ये ग्राउंड जीरो है। आप देख सकते हैं कि इसको शून्य ये स्थान बोला जाता है। दोनों तरह के बीच का ये मैटर है, जहाँ पर एक तरफ नेपाल है और दूसरी तरफ भारत है। लेकिन देखिए किस तरह से जो भारत की जो फोर्स है वो देखिए किस तरह से, आप देख सकते हैं ना कि भारत की फोर्स पूरी तरह से अलर्ट है। आप देख सकते हैं कि पूरे अपने ड्रेसअप में भारत की जो फोर्स है, जो सिक्योरिटी फोर्स है वो खड़ी हुई है। आप देख सकते हैं कि एकदम पूरी तरह से अलर्ट, क्योंकि कल का जो हालात था, वाकई में कल का हालात बहुत खतरनाक था।
All right, so these are the visuals coming in from the capital city of Kathmandu. As you can see, army has taken charge of the streets, and those are the visuals. A day after the Prime Minister, the President have tendered their resignation now. The attempt is being made to bring the law and order situation there under control, and through the visuals it's quite clear how army is trying to control the situation, making sure that the protesters don't come to the streets once again, because on these very streets yesterday we saw thousands and lakhs of protesters there vandalizing. There was arson, there was torching of the house of the ministers as well. Very concerning news that was coming yesterday, but now on the streets, on the very same streets of Kathmandu, we can see that the situation, it appears, is under control. Army has taken charge of the situation. In fact, an appeal has been made that those who in fact resort to arson, looting and vandalism as well, as strict action will be taken against them. There has been a jailbreak as well, as what we are learning, in multiple districts of Nepal. But now, as we can see through these visuals of the capital city of Kathmandu, it appears that the situation has now been brought under control by army. And with this, we're taking a very short break. Coming up on the other side, we'll tell you about the situation in Nepal. It continues to be on boil. Army has taken charge. We'll get you more details on that after this very short break. Stay with us.
I choose a world where we dream, and the limit is the sky. And this world is my home where I'm living my best.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics. Sansar, a D-Decor brand. Live consciously.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला
This is Republic Jack Oliver's studio. Stay tuned for all the breaking news and updates. I am Tanisha Avasthi. Let's get started.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला सिप सिप जीरा सिप एमडीएच का जल जीरा सिप एमडीएच का जल जीरा सिप
Very good afternoon. Thank you for staying with us this Wednesday afternoon. You're watching Live and Breaking with me, Oyana Mitra. It's a high-stakes battle for the 30,000 crore empire for Sanjay Kapoor. We'll get you the details of that very crucial hearing in the Delhi High Court and a lot more. But first, the headlines at 1:30. Big political scoop on special intensive revision. Decision more or less taken on the nationwide rollout of SIR. Election Commission considering pan-India SIR rollout. 30,000 crore inheritance battle gets ugly in court. Rani Kapoor claims all her property and assets were given away to Priya Sachdev within 3 months of marriage. Karishma Kapoor enters Sanjay Kapoor property battle, says family was not disclosed anything about the will. Unseen show of strength by Hindu community in Mandya, grand procession of Lord Ganesha underway. Nepal army takes charge, imposes nationwide curfew as authorities aim to restore normalcy. And Trump reaches out to Prime Minister Modi, says India and the United States talks will continue. Prime Minister Modi responds to Trump, says India and Washington are natural partners. All right, we start this edition with some breaking news coming in. This one from the poll-bound state of Tamil Nadu, where the poll battle is getting fiercer in the state. This one between Stalin and Edappadi Palaniswamy, who's the General Secretary of the AIADMK. Latest over the ambulance row. Tamil Nadu Deputy Chief Minister Udayanidhi Stalin has now said that the AIADMK will soon be admitted to an ICU. This comes just days after EPS had alleged that DMK had deliberately sent an ambulance to divert the attention of the crowd who had gathered for his campaign in the state. He said that next time it is done, it will be the driver of the vehicle who becomes the patient. This is the latest details that we are picking up over the face-off that has now escalated between the AIADMK and the DMK just months ahead of the Tamil Nadu State Assembly elections. And it's Deputy Chief Minister Udayanidhi Stalin who has now hit out at AIADMK General Secretary EPS by stating that soon the party will be admitted to ICU by the people. And these sharp remarks come in the backdrop of EPS previously alleging that the DMK government was deliberately sending empty ambulances to create ruckus and disrupt his speeches while he was on his campaign trail in the state of Tamil Nadu. Let's go across to my colleague Sharda for a word on this. She joins me live from Chennai. Sharda, of course, this is the latest war of words that has now erupted between the two parties. Give us the latest responses that you're picking up.
has been on this particular?
Well, the AIADMK has been on this particular campaign of more than a month, and it's been a recurring incident where whenever Edapadi K. Palaniswamy campaigns, an ambulance comes in between and disturbs his campaign. And once when Edapadi actually checked the ambulance, it was found that there was no person inside it. And he also said this was a claim made by the DMK, and it was a situation created by the DMK to disturb the campaign of the AIADMK leader Edapadi. However, later on the DMK submitted proof saying that the ambulance is something that helps the people, and as a opposition leader of the state, Edapadi K. Palaniswamy should be very sure on what he's speaking. And today Udayanidhi Stalin, speaking about it at the DMK party conference in Chengalpettu, stated that Edapadi K. Palaniswamy should have the basic humanitarian heart to understand that ambulance is used to save people, and that he cannot make such statements and claims against the DMK, because he also added that the DMK in no way has to stop Edapadi K. Palaniswamy's campaign, because they're very sure on winning the next elections as well, and it is the AIADMK which is to be now wondering whether what the DMK is doing. Also added to it is which Udayanidhi said that the AIADMK, the ruffle going on between the party, let it be K. Sengotian or even the India Alliance, the matters which includes TTV Dinakaran and O. Pannirselvam, who recently left it, stated that this is because the AIADMK leader would be in worries and soon would be admitted in the ICU as a party, and that it would be the DMK leader M.K. Stalin who would be helping them in that situation as well.
All right, Sharda, thank you for giving us those very crucial details. Let's quickly move on to the next story. Ladies and gentlemen, AIADMK leader and former Chief Minister EPS has made a fiery speech at the election rally in Tamil Nadu, launching a blistering attack on Deputy Chief Minister Udayanidhi Stalin. Here's a quick report on what he said.
AIADMK leader and former Chief Minister Edapadi K. Palaniswamy made a fiery speech at an election rally in Tamil Nadu. A direct rebuttal to Udayanidhi Stalin's AIADMK on life support remark ahead of the 2026 Tamil Nadu Assembly elections. Palaniswamy's speech was laced with sarcasm, defiance, and a pointed challenge to Udayanidhi Stalin's authority and rhetoric through his ambulance jibe. Sharpening his attack, EPS asked the crowd, and I quote him now, "In the assembly elections to be held next year, will you be sending the DMK in an ambulance?" unquote. Responding to Udayanidhi Stalin's life support jab, Palaniswamy flipped the narrative, crediting the vitality and resilience of his supporters, whom he described as hard-working people who toil day and night.
And on to the story of the moment. It's a big high-stakes battle for the 30,000 crore empire of the late Sanjay Kapoor. Karishma Kapoor now, his family in fact, has moved the Delhi High Court seeking a share in Sanjay Kapoor's estimated 30,000 crore estate. They claim that, in fact, it's Karishma's children, Samaira and Kian, who have claimed that their stepmother, Priya Sachdev Kapoor, has forged Sanjay's will, which bequeaths the entire personal estate